best views are earned. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products for those who put it all on the line. Whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Tested everything.
But this was a sound. Can change direction like that. Speeds not of this earth. I don't know if he's sold Wes clearance on H2. But then again, I'd just drive the damn thing.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Crossing the road now.
Can't do that.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Dame una bomba de agua.
¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone,
Somewhere in the world, there's a place where every corner holds a new discovery. Want to find out? Here, comfort isn't measured by extravagance. It's measured by the purity of authenticity. What seems simple on these streets is a symphony of flavors at every turn, where history is served on a plate and the most revolutionary experiences are tasted one bite at a time. Like that first time standing before 12 volcanoes, feeling so unique. Or those giants in the middle of the desert who have waited thousands of years just to keep sharing their story with you. Here, vineyards stretching to the horizon are just part of everyday life. Dance, sail, run, and ride. That's a decision you can make at any moment of your trip. Let the wind guide you, the horizon inspire you, and the journey transform you. Here, what seems ordinary, like crossing a desert, enjoying the sea, and watching the sunset from a forest, is truly a treasure. This isn't just a place, it's a feeling. And what is just part of daily life for us? For you, it's an invitation to an unforgettable journey. Baja California, where the ordinary is extraordinary.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
Mic check.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 6th SCORE Baja 400. I'm your host, Brandon Johnson. I'll be bringing you all the exhilarating action happening down in Ensenada. With me today is 5-time off-road champion. It was the first ever truck class champion in both SCORE and Best in the Desert. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Heidi Steele.
Good morning.
Yay, there's Heidi Steele. And at the other end of the desk, we have another professional Baja champion and also a motion picture stuntman, BFG ambassador, Rich Minga's in the house.
Thanks for having me.
How are we doing, buddy? And with us all live stream is going to be SCORE Journal, from the SCORE Journal Action Desk is going to be Pro ATV UTV 5-time SCORE champion, 6-time Baja 1000 winner, Wes Miller. Wes, how we doing up there, buddy?
Doing good, man. Looking forward to this race. Yeah, the bikes are out there. Already have some good racing going out on the course, so really looking forward to this.
Good stuff. Now, we're going to be doing something interesting this particular race with the tracking. Can you talk to us a little bit about our new tracking system we'll be using?
Yeah, so for the trophy trucks, there's a new app called Racing Redefined. And this will be the first race that we're really utilizing it, and it should give us the exact locations of all of the trucks as well as their timing splits, which will be a real game changer if we know exactly what the timing splits are for each vehicle. And I think that's going to be some really groundbreaking technology.
Awesome, awesome. Thanks, Wes. Well, let's head over to the live stream schedule for the day, and we'll take a look at what we got. We got the Moto Quad start that happened around 5 or so this morning, and then followed by the 4-wheel start at 10 a.m. The estimated Moto finish around 1, and then the 4-wheel finish around 4. Going back to the 4-wheel start, we'll have the flag ceremony, we'll have the honor guard, and sort of the ceremonial start. That'll happen around 9, but the actual timing will begin at Rancho Nelson around 10 a.m. or so. So with that, bikes have been off and racing. We don't have a ton of bikes this particular. Usually we have around 50 or 60. This time we got about 29 entries. Out the gate right now, Tyler Lynn's looking good, followed by Arturo Salas. We can see some of the other teams here that are going to be entered. I think if I look what we got right now, it looks like Tyler Lynn has already entered into the race mile 225 area, and maybe ahead by 2 minutes, 2:25 ahead of Arturo Salas' team, the 1X team. So we'll see how that plays out. And here's a look at the actual start from this morning. Rise and shine, if you will.
Excited. I talked to them. They had a good night.
You can hear a little bit of everybody getting ready to go. And what do you think's going through his head right here? What is he thinking? Do a little jump in his mind, Heidi. What's going on?
Well, I mean, your nerves in the beginning are usually pretty, like your anxiety level is pretty high. So I think he's probably trying to just calm himself and recognize that he needs to stay focused. I mean, 400 miles is not an easy feat. So you've got to say right away, okay, this is going to be a long race. I need to pace myself, so I'm going to get out there and, use my skills.
Yeah, right. All right, cool. Let's listen in real quick to Arturo Salas up next here on the 1X team.
And Kieran and Iran are sharing the duties. They're splitting it up 3 ways. There's Arturo Salas on the 1X. We got the 15X now, Eric Holt. He's out in Nevada, he's ready to go. He was here bright and early. And that's our top 3 of the Pro Moto Unlimited. Now we're moving down to our Pro Moto 30 class. You're looking at Jason Alosi out of Reno, Nevada. Shane Shomo, Tucker Hopkins sharing the duty on that Honda. Baja Bound Insurance and Quality Transport among their sponsors. Up next is 324X, Edgar Nahar out of Mexicali, Baja California. Rodolfo Patron, Oswaldo Moncado, and Jesus Gonzalez sharing the duties. New Tech Plumbing among their main sponsors. Now we're going into our Pro Moto 40. Right now you're looking at Shane Esposito out of Canyon Lake, California. Quality team here with Francisco Septian, Renee Magana, Jason Miller, and Jim O'Neill sharing the duties. Now we're into our Pro Moto Limited class out of Marietta, Georgia. There will be Luis Alberto, Omar Rose, Fabian Baez, and Thorin Devlin. Southern Honda Power Sports, their main sponsor. 116X is next. David Navarro out of Tecate, Baja California. Jason Lopez, Ezra Garcia, and Seth Johnson sharing the duties. Baja California. You got 122X. Ricky Conradi out of Santee, California. Tommy Lee Crow, Jonathan Mateo Levinson, Juan Esteban Miranda sharing the duties on that bike. Bun Boy Racing, Off-Road Warehouse, their main sponsors. Up next, we have 119 Anna Rivas. Talked to her yesterday. She didn't have many words, but she's excited and ready to go. Jorge Ricef, Christian Romo, Hector Rojas, and Lorenzo Fergosa sharing duties on that yacht. Good luck, Anna. She's underway. Now we're into our Pro Moto. Out of Temecula, California is Mike Prunty, Lester Lehigh, Jason Tripp, Arnhem sharing duties on Elbows Up Racing, BBLA, and Mike's Precision Welding. Now we're into our Pro Moto 60 class. Every one of these drivers are 60 years older. Defending class champion Harold Harris, California. Jeff Miller and Scott McGrain, Husqvarna. Fresno Roofing, Baja Bound Insurance among their sponsors. Now we're moving over to our Ironman class. These guys are riding the whole way by themselves. There's 7 entries in this year's Ironman. First off, out of Coahuila, Alejandro Marmoleo. On that Husqvarna right there. M400 Express. Now on a Johnson City, Texas right here, we have Kyle Phoenix on 725X. Sponsoring that Honda are PCD, Phoenix Racing, and KKCH.
He's off to the races. Well, there we saw a nice little replay from this morning. You know, Rich, we were talking yesterday about, you know, what it takes just to get the person on the bike, what it takes to get the person behind the wheel. It takes a village, a team, you know. And you can see right there, I mean, they must have got there, I don't know how early this morning. They're taking off roughly around 4:45, 4:50 in the morning. There's a healthy group of people down there. There's some fans down there. I mean, it is a production just to get these guys off the starting line.
Brandon, you're right. You know, absolutely. I think that the bike rider is just such a small part of the team. Yeah. Like there's so many things going on, and they're all getting ready for the granddaddy, the Baja 1000, the SCORE Baja 1000. But most of all, these guys, they have this huge preparation. The team, the prep, and the bike is just, the bike and the rider are such a small part of the whole chase crew and preparation.
You mentioned, oh, here we go. Here we got some more footage here at race mile 120 of the 7X bike going off. Some great footage. I'm going to say that's probably Andy Kirker sending us some great stuff. And sun is up, so from dark to light.
They're getting the shadows, those early morning shadows.
Looks like Tyler Lynn's on his way. Can that be a little more challenging with those shadows, or is it just like golden hour? And
absolutely.
And here's still 7X. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Shadows do play a part in
yeah.
the evening and in the early morning.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's harder to read the terrain or see a rock.
See a rock.
Or differentials.
Judge any kind of divots, any kind of whoops, whatever it may be.
Heidi knows we adjusted our times. We adjusted our driving always
Here's 1X,
considering.
120 mile.
Yeah, the first thought that came to my mind is that, you know, a rock could be in the shadow and you wouldn't even see it.
Well, especially in a situation like this when you're in some nice even shade and then you come out into bright sunlight like that. Wrong time, wrong curve.
Yeah.
Just, it's in a second, you're endo.
And sometimes when the sun's coming up or the sun's going down, you get a little bit blinded if you're looking straight at it. So that's a challenge.
Yeah, always good to be on your toes, not your heels, as they say. Well, great footage from Andy Kirker team. Thanks, guys. Great to see Tyler and Arturo, the 1X, 7X team, battle in and out per usual. And then right before, you know, can't count out Eric Holt as well. He's always a heavy competitor.
Yeah.
So that's going to be nice to see how that plays out.
Yeah, it's kind of exciting. It looks like right now, so Tyler and Arturo Salas' team are only a minute apart.
Yeah.
And they're about 3 hours into the race. So that's
tight.
That's tight. But they're also stacked up in the order that they have the points championship. So
Yes.
Tyler Lynn, 7X being first in points, and then the Arturo Salas team being second in points, and then third is Eric Holt. So it's interesting to see that.
It's very interesting to see that, but at the same time, I mean, I think it just adds more fuel to the fire, so to speak, more to the competition, more. I mean, this is what these guys are all about, anyways.
Yes.
They like it, helps push each other. So it's still lots of race to go. It's going to be great, very exciting, but awesome to see these guys out there tearing up the desert.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. One thing that, going back to the amount of people that we don't have as many bikes, and sometimes for a race like the 400, maybe some of these teams, it's not always cheap to come down here, so they want to conserve it a little bit, and then if they're going to lean into it, they'll really lean into the 1,000. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's true. And then a lot of these competitors are on the points chase, so they're going to be competing in all the events, so they can not only prepare their team more. And their riding ability and their pre-run and everything.
Yeah,
so,
if you're not in it for the points, then it doesn't necessarily make sense to come down and do it. Obviously, it's an amazing experience, but why not hold that experience and lean into the 1,000?
Yeah, save that money and come to the 1,000 and come with full force.
Yep.
Yep.
Good stuff. Good stuff. What else we got here? I would say I could check in perhaps with Mr. Miller up top at the sports desk, action desk. Wes, you got any new details coming in yet, or are we still on hold?
Yeah, so I've been talking with Mark Samuels, who's as leader of the 7X team. They're actually on the sportsman cutoff right now. They've got a pretty solid lead over Arturo Salas. Through the last timing loop, looked like they had about a 7-minute lead, and they're looking good. It's Tyler Lynn and Carter Klein are the two riders.
Okay.
They're going to do a rider change around race mile 250, so like Llano, Colorado area. Basically, Tyler will take it across a crossover road, and then Carter will bring it home. I think that team's looking pretty solid. You know, Arturo Salas, his team, the 1X, they'll keep him honest, but right now 7X looks like they're doing a pretty good job of going undefeated right now.
Yeah.
So, you know, one of the things is that I think we should probably explain right now is that they just took the moto and quad cutoff. So we actually have a little piece where I was out there on the course, and we can take a look at that right now and show the differences between the moto and the sportsman four-wheel course versus the four-wheel pro course.
2025 Baja 400 race course is actually 3 separate courses. You have the four-wheel pro course, you have the sportsman four-wheel course, and then you have the pro and sportsman moto and quad course. The vast majority of it is all the same, but there is a cutoff going up the Mike's Road. You get to the 6-mile cutoff, and right here, this is where it joins back in. What they're doing is trying to give the motos and quads a little bit of an area to gain some time on the lead four-wheel vehicles, as well as making it easier on the sportsman four-wheel vehicles. From Mike's to Simpsons and then to where we're at here, there's a lot of really technical terrain through there. So yeah, they're trying to make it easier for those guys. The sportsman four-wheel vehicles, this is the only deviation. For the motos and quads at the finish from Ojos to Rancho Nelson, they also take a different course. It's a little bit to the north more, and it's got a few more miles to it. Basically, that's so if the four-wheel leaders are battling, say our trophy trucks are coming into Rancho Nelson, that way they don't catch slower quads and motorcycles and have them in the way as they're battling for the win. That's actually where Tyler Lynn is at right now, is on that cutoff that we just showed.
Wow.
Which you could see if you don't do that cutoff and you head up all the way to Mike's. After Mike's, it is really tore up. At qualifying, I was talking with Bryce Menzies, and he was saying that he thought it was the roughest it had been there in quite some time. So yeah, the rain that they've gotten, which when I went down and pre-ran about 2 weeks ago, it was pretty tore up, but I know that they got more rain, and the rain washes a lot of the soil and the dirt away from the rocks and exposes them. So I think it's gotten even worse. And then you've got 2 weeks of people pre-running on it, which can really make the ruts a lot deeper. I know I've been hearing a lot of the new areas out on the course, the silt has gotten really bad. Especially over on the coast. There were some new sections down by Colonet, and it has gotten, like Rob Mack was saying, that some of the ruts are so deep that he thought he was going to get stuck. I actually saw some shots of trucks getting stuck.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how they get through there.
Yeah, it will. I remember Christopher Polvardi talking about that siltiness down by the coast as well. We'll get into it much further down the line when it comes to the actual course. I mean, Wes, you've been just cranking out so many amazing videos about the course itself. Very tight technical course and stuff. It'll be interesting to see how people navigate at least the first 65, maybe 70% of this course, and then the back end could get really exciting as it kind of opens up and starts to get going on that. So there is much more to come in a little bit here. We're gonna jump to a break, but we'll be back with more Baja 400 right after this. Don't go anywhere.
We're here in Patagonia, fly fishing, off-roading, making new friends, hanging out with old friends.
One of the things I love about BF Goodrich, besides their amazing tires, is the way they are teaching people to tread lightly.
People who explore the outdoors, they're the best stewards of that land. They do it for their children, for their grandchildren.
You don't need a map to find your community. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
I've tested everything.
But this was a sound. It could change direction like that. Speeds not of this earth. I don't know if he's sold Wes clearance on H2. But then again, yeah, I'd just drive the damn thing.
Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. The ride's really good. Cross the road now. Copy that.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the SCORE Baja 400. We were just chatting here about, well, we were going through a little bit about the course, and before we went to break, we were saying how, you know, the front end of this is very tight and technical, and then it kind of blows out, and we're going to start to make our way more into discussions on trophy trucks and all these kinds of things. But since we've got Heidi Steele with us, I'm curious, does Cameron have any new strategies or anything in place for this particular race? Has he shared anything, or do you not want to give those secrets away?
Can't give any secrets away, but no.
Okay.
No, but he did say about the course.
Yeah.
There's some new course in the beginning, and so I know that it's really technical between like race mile 80 and race mile 100, and then between like race mile 105 to 115, it's like really tight. The trophy trucks will probably get down to an average speed of 30 miles per hour in that section. So
gotta drive them crazy.
That it will drive them crazy, and it's going to be hard for them to really contain themselves and get through it. So hopefully all of them can, you know, kind of hold out until they get, you know, closer to the Pacific side, where I think the course is really going to open up.
You race east to west.
Yeah.
On something like this. Yeah. You know, I keep thinking too, like strategy-wise, Wes was just alluding earlier about how this course has sort of been changing over the last 2 weeks or so, through weather, through pre-running, through all these kinds of things. And once you're out there, you can kind of see what you're dealing with, but an experienced driver is really going to know how to kind of adapt to something like that. What are sort of maybe some of the dangers to those that are less experienced, don't have the opportunity to pre-run? What could they face on a course like this?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I know when I was racing, especially in my early days when I started in sportsman and then the limited truck classes, you would see a lot more mistakes.
Right.
You know, even off the start, people were hitting ruts and ripping a wheel off in the beginning of the race. And so it's true. The more experience you have and the more you see the course and prepare for the course, the better you're going to do in the race.
Right, right. Preparation. It's all about that. Well, one thing that is prepared right now is the flag ceremony and honor guard. So let's go down to Ensenada for that.
El acero apresad y el bridón, y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Ciña, oh patria, tus sienes de oliva, de la paz del arcángel divino, que en el cielo tu eterno destino, el dedo de Dios se escribió. Mas se os sale un extraño enemigo, con su plantas tus celos. Pienso, patria querida, que el cielo un soldado en cada hijo te dio, un soldado en cada hijo te dio. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero apresado y el bridón, y retiembla en sus centros la tierra, y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Fuerte el aplauso y viva México.
Here we go. Looks like some nice weather down there. That's always good to see, right?
Yeah. I heard it was a little bit gray this morning there,
Okay.
so kind of like, yeah,
well,
cloudy.
Mother Nature can be unpredictable.
Yes.
And, but that's not anything new for competitions like this. Yeah. So, good stuff. Reflecting back on what happened before the 400, going back to the 500 and what an epic finish it was between that battle between Price and Ampudia. Really, really exciting. And we have a really fantastic package, some of the highlights of what Alan went through to get to the podium. Let's check it out.
This is how to be a champion. Can you hear the people shouting out? Champion. If you feel it, then just say it loud. Champion, 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 champion. Tell them what it is.
Oh man, it was an eventful day. As you can see, I'm a little muddy, all wet, but yeah, happened a little bit of everything. Lost front wheel drive early on in the race between Ojos and Valley T. Also had a problem with my brakes. Also early on at our first pit in Valley T, we didn't have pressure from behind. Decided to take our time and try to fix the brakes. It helped for a little bit, but the brakes were kind of gone towards halfway through Mike's. And from there, we just try to click off miles, not make any mistakes, since the truck is so different driving without front wheel drive. It slides a lot. The back end just wants to get let loose and have some fun. But yeah, we try to control the beast the whole time. Right after check one before sinking Keen, Tavo and Luke hit the same rock. I remembered it, thankfully, and I missed it. And yeah, they were both literally sitting right next to each other. Went by them, and Toby and Paul were like 5 minutes ahead, so we just try to keep that gap all the way through St. Quintin, and then on the coast we let her open up and, you know, try to run our pace and reel Paul wheel in, and at the end, man, it was so fun battling with them. Once, I think they got a flat, and then we got on their dust, and man, with the sun in your face, the dust out of really dark visor, I couldn't see a thing. But I mean, that just adds, you know, a little bit of more flavor to the victory, and really happy to be here. Yeah, stoked to get my first Baja 500 win in a trophy truck class.
What a fantastic season thus far for Alan Ampudia. What a fantastic just Baja 500 end to that. That was just one of my favorite conclusions. It was a nail biter, and it's such a tough one for Toby and Paul. But, you know, it's not that Alan wasn't facing his own challenges through those last 100 miles or so, too, right?
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. That's why you should never give up. Like, you've got to be on your game till you see that checkered flag.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And, you know, if anybody can do it, it's certainly Alan, too. So really, really exciting to see Alan chewing up, ripping up the terrain as well. But more will be revealed. We'll see if Toby will use that as some fuel and not let that happen again. Anyways, in the spec class, once again, Justin Davis climbed to the top to win the Baja 500. So let's take a look at some of those highlights.
Well, we're a little muddy. Farmer decided to block the field and make us go through it. I don't know how we made it, but we made it. We caught around Spy early, and then McNeil was having some problems up in Mike's. We got around him, and then our pits were on point. Nobody got around us all day. Abdali was at our back door for pretty much the whole race until coming into Santa Tomas. We had one flat right here at the finish. I caught a rock, and it's not what I want to do after 420 miles to change a tire, but everything pre-running and knowing the miles and all the experience paid off today. This is my 4th win, and I couldn't win this race forever, and now they seem to come easier. So who knows? Now we got to go try to win the 400 that I can't even seem to finish. We're excited to try to end this season with a win in the points championship.
Tip of the hat to the Green Army team. Justin Davis looking sharp. I think we may have, you know, we'll see a battle today in the spec class with Justin. What do you guys think?
Well, I think he's chasing the points. He's the points leader right now, and he's got not a lot to gain, but he's got a lot to lose.
Ooh, interesting. The fear of loss.
Yep.
How will that creep into the subconscious and affect you?
He needs to finish no matter what. Yeah. He can't be chasing that victory as much as he is that podium.
Right, right.
It's interesting, too, because McNeil is starting ahead of him. Yep. And, you know, there's 1 minute starts and then he's 1 minute behind. So those two are going to be going head to head.
They'll be nipping at each other's heels. And again, going back to input of Toby, you know, Alan got that on adjusted time. You know, that's how he got it. You have to finish the race no matter what. But boy, when you've got the pressures of points and then you've got competitors, you got a Davis McNeil battle happening here. And we're going to have like mini battles, I think, happening all throughout this course, right? It's not just the up front. It's when we talk about points, how important it is to land where you need to be.
Yeah, and especially in that most competitive class. You know, one of the most competitive classes out there right now is this trophy spec.
Yeah.
So that's pretty exciting.
Yep.
I'm hoping Justin doesn't get in his own head, because you heard him say on that clip
He's
that
like,
I've never finished a 400.
So. Don't jinx yourself. Maybe he's got a lucky rabbit's foot in his pocket. I don't know. Well, when it comes to luck, boy, there is certainly one person that's got a rabbit's foot this big, and that's got to be Gus Sr. He has powered his way to his 14th straight victory in the Trophy Truck Legends class at this year's Baja 500. We'll see if he can make it 15th for 400. But let's take a look at some clips from the 500 for Gus.
Hello, I'm Ricky Johnson, driving in the 1L. Teammate Gus Milodosla. I'm going to do the start. We're at the Baja 500. As they say, we'll see at the scales. That means we'll be in top 3. See you at the finish line. It was pretty much clear sailing, no flats. The track was challenging. Very physically demanding, mentally demanding. It says a lot just to finish this race.
Ricky started and gave me a truck in perfect shape, and here we are. Didn't stop at all, never unbuckled, so I would consider it a very, very clean, very good race. We made number 14, and we're very, very glad to have done it. So, sure, we're going for the 15th. Everybody get up.
All right, what a pair. Undefeated, boy, I'll tell you what. No, talk about pressure. Is there anybody that's going to challenge these guys? Who could it be?
It could be Larry Rossler.
And there's a story that we need to talk about too at some point. You know, like he's been a little quiet lately. We got to get Rossler up in the mix, right?
Yeah, that would make it make it more fun, right? We want to see some competition.
I'm always having fun, but I mean, Larry's such an OG. He's just such a phenomenal, incredible, experienced, mature driver. So he's due.
Yeah.
I think he's due.
Yeah. But that team of Ricky Johnson and Gustavo, I mean, it's unbelievable.
And the fact that Ricky's always handing, like Gus said, you know, he hands me over a perfect truck. So, you know, he's a skilled driver, so he's not bringing over, it's not too hammered up or anything like that. And then Gus is able to take it home, no problem.
Yeah, and they're usually way up front too.
Yeah.
They're running in the top 5 usually.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
There's no slouch
they're up in the qualifying, right? 7?
Yeah, Ricky.
Yeah. They were up there. They're in the top 10, which is amazing.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Well, somebody else that's amazing, Mr. Cameron Steele. Mr. Cameron Steele, boy, I'll tell you what, in our new 2-wheel drive trophy truck class, Cameron Steele became our very first winner at the Baja 500. So let's take a look at how he did it.
We had a great day, you know. Dave did a good job driving the second half. For us, you know, in the first half is very technical, tedious, fun though. You know, it's always a great time in Baja. The people are just so accommodating. All the fans waving and cheering and yelling and just so stoked. And that's what racing's all about, being able to be out there and see the excitement, not just from the race car, but everybody around it. There is some battling, and it's fun to do that, and be able to come out on top unofficially is pretty cool. I think the
You know, back-to-back wins in the two-wheel drive is cool. Being top 5 overall, we like that better. And it's just fun to be down here racing in Baja and having good success. And you know, the Monster Energy Yokohama number 16. I think the truck was better than us today, so that's always a good thing. Yeah, thank you guys.
So has Cameron been a little more nicer around the home? Has he been a little in better spirits per se? Not that he's never not that way, but
yeah, no, I think he's pretty stoked. I mean, he came out and won the San Felipe 250 in the two-wheel drive, and then Baja 500. We're excited about this race. I can't believe we're to the 3rd race of the year.
Yeah.
But the results of the 500 too, I think he was 4th overall. So even though they've divided the two classes, he still has a chance to race for overall.
Absolutely.
And then getting first in your class is amazing.
And that's got to boost him around. It's got to give him a little more confidence, you know, maybe behind the wheel today. Do you think he would take a little, some more chances now? He's a little more confident, or is he still just going to rely on his experience for a course like this?
Yeah, I think he's going to be somewhat reserved because I think that's what's giving him the success.
Okay.
Is
not pushing,
not being too aggressive.
Okay. Interesting, interesting. Good stuff. Well, we'll see how that plays out. Let's shoot up to the SCORE Journal Action Desk with Wes Miller. Wes, what are your thoughts?
Well, so every race I kind of come up with my storylines for that event. So I want to kind of talk about what I think are going to be some of the major storylines for this Baja 400. First of all, Alan Impudia, he's coming in undefeated. Can he continue this winning streak that he's been on? I think he's looking really good. You know, he qualified 2nd. He's sitting in a very good position to pull off a win here, but he's got some pretty steep competition. Second, Toby, Price, and Paul Wheel, can they beat Alan this time? You know, there was a heck of a race at the 500. It came down to the wire. Paul got a flat in the last 50 miles of the race or so, and that ended up costing him the win. Can they come back? Toby threw down a heater in qualifying. You know, I think he qualified by 6 seconds, it looks like, about faster than the rest of the class, which is, pretty impressive because everyone else was only a couple seconds apart. Right. So to have that gap from 1st to 2nd was huge for Toby. Third, Christopher Polvarde. How is he going to respond to what happened at the 500? I talked to him, during that race and then also prior to the race a few days ago and at qualifying. And I think he's taking it really good. What I really like about it, he's young, he's still learning, but he took accountability. He said, hey, I screwed up, it was my fault, I've got to learn and move forward. And I almost kind of felt like he didn't want to qualify first because at the 1,000 and the 500, he qualified first. He had that pressure of leading the pack. Right. I think sitting in 3rd is a good place for him because he can kind of let Toby and Alan set the pace, lay back, and just kind of learn and then work his way up, if he can make a move.
Wes, so, did Chris talk at all about just more from a psychological place? I mean, he hasn't really finished a race since last year's 400. I mean, is that grinding on him at all? Did he speak to that at all?
Yeah, I actually did an interview with him that I think we'll show a little bit later, and we kind of get into that. But that's definitely something. I wanted to know what did he learn from these experiences. And I think just Baja has a way of doing this where it's gonna kick you, and then it's gonna kick you while you're down, and then it's gonna kick you again while you're down, and you just kind of learn. And then I think what happens with a lot of racers is then it just kind of all clicks. And once it all clicks, that's where I think once Christopher gets that first big win under his belt in Baja, I could see him just being unbeatable for quite a while.
Wes, when did it click for you?
When we were racing quads, we literally went about 10 years where we would be leading races and then have a mechanical problem, something would happen. I actually told Chris about this where one time we were leading the 500. It was going to be my first 500 win. I had a line and there was another line next to it, and one went off a cliff and one was the fast line. and there were some spectators there, and I went off and I broke my leg.
Oh.
And but then we came back after that and we won. And then we won, like we went undefeated for like 3 years.
Wow.
And that's kind of where I think Chris is kind of at that point of he's learning his lessons, and it's just at some point it's going to all come together, and then I think he's going to be very, very formidable out there.
Right.
So the other storylines here is, Bryce is back. He didn't race the 500. He got hurt at the 250, and we have an interview with him as well. So we'll talk about that. But, is Bryce 100%? He said he's doing pretty good. I think he's got a little bit of a backup plan of if he does get tired during the race, someone else may hop in. But I think he's going to try to do the whole race. And, he's won the last 4 Baja 400s. So can he make it 5 in a row? Bryce is, kind of the guy to beat in this race. Just he's not coming in after a strong performance at the 500. He actually sat out the 500. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out for him. The other things I see is, how is this new start order going to affect things? Because in qualifying now, we ran trophy trucks, the legends, the specs, and class 1, and they all start in the order that they qualified. That's different, as well as they're in 1-minute intervals. So it used to go trophy trucks, trophy legends, and then the trophy were 1-minute intervals at the start, and then everybody else was 30 seconds. Now you're gonna have ones and specs mixed in there too. So we've got, I think, like the top 62 starters are gonna leave Rancho Nelson in 1-minute intervals. Okay. So like I was talking with Jason McNeil, who's one of the top trophy spec drivers, and he was saying that he thought that was going to be really cool because they wouldn't be so stacked up. And I think that we may see some trophy specs finish even higher overall than normal, as well as a class 1. You could see a class 1 finish higher than we've seen in quite some time.
Right.
Then in the UTV class, can the Razor Factory team stay undefeated? Since the formation of that program, they've been undefeated in SCORE, and Brock Hager is undefeated this year for that team. So are they going to be able to continue that? The course is really tight and technical, and I think it's going to favor UTVs. So I want to keep an eye on how high can a UTV finish overall.
Right.
When I was doing the pre-run, I actually said I thought a UTV could potentially end up in the top 5. And now with the 1-minute intervals, the specs and everyone are going to be a little bit spread out ahead of them, and I think that will help somebody like Brock Hager move through the pack. So that'll be interesting to watch. And then just the other thing is 7X, are they going to continue to dominate? So those are the things I want to watch, and I think this is going to be a great race. It's a super technical course. I think it's going to favor people that have that technical driving skill. It's not wide open out there at all. I think our overall speeds are going to be lower. So, we'll see how it all plays out today.
Awesome. Great job, Wes. Thank you for that. Well, we've been talking a lot about the course, and we've got a map video for you guys. Let's check it out. Look at the course and see what the world's best desert racers will be facing in the 6th SCORE Baja 400, the 3rd round of the 2025 SCORE World Desert Championship. This epic race unfolds in the stunning and historic terrains of Ensenada, Baja California, covering approximately 427 miles of diverse and challenging landscape. The race kicks off along the Boulevard Costero of Ensenada for the ceremonial start. They will travel at normal traffic speed along Federal Highway number 3. A full stop is required at Rancho Nelson, where the official timing for all desert racers will begin. From there, the racecourse heads toward the traditional racing area of Ojos Negros. Following a clockwise direction, the course continues toward kilometer 77, then briefly rejoining Federal Highway number 3 at kilometer 79. There, it exits toward a section of the Pine Forest and Sierra de Juarez, an area not featured in a SCORE International race since 2022. The racecourse leads racers through the Santa Catarina and Jamao Ejidos, where we find BF Goodrich Pit 1. Next, racers descend via the famous Goat Trail and rejoin Highway number 3 near Valle de la Trinidad for several miles. They will then exit for a thrilling stretch towards Mike's Sky Ranch. From there, racers will descend Simpsons Trail. head toward Leandro Valle, and continue through the crossover, emerging onto Federal Highway number 1 near Llano, Colorado. The race course then continues to Rancho Santa Martha in San Vicente and reach BF Goodrich Pit 2, before all competitors head towards Sarasolo. From Sarasolo, the race course descends to Punta Colinet, where it makes a wide loop, crossing the San Vicente Wash and passing through Arandira, Punta Cabras, and the beach at La Calavera. The course then descends into Santo Tomas, where it rejoins Federal Highway number 1 to Europan. From there, the path leads back towards Ojos Negros, before heading to the timing gate at Rancho Nelson. From there, all competitors will travel to the finish on Ensenada's Boulevard Costero. As they push through the course, racers will encounter a blend of fast-paced sections and demanding terrain. Brace yourself. This is Baja racing at its peak, the ultimate desert trial of skill, stamina, and grit. Baja racing at its peak, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready to go? So a little bit ago, Wes was talking about the technicality of this course and how it will favor drivers who are skilled with that technicality. Who are some of the more technical drivers that stand out to you guys?
Ooh.
Experience.
I mean, experience.
The time.
Rob Mack. I mean, obviously, guys like that. Anybody else comes to mind that is always like, they're going to be able to get through this.
Rob Mack was the first person that crossed my mind.
It's all of ours.
Yeah, but I think there's others. I mean, I think Luke's going to be really good.
Sure.
So he's pretty calculated, very skilled. So I wouldn't underestimate him at all. I think there's a lot of good drivers actually.
Wes, what do you think?
Well, I mean, like Heidi just said, there are a lot of good drivers here. I think in speaking with Bryce, he felt like the technical course suited his driving style. Mm-hmm. I think Toby Price is just all of his experience on dirt bikes. Mm-hmm. He's just really good at reading terrain and picking his way through. I also think, I always say, if you're a champion dirt bike or like say quad rider, you are good at and you have a long career, you're good at not making mistakes, because if you make a mistake on a dirt bike or a quad, you're going to get hurt. You're not going to have a very long career. So mm-hmm. I think that people that have that background, that really helps. But, I think you've got a murderer's row with Toby, Alan, Pulvarde, Luke, even Lofton, Robbie Gordon, RJ, Bryce, Harley Lettner, and Kevin Thompson. Rob Mack.
That first 10 is just nuts.
It's the list goes on and on. So, one thing you guys were talking about with the trophy legends, RJ and Gus have been basically dominating that class the last 3 years. I think they've won 14 in a row at this point. Mm-hmm. So if they can get this win, it's going to be 15. And the way RJ qualified, he's looking good. But, Rossler is teamed up with Payne, and he's actually, before he was in a two-wheel drive trophy truck, and, Larry is one of the most experienced drivers and riders down here, and I think has the most wins of just about anyone. But he was in a two-wheel drive trophy truck. Now he's in a Mason, mm-hmm. so he's, bringing a gun to the gunfight. Mm-hmm. But in qualifying, he just hasn't really been on pace with RJ and Gus. And I kind of asked him, hey man, I was really expecting you to come out here and give RJ and Gus a run for their money. What's going on, man? And he felt like it's been taking him a little while to adjust to the all-wheel drive. He mm-hmm. said he's just had to learn to really trust it, because the all-wheel drive pulls you through the corners so much harder, and you can just throw it into corners. Mm-hmm. And then just getting suspension and everything kind of dialed. But he felt like that this race, that the technical course was going to really play to his driving style. And, again, as a dirt bike guy, that dirt bike background, mm-hmm. just like Toby, where I think Rossler has that experience, he can really work his way through. He's starting a little further in the pack, but he'll be someone to watch. And I would love to see some more competition kind of in that Trophy Legends class.
Right.
So we'll see what they can do and if he can actually give those guys a little run for the money.
Yeah, and I'm curious too, as far as Baja 400 being almost a litmus test as he steps into that new Mason truck, maybe he's just, again, to his point, I'm just trying to get it dialed in. So he'll get through this one, and then we'll see what he brings to the 1000. That'll be really interesting. So, here we go. We are doing a little star watch here for the moment down here in Ensenada. So you guys will have a live feed happening there. And then here's our starting grid. So as Wes said, Murder's Row, 1 through 10, from Price all the way down to Lawrence, boy. And then look at, Gustavo's up in 7th place. Our starting grid there in 7th place, which is exciting and good to see. And then 11 through 20 here, we got Rob Mack, who we were just talking about, all the way down to Gaunt. So, everybody in there is fantastic competitors, drivers, and we will, time will tell to see who does challenge Gus and Ricky. To move into the Legends class, what is it, 50 and above? Is that how you get in there? Is that what qualifies for a Legend?
I think it's 50.
Is it?
And you have to be you have to be the minimum age in order to drive.
In order to drive,
yeah,
right?
Your navigator can be much younger, but as a driver.
As a driver, so, we'll see. We'll see if there'll be some new people entering in that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe so, but more will be revealed. So we are, moments away, hopefully, from our ceremonial start. And again, another clear, sunny day, so that's good. No rain. Gosh. So why don't we get into some picks since we're talking about stuff. I am still going to go with my man Toby Price on this one. I think he got shafted in the last one.
Oh yeah.
He's always impressive in qualifying. He always crushes. I don't want to take away anything from all the other drivers. There's something about him and the way he drives and what he and Paul bring to this competition that I absolutely love. And going back to what Wes said, his experience on a bike, his ability to travel the world, to take on all different kinds of terrains and all these kinds of things. I think those guys are due, but anything can happen, as we saw in the 500. So that's who I'm thinking for trophy trucks. Where are you guys at?
Well, I have really mixed feelings about this one, but I'm going to go with Alan as my number 1 pick, and I think Toby's number 2, and I think Luke's number 3 in the trophy truck class. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Sure. That sounds about Rich. What do you think?
Wow. I don't know. As Heidi said, Alan's got so much momentum right now.
He really does.
He's really pulling it off,
Undefeated
and I think he's done very, very well. You got so many good picks. So I think Cristobal Povardi, like Wes was saying earlier,
surprise you.
Once he hits that first win, he's going to have some momentum behind him, and I'm hoping that he has a really good finish, especially after what happened at the last event.
We just hope he finishes.
I'm hoping he has a really good race too. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Because if he does, he's going to be right up there.
Yeah.
And he's going to use that. He'll use that momentum right into the 1000 too, which is exactly what he needs.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Wes, what are your thoughts?
Well, there's quite a few people that I think could pull off the win. I think Toby's going to be really tough to beat with having clean air and being up front. But I think I'm going to say that Povardi makes a rebound here.
He sneaks in.
And actually makes a comeback, gets his first win, and pulls this off.
Awesome.
I think it could go any way between Toby and Paul, Alan, Povardi. I think Luke will be there. I mean, even Lofton. It's
really hard.
It's going to be interesting,
really
but I'm going to
hard.
say we go Povardi, Impudia, Price.
Okay. I dig it.
And then we didn't talk about specs and legends. I'm going to say RJ wins legends, and I'm going to say Jason McNeil in spec.
There we go.
He left out the most important class.
The 2-wheel?
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay, so
I was saving the best for last.
Yeah, 2-wheel. I mean, Cameron's got it sewed up, right?
Of course.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
Let's not jinx him, but no, I mean, yeah, I'd say Cameron's got to be your favorite in the 2-wheel drive trophy truck.
Yeah, he's just like Alan, having a phenomenal season so far, and he's going to take that momentum into this. Was there any kind of new adjustments, anything that they've done that he's done differently, or it's like, it's not broke, I'm not going to fix it? Just run the race.
Yeah, no, there's been a lot of modifications to the truck.
Okay.
Yeah, but other than that, like driver ability, his focus on the race, his strategy for the race, I think is all in alignment.
Good.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
We have a real interesting thing that happened. So the 26T, that was Dave Taylor's trophy truck in the two-wheel drive class. His motor wasn't able to get finished for the event. So they entered a trophy light with Cisco Bio driving with the 26T number so he can have points going towards the Baja 1000 because he's running in third in points behind Cameron. But I thought that was really interesting that they're persevering through a difficult challenge and they're working towards getting, you know, the points and thinking about the big picture and their sponsors and everything else. But they're doing whatever they got to do to make it happen.
Yeah.
Willing to go to any length, right?
Isn't that neat? It's a family sport, and the perseverance is unbelievable to be at any starting line for any of these drivers.
You gotta be strategic.
Hey, let's go down to Ensenada for the start of the race here, for the ceremonial kickoff.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our live coverage here of the 2025 SCORE Baja 400. We are in beautiful sunny Ensenada right now, but everyone's watching to see what's going on right behind me and right here at the start. The trucks are ready to take off. The bikes left this morning at 4:15, and just to give you a little heads up, at 3 hours in, the top two bikes were at race mile 157. But all these trucks are lined up and ready to go. I spoke to a lot of the drivers this morning. They're feeling pretty good. They're loving the weather today. And they think they're going to keep a pretty fast pace. I spoke with Toby Price, a few other guys. I went back and had a conversation also with Christopher Povardi and Justin Lofton. They all seem to be in agreement. They think the pace will be anywhere between 53 to 56 miles an hour, which will be a pretty good pace. You're looking at Toby Price. They're getting ready to take the green flag. He was our fastest qualifier doing the qualifying course in just under 4 minutes. Right behind him is the winner of the Baja 500, Alan Ampudia. And isn't it funny how those guys came in 1-2, Ampudia first, Price second at the 500, and then they qualify the top two spots here. So pretty interesting there. Christopher Povardi is behind in third, and then Luke McMillan followed by Justin Laughlin and Robbie Gordon. So a lot of great quality drivers up front with a lot of skill. Here goes Toby Price. And he's off. Toby's out of Queensland, Australia. Brent Baum and Paul Wheel also in the car with them. And here we are right from Ensenada, Baja California. Number one, Alan Ampudia. Winner of the Baja 500. Go back-to-back in 2 races here and take this 400 crown as well. Now you're looking at the fast young kid everyone talks about. Had a little mishap there at the 500 with the wheel coming off, but out of Heber, Utah, Christopher Povardi. Another one of the cars that everyone's used to seeing down here, the McMillans. That's Luke McMillan out of El Cajon, California. Jason Duncan in the car. Maxton Cronhope and Tyler Canfield as well in that beautiful Mason Motorsports truck. Right now you're looking at truck number 41. That's Justin Lofton out of Lockney, Texas. Another Mason Motorsports truck, those all-wheel drive trucks. Up next here in the number 5 truck out of Bristol, Virginia, that's Robbie Gordon. Max Gordon and Clyde Stacy truck there. Robbie and Max will be sharing the duties in that RPM truck. 1,400 horsepower in that truck. A lot of power. Excellent driver behind. No. Crowd favorite up next, and all this guy does is win. Gustavo Vidosola, Sr. In the Legends class, Ricky Johnson qualified the truck real high, as you see here. Another guy here who is a lot of people's pick to pull this off here, and no surprise if he does. It's number 7. That's Bryce Menzies out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Orrin Anderson navigates for them. They've been running together for a long time. Now out of New Braunfels, Texas, number 70 you're looking at there, that is Kevin Thompson. Harley Lettner also sharing duties. Qualifying was a little different this year. All the classes were together, and here's the first one. Trucks in here. Out of Banning, California, Mikey Lawrence. Certainly a crowd favorite. One of the winningest off-road drivers of all time is up next out of Las Vegas, Nevada. That's Rob McCachran. Rob looks focused and ready, as always. Up next, we have out of St. George, Utah, number 38, Eric Husted. Colton Husted is also sharing the duties in the truck today. That Ford truck. And here's our first trophy spec truck, Jason McNeil in 234. Had a great qualifying. That's why he's up here so far up in the queue here. New qualifying this year, and he certainly took advantage of it. He's up here fast. Jason McNeil, number 234. We're going to have a whole slew of these trophy spec trucks because they all had great qualifying, super close. Justin Davis, the Green Army team. Number 285, they're out of Colton, California. Now you're looking at car number 236. That's Michael Marcel out of Millbrook, New York. Hudson Hall, Matthew Martinez, and Troy Grabowski in there. It's a Brenthal truck. And the Spy Optics truck. Again, another great qualifying. Like I said, all these spec trucks were right bunched together in a row here at qualifying. That's why you're seeing so many specs right now in a row here. Truck number 246 from Somas, California. That's Ben Hagel, Ruben Garcia, Ethan Hagel, and Travis Carrick sharing the duties in that truck today. The GFO truck. Up next, we have a 19 Industries truck, and that's Jordan Dean. The driver record is Jack Olegies, but qualifying here and doing another great job getting him up there in the pack. That's truck number 221. $227, excuse me. Another crowd favorite right here, the Desert Assassins, the one and only Cameron Steele. Qualified second in his class here. He's looking for another great run. He's won the first two races this year for Trophy 2. Count on him to be at the podium at the end of this one as well. Out of San Clemente, California. Cameron's taking the first half to around mile 250 or so, and then Dave Mason Jr. is going to take over. Another 19 Industries entry here. That's E.J. Herbst out of Las Vegas, Nevada. One nine has multiple entries, 3 or 4 trucks this year. Now we're looking at Maverick Gaunt here out of Torrance, California, truck number 42T. And if you guys are kind of new to this and watching, the T means the two-wheel drive trucks. Jason Gaunt, Alex Grabo, and Christopher Johnson sharing the duties in the cab today. Maverick Gaunt. Car number 279 up next out of the city of Orange, California. Cole Harden, Andrew Myers, Eric Harden, Julio Quintero, and Nick Aaron helping out inside the cab today. The GMC truck. Hailing all the way from Fort Davis, Texas, we're looking at Stephen Beal here in that 241. Sendro on the front there. It's another one of the Geyser trucks. Sean Geyser sharing the duties. Up next is certainly someone to keep an eye on. He is very fast. Out of Mexicali, Baja California, it's Roberto Romo Jr. Also in the cab will be his dad, Roberto Romo, Alberto Medina, and Luis Cuevas. In that Ford, the Coast Aluminum Ford you see there. Now you're looking at another Brenthal truck there. 273, that's Jordan Brenthal out of Temecula, California. Sharing the duties will be Abdali Lopez, Jordan Brenthal, Sonny Cazares. I think Abdali's in at the start right now, and Jordan will take over. RJ Stidham there in the 78T truck. Tracy Poole, driver of record in there. Wyatt Willie sharing the duties. Wyatt Wiley. Out of Phoenix, Arizona. Another one of those Brenthal trucks right here, Jonathan Brenthal in Murrieta, California. James Dean sharing the duties. Up next we have truck number 259. That's Matt Winslow out of Clovis, California. Todd Winslow, Trenton Fleck, and Kyle Krikorian on that Mason Motorsports truck. Getting it off the line. Now we got truck number 299, Cade Garcia is driving. That's Charles Dorrance, driver of record. Also sharing the duties today is Pete McLeod and Burt Jenner. Now we have our top Class 1 qualifier up next. Car number 127, that's Cody Parkhouse. I was speaking with Brian yesterday. He's pretty excited. The team is ready. They feel really good about this race. They're excited. They think it's built for their car, so we'll see how that plays out for them. They're out of Long Beach, California. Justin Herman and Eric Sheets sharing the duty at Jimco. Up next from Orem, Utah, number 62T, Ryan Pullman. Gavin Weber, Dodge Pullman, and Luis Dominguez sharing the duties. That Ford truck looks ready to go. Up next we have 228, that's Ryan Hancock out of Yuma, Arizona. Jordan Poole, Dan Fresh, and Evan Weller sharing duties. That Alexander Ford truck. $19T, that's Tim Herbst, the veteran in there, out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Terrible Herbst Motorsports truck there. Jason Montez navigating. Pat Dean's going to take over halfway through with Shane Robinson in the cab. Another 19 Industries truck coming right behind him. That's Brent Fox out of Highland, Utah. Cody Johnson helping out. So now we're looking at Trey Gibbs out of Murrieta, California. Our 34th truck off the line. Ernest Figueroa sharing the duties in the cab. Another one of our legend entries here. 61L, hailing from St. Louis, Missouri. That's David Payne. Larry Rosser is in there sharing the duties, of course, with Kevin Murphy, Tucker Conroy, Jeremy Johnson, Rob Walser, and Skylar Pereira. And that Mason Motorsports truck. A lot of experience in that cab. Another one of our Class 1s. Out of Wilton, California, Dale Eberts, Ezra Eberts, father-son team. And that beautiful Jimco. I noticed there's a lot of families of father-sons and father-daughter teams this year. That's fantastic. Right now we're looking out of Las Vegas, Nevada, in that beautiful Class 1 there, in HMS Class 1. That's Brendan Gaughan. So much experience behind the wheel in that car for him. Every form of motorsports, basically. Mike Montez, Brandon Holly, Jared Ingram, Timmy Wilson, and Jeff Wilson sharing the duties in that South Point Hotel. But it's got the Gold Coast. It's the honor for Walker Evans for the paint job on that today. Very nice. '82T, we're looking at Sam Baldy from Beaumont, California. Jake Johnson, Robert Llewellyn, Brian Morris, Michael Baldy, and Roberto Farias. And that top line industrial truck there. Out of Omaha, Nebraska, that's truck number 230, Neil Drickey, in that SLR truck. Matt Ogman, Joe DeLucci, and DJ Blasco sharing the duties. Truck number 172 out of Upland, California, Jack Grabowski. That GET Performance, GET Performance truck. Truck, Class 1, whatever you want to call it, buggy. Spencer Hillfikers helping out in the cab on that one today. Up next, you got truck number 200 here. You see the number plate in red. That means he's the defending class champion out of Las Vegas, Nevada. That's Thor Herbst. Pierce Herbst will be doing the second half. Navigators are Jeremy Munyon and Trevor Ellingham in that one.
I was just about to say how the Herbst family has entered the conversation. Off there goes Thor. We got EJ and Tim and Thor. They're rocking it out here. So going back to what we've been watching, the ceremonial start. Rich, you were talking about the importance of safety in a very dangerous race. Want to talk more about why we do the ceremonial start?
Well, we have thousands of spectators in Ensenada, and the safety aspect of not sliding around the corners under a clock and being so aggressive, right, in the beginning of the race.
Well, we're in town.
In town. So now you have a ceremonial start, and you have a nominal time to get up to Rancho Nelson and do a regular green flag restart under the clock.
Right.
And I think that's really a great thing that safety has been such a big play. Right. Not just for the spectators, but then they get the excitement and seeing all the trucks.
Get to see them all.
So it's a win-win, right?
Yeah,
and then all the dignitaries and the local people. It's such a great thing for everybody.
Yeah. And so once they leave the ceremonial start, they'll make their way to Rancho Nelson, and then at 10 a.m. is where their official time will start.
That's correct.
Gotcha.
The restart. And the finish line's the same way in reverse.
Yeah.
You finish at Rancho Nelson under the clock, and then you work your way down into town safely, stopping at traffic lights and not blowing through everything, and then getting into the finish line and have the start for the dignitaries and the locals and all the the people. So it's really a neat deal.
We've been showing everybody, you know, the starts down in Ensenada. Please know that if you go to the SCORE International YouTube page, that we'll have a start camera that's there, so you can watch everybody going off the line. So don't think that just because we've entered the competition that you'll miss out on that. But that's only on the SCORE International YouTube page. And while I have your attention, for those of you that are out in the field, if you capture any awesome videos or photos, please tag the Instagram at SCORE International, and we'll try to get those things up. We always try to pepper them in if we can. You guys sometimes have perspectives that we can't necessarily get to, and you capture a lot of valuable content out there, which we love. So at SCORE International, please tag and send in your stuff. Wes, you got anything you'd like to add to the conversation?
Yeah, I mean, we've got the ceremonial start off here. Basically, they're heading to Rancho Nelson. They'll restage, and then the lead, I think 62 trucks, they're going to start in 1-minute intervals. So let's talk about the course that they're going to be going through. Out of Rancho Nelson, it's fairly technical, and there's a little bit of mix of high speed and technical in there, but there are some places that you can make mistakes. Into Ojos Negros. Then from Ojos Negros, that area gets run quite a bit, so it's pretty tore up in there. And you know, there's a lot of deep ruts, off camber, things like that. You've got to just kind of pick your way through. Everyone's gone through there so much. I feel like the majority of the competitors know that area really well. From that point, so race mile 38, you're in Rancho Mezcal. Then in race mile 50 to 55, you're in the Rancho El Pescado area. And they have some new sections through there, which I really liked. Out there pre-running it, it was freshly kind of graded, and it wasn't tore up. So it got you out of sections of the course that have been run so much that they're kind of miserable to go through. So there's a little bit of a breather through that area that I liked. And then you start working your way towards K77, which is the Highway 3 crossing. And at that point, you start heading over to the pine forest. I can actually kind of show this on the map here. I'll go ahead and make this full screen. And let's get to this area so we can kind of show you. So this area right here is where some of the new section is. This gray road, I'll zoom in just a touch. This is Highway 3, which that runs from Ensenada over to San Felipe and Mexicali. It comes into El Chinero, and then you can either go north or south to San Felipe or Mexicali. Where the course really starts to get technical, though, is once you cross the highway and you go past race mile 68, which is like right in this area. That's the Rancho La Vuelta, and this is all pretty new. It's really tight. There's a lot of rocks, and I mean, I ran it in a UTV, and it was tight in a UTV, so I can only imagine in a trophy truck. It's got to be, in speaking to the drivers at qualifying, everybody said that you just got to be really patient through the first about 120 miles because there are a lot of rocks, a lot of bushes. People are concerned about getting stick flats, and because you have those bushes and you can have a stick from one of those bushes or a down tree or something, go through a sidewall and give you a puncture. And I think, you know, if you get a flat that early, you're going to lose so much track position that it's just going to be a killer. I mean, that could literally cost you a win. It'd be hard to make up a flat that early into the race. So through all of this, you're heading up in elevation, up into what we call the pine forest. And right around race mile 97 is the highest point of the course. I think we have a little piece later that we'll show you guys.
You're at about 5,000 feet elevation there, aren't you?
5,205 feet is the highest point of the course. So that's kind of that first 100 miles that they're going to be going through. When I did my course summary after running this thing, I said this course is the triple T. It's tight, twisty, and technical. And I'm kind of sticking with that. It's, there's not a lot of open areas. Going into Mike's, Nuevo Junction, and the coast, those are pretty fast. Other than that, it is tight out there. Yeah. And everything I'm hearing after pre-running is each day it's just gotten rougher, and the silt and the ruts have gotten deeper and deeper, especially over towards the coast, that Colonet area. It's supposed to be really bad. I think all the top trophy truck guys are just telling me, I think Rob Mack said, Saturday, Sunday, pre-running, everything looked pretty good. Monday, it started to get rough. Tuesday, it was getting pretty rough. He said Wednesday, it was just tore up. People were getting stuck all over the place. So we'll have to watch for bottlenecks. You're in some deep canyons there, so there's some potential for some things to be happening out here. We got to keep our eye on it.
Yeah.
But I think let's get back to the start and take a look at what else we got going on there. Yeah,
and great recap, Wes. And one of the other things, too, that's going to make this more interactive is we've got a ton of in-car for this particular, here we go. Multiple vehicles with in-car stuff, great feeds, clear feeds at that. And so when these drivers get into the sections that Wes was just talking about, hopefully we'll be able to see what they're truly going through and what they're really experiencing. And I think, Jose G always tries to bring some variety to every kind of course. And consistently, trophy trucks got the most horsepower. They just ripped through everything. Now, I'm very curious to see how this plays to an advantage, because does a Pro R, does a UTV come up out of nowhere and just is able to push through everything and surprise a lot of people? And in doing so, does it also create, I don't want to say a hazard, but now we've got a mixture that we haven't really seen that often in these areas. Do we have bottlenecks? How does that affect the pace of this course? It'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Right.
Yeah.
Power to weight ratio is really something to take into effect. You got the UTV's dependability and the respect that we have for them now, because they're finishing in that top 10.
Yep.
So it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Yeah, I think, Brandon, to your point, the SCORE does a great job of mixing new sections into these races.
Yeah.
And that's something that I'm just always impressed with, because there are areas that they've got sections that have never been run before. So that was really cool. Coming out of that pine forest, there's some stuff that 2 weeks ago, pre-running it, there was hardly any tracks out on that course. I know it's gotten worn a little bit more now.
Yeah.
But you don't see that a whole lot in these races down here. So that was very cool. And I think this is going to be a really interesting race, because they're just going to be so bunched up in the really first half of this race, because it is so technical. I think it's going to be hard for someone to really gap out on anyone.
Yeah.
I think patience is going to be like the biggest character trait that you need for this type of race, especially given the tight, twisty, and technical.
Yeah, agreed.
It's always like a little bit of a catch-22 to me, because in the tight technical stuff, if you do push hard, I feel like you can make a lot of time there, because everybody can hold the pedal down on a straightaway. But if you've got, you're hitting all your apexes, your exit speed is good in and out of corners, you can make a lot of time, but it's a little bit of a risk versus reward, because if you do clip a rock or you do make a mistake, you get a flat, then all of that effort is wasted. So
right.
I kind of want to watch. I think people like Toby and Alan, and really probably I like what Polvardi is, because Toby and Alan are probably just going to be going flat out.
Yep.
And they're going to be pushing so hard that they might get a flat, and it might fall right into Polvardi's lap.
Yeah, it could happen. And for those of you watching at home too, please know that what you're seeing, a lot of these in-cars, they're on their way to the start. It looked like Toby was there, about to start at the official start line. But just know that we're just kind of showing you some of this in-car as they travel to the start line. And going back to something you spoke about a while back regarding Menzies, You know, the 400 was really his bread and butter. He was racing. He just did so good. Wes, why do you think Bryce always did so great for the 400?
He's got a lot of experience. He's got a lot of miles under his belt now in Baja. They have a extremely solid program. And you know, I think they were one of the first teams that really took pre-running and preparation and all of that to the next level. You know, they go out, he basically pre-runs in a backup race truck.
Yeah.
And he'll have a helicopter over him while he's pre-running. So when they're pre-running, they're basically doing a practice race almost.
Right.
And you know, now there are other teams that do that, but Bryce is one of the first. I think that really upped the game.
Yeah.
Now, and then also just, you know, Bryce has raced short course. He's raced a lot of different types of motorsports. And I think that kind of helps him in the technical areas, as well as he doesn't make a lot of mistakes, and he's a patient driver. And I think he knows, you know, he's a veteran now, so he knows where to push and where not to push, and like where you can make time and where you can't.
Correct. When things tend to go south, it's mechanical. It's not necessarily driver error.
Correct. I think very rarely do you see Bryce make a mental error. It's going to generally be a mechanical problem that takes him out. And that's where I think some of the younger, less experienced drivers, you know, like I hate to throw Polvardi under the bus here, but we watched him qualify first at the 500, and then you know he went 3 corners and ripped the right front corner off the truck.
Yeah.
So you know you can't do that, and I think Christopher is learning that. And that's, you know, we'll see if he kind of puts it all together in this race.
Yeah.
I think he's really close. But in these tight technical races, having experience and just knowing where you can drive hard and where you got to save your equipment is really important.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we will see. We will see. Anything is possible in a course as technical and tight as you said. The three T's, T squared. Tricky, tight, and technical.
I also think for some teams, the 400 and the 500 is kind of their sweet spot.
Yeah.
It's always a loop race versus the 1,000 where it's can be a point-to-point race, but it's a loop race. It's probably the perfect miles for a single driver. Not too many miles. It's still a lot. But I think that some drivers just favor that.
Yeah.
And, you know, logistics for pitting are easier too.
Sure.
You know, I think what's funny is you think of, 400 miles, man, that's a long race. And it is, especially off-road. But most of the competitors treat this as a sprint. And you have, in a race that is this short, compared to like a 1,000, you have no margin for error. Like literally a flat tire, a bad pit, something like that can cost you a win, because you're going to have your lead trucks. I anticipate them being pretty stacked together.
Yeah.
And you know, so you can't, if you lose a couple minutes here or there, that's going to cost you the race.
Yeah.
And it's a sprint, and you got to push as hard as you can. But you can't make any mistakes, and you got to save your equipment.
You have to patiently sprint.
Correct.
If there is such a thing. I guess we'll find out today.
It's very rare that we get a runaway, too.
Yeah.
It's such a tight field. Like Wes was saying, it's been so tight for so many races here in a row. It's been stacked up.
And as we're sitting here talking, you know, we've got Rob Mack on camera, and you know, we talk about people with Baja miles under their belt and experience down here. There's not too many people. I mean, maybe Rossler or someone, but not too many people have more experience than Rob Mack. So he didn't qualify great, but he was pretty excited about how that Jimco all-wheel drive truck is working.
Right.
And you know, let's see what somebody like a Rob Mack can do. In the past few races, he has come through the pack.
I was going to say that.
He just has had, you know, a mechanical issue here or there, and had things that have kind of held him back, but he's shown glimpses of speed. So Rob Mack could be a dark horse.
Yeah, he's definitely surprised us multiple times. And then to your point, he has been unfortunately plagued with mechanical stuff at times, but he still sticks it out, right? He can still even make up the time sometimes with these.
Well, yesterday
issues.
during qualifying, there was a gremlin or two. I talked to the team, and there was some gremlins. But on the passenger side, we got one of those manufacturers again. You got Fox Shock's engineer Bobby Smith in the car with him.
There you go.
So it's a really neat deal that all these companies have put so much emphasis in the sport, and they got all their proving grounds, right?
Yeah.
The proving ground is Baja, and they take those products and get them to the finish line there, and they know that's good for everybody else.
Yeah, that was another thing that actually, Rich, you and I were speaking about yesterday is how we want to. There's a reason why we try to highlight these sponsors so much, is because of what they truly offer to these teams. You've got a Menzies that has a budget and is able to do pre-running, unlike almost some of these other teams. Other people don't. But at the end of the day, the support from these outside sponsors is so crucial. Every penny counts.
Well, and it's not just dollars and cents, it's testimonials for the product development. It's the product development that I find so awesome, right? From BF Goodrich to Fox to Optima to every component on these vehicles seem to be just so proven because the durability test.
Because if you can do it in the desert, you can do it anywhere.
That's right.
Right? Yeah.
I'm excited to see what Rob does today, because last year he had a tough season, but he came back to the San Felipe 250, and I think he got like third in the 250. Didn't have as good of a race at the 500, but he's still 4th overall in points. So, you know, they've got that truck figured out now, and he's got all that knowledge that we've talked about. So it will be exciting for him today.
And, you know, he's one of the top drivers that's not in a Mason truck. So, you know, can the Jimco truck get in there and actually go run and beat the Mason trucks? That's something I want to watch. Yeah, they've been. Yeah. I think they had serpentine belt issues at the 500. You know, there's just been little bugs here and there. Yeah. But if he can get a clean race, I mean, that truck can be on the podium.
Yep.
Be curious to see how the Jimco does compared to the Masons in those tight, technical, twisty sections, right?
And how they adapt and behave.
Sure. Yeah, definitely. And you know, this is Barry Caracas has been Rob's co-driver for quite some time, and so with Bobby Smith from Fox now in there, yeah, I'm kind of curious to see they're changing things up a little bit, and yeah, I mean, is that maybe the magic mix that they need?
Yeah, that'll be interesting too. You know, Rob, going back to his in-depth experience and maturity in just decades of doing this, not as reliant on the co-driver. Great to have someone there, right? But he just kind of gets into the zone and knows what to do intuitively.
Yes, well, he does that through Lead Nav, and he has a program, and he always does his own notes.
Yeah.
He's relentless with his notes. He's an awesome guy, and he does his homework.
Yeah.
And it worked for him.
Yeah.
And it's worked for him for decades, because he has been a champion through and through with that BFG truck.
Yeah.
And that Jimco, if you look at the time splits for the beginning of the qualifying yesterday, he was on point. And then the gremlin started. So the truck's there. They're just trying to get it all sorted out.
You don't want to get water on those gremlins, right? They multiply. Is that how it works?
Story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I seem to recall. They don't go well with water.
I think Bobby's going to be good luck for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we used to pre-run, if Rob was pulled over, we would pull over. We're like, what's he looking at?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
There's got to be something
Remember the old days?
here.
Yeah. Oh, man. What's that ribbon?
Let's
What's
stop
that?
and say hi.
Yeah.
We are kind of bouncing around between the ceremonial start and obviously inside the trucks at Rancho Nelson. The official start for those four-wheelers will get going at 10, so we're about 19 minutes away. But the actual competition, going back to the motos and the bikes, they've been out there for 4 hours, 51 seconds. And they are, well, they've entered, at least Tyler Lind and Arturo Salas, 7X, 1X, Eric probably not too far behind, entering race mile 331. So we'll see where they end up. But really wonderful to have much more in-car and getting different perspectives from different vehicles and being able to jump back and forth from Ensenada to, it's really fantastic.
So Rafael Navarro, who's one of the owners of Jimco, he was just telling me, I guess Rob had a flat in qualifying, and that he had to run about a third of that lap with a flat.
Ooh.
And prior to that, he was actually top 3 on timing. So that maybe Rob's got a little more speed than we think.
Yeah. Experience. Mr. McCachran has it. Well, someone else who has experience. This Baja 400, we're going to pause to honor a true legend of off-road racing, Walker Evans. He wasn't just a champion behind the wheel, he was a pioneer who helped shape the sport and inspire generations of racers and fans. Known as the legend for a good reason, here's a look at the legacy of Walker Evans.
I'm no stranger to off-road racing, and this is the greatest place there is. Using your head, pre-running, knowing where the bad spots are, using a little common sense and caution, you'll still have a great time, be fun, and have a great thrill. Be a part of the legend type racing down here in Baja. It's just a way of life. Once you've committed and got in a race, you'll always be back. I mean, look at me. I've been around since '69, racing down here, and it's just in your blood. You can't get rid of it. I come back just to watch these other guys take off, congratulate them, and wish them good luck. But it's always fun to be here.
The legend Walker Evans. You know, there's a particular reason, too, that makes this course very dangerous. There's a particular corner that drivers need to watch out. Rich, you want to talk about the legend of what happened and why it's named after Walker?
So Walker's Corner, I'm not sure whether it was the early 80s or late 70s, but Walker went off a corner that became noted as the Walker's Corner.
Right.
And that's leaving Mike's heading down after the crossover, heading down towards the pole line road.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a windy and twisty and kind of a little rally road, and there's one that gets crazy.
Cool. Well, hopefully nobody will end up in the wrong place. Stay tuned. There's more Baja 400 coming right up.
The best views are earned. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Dame una bomba de agua.
¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone, pásala segura.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Max's tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
Earlier, I was talking about my storylines of the race, and one of those was Bryce Menzies, getting injured at the San Felipe 250, sitting out the Baja 500, and now making a comeback for the 400. So I talked to him at qualifying and got a little interview. So let's take a look at that.
400, we missed the 500, unfortunately, at San Felipe. Kind of had a big G out, and just thought I tweaked my neck, but really to come to find out, I actually tore one of the arteries in my neck, causing a stroke. So it's been a long road, and also it takes a long time to heal. So we had to miss the 500. The doctors gave me all clear to come to this race. So really looking forward to getting back in the truck, doing what I love. Yeah, it was tough missing the 500. I haven't missed a 500 in, man, I want to say it was like 14 years or something like that. So very challenging, but with the health situation going on, it was for my best interest. I have 2 kids at home, so I want to make sure I'm there for a long time. But just watching from the couch, I haven't done that in so long, so it was very hard. So it was so awesome to get back down here in Baja, pre-run, see all the fans, all the locals. Know what keeps us bringing back is just how fun this racing is, the environment down here in Mexico. And this is one of my favorite races. We've won it the last 4 years in a row, so looking forward to this one, and hopefully we can get number 5.
That was a really scary situation for Bryce. I think anytime you have an injury like that actually causes a stroke, I think everyone was really concerned for him, and I'm glad to see him making a full recovery. He did say that it did cause a little bit of damage, like I think in the back of his brain, and he had gone to, I want to say they said the Cleveland Clinic, and he had gone to some of the lead neurologists in the country, and he's finally gotten the okay. So he says he's feeling good. From what I understand, his plan is to try to do the whole race, but I believe he has Jesse Jones as a backup driver in case he gets tired or doesn't feel good. He told me that in the 250, when he had hit that G out, that it blurred his vision and he was getting headaches, and he wasn't really sure what was going on. So like I said, it's a really scary situation, and we're all glad that he's back and he's doing okay.
Try to grapple with what it must be like for him to be kind of in this vulnerable state, and how you tip your toe back into a competition like this with the severity of his injury, coming off of a stroke, and his impulses to want to drive like the real Bryce Menzies, but he's compromised. So, go ahead.
Well, and he's married, he's got 2 kids, he's got family. Yeah. And it's, like, how much is that in the back of your mind now? Exactly. And are you willing to push it and take those risks when you know that you're pretty close to having a major injury and possibly not being the same for the rest of your life. So, how's that going to affect him? He seems like he's in great spirits. I think he's made a full recovery, and I anticipate him to come out and be, the Bryce that he was before.
Right.
But, that it's yet to be determined.
Yep. Yeah, we will see. Well, we certainly send a light ahead to him and his entire family and everybody that is just makes up that entire team. It doesn't, not only does it impact Bryce, but it just, there's a ripple effect to this situation. So we certainly only wish the best for him. And hopefully, we'll see him at the finish line for the 400. So that being said, let's see, how far? We're about 8 minutes or so from the actual start at Rancho Nelson. And we'll kick into some social here. What do we got, folks? What you bringing to us? Here we go. 15X bike coming in. Quick little tire change action here. Moment to hop off the bike. Stretch out a little bit.
Wow.
You got your stopwatch out, buddy? Yep, it takes a village. Yep.
Holt's changing his own tire. Wow. That's quite impressive.
Yeah. Eric Holt team.
And he's not that far behind 1X.
No.
I don't know on time, but
we'll see how.
It looks like right now 15X through race mile 235.
Yeah.
He's about 17 minutes down, something like that.
Well, if you subtract the 60 seconds, right, then he's about what? Yeah, 16 seconds or so from 7X. But we still got a race.
From what I'm seeing on social media too, it looks like the 1X is about 6 minutes down from the 7X.
From Tyler,
so they're keeping it close here.
More shots.
And really through that last split, they were, just a little over 4 minutes.
Yeah.
But Tyler Lynn has gotten off and Carter Klein is on because they were doing that change at Llano, Colorado. I'm assuming Arturo Salas would have done something similar, so he probably has a fresh rider on as well.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens when the riders change. Maybe Carter's not as fast as the rider that Arturo has on now, or maybe Arturo's on. I'm not sure what he's doing. I know Tyler Lynn started, went to 250, and now Carter's taking it to the finish. I don't know what the riders are doing for Arturo's team.
And from where they are in the Switch West, now does the course start to get quicker? Not as technical anymore.
It does. Well.
Yes and no.
Yes and no. Exactly. You've got spots where it's technical and spots where it's fast.
Okay.
I'd say there are more open, fast sections from here to the finish, though, compared to what they have just run.
Got you. Good stuff.
Which that could hurt or favor a certain riding style too. So maybe. I think that 7X team's stacked, and Tyler and Carter are excellent riders, and they're gonna be tough to beat.
Yeah.
But Arturo's team is right there, so they're keeping them honest.
Cool. Well, we appreciate earlier you sending in that social media clip, and we continue to invite you to do so at SCORE International on Instagram. So please keep peppering those in.
So while we have this in-car, we had Robbie Gordon there for a second.
Right.
Robbie is in a very unique vehicle. It's a Geyser twin engine. You don't see too many twin engine trophy trucks. And in speaking with Robbie at qualifying, he had Geyser there with him, and apparently they have upped the horsepower on that truck. So now their power to weight ratio is even higher than what they had before. So I'm curious, at the 500, they were doing really good.
Yeah.
And Robbie was right in the mix. So,
so what's
Robbie's
the
going to be fun
horsepower,
to watch too.
Wes, what's the horsepower now?
He didn't tell
1400?
me exactly what it was. He just smiled.
Yeah.
So,
okay, to be determined.
He didn't say exactly, but
wow.
Yeah, I want to say they were around 1200 before.
Yeah.
Between the two motors.
Yeah.
So I mean,
1400.
I'm going to say it's probably in the 1500 range or something. I don't know. I'll try to find out from either Max or Robbie, but
yeah,
he definitely had a big smile on his face and looked like he was excited for this race.
Ready to go.
That's going to be tough for him to contain himself
I was
in
just
those
gonna
tight
say,
sections.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Well, he loves a challenge.
Well, and that's like the course is so tight, especially in the beginning, that truck is a little bit heavier than the other trucks, but who knows? I mean, maybe he makes up for it over on the coast or up Mike's Road or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And Robbie's a great driver. I mean, if there's as far as pure natural talent in a motorized vehicle, there's not too many people that have more than Robbie. So I mean, he's a good driver, and so is Max. So we'll see how that team does.
Good stuff. Thanks, Wes. While we have a moment, let's take a look at an update for our motos. Pro Moto Unlimited, 7X, Solace in 1X and 2, and Holt in 15. You see the splits on the right. So this is coming in at race mile 235. Back to in-car here with Toby, waiting to hammer and get going. That's got to kind of mess with you a little bit to get there. Then you got to sit there for 25, 30 minutes.
Especially when you look at your nemesis right next to you. Alan and Toby are just staring each other down.
Throwing some spikes out.
Right next to each other.
Oh my gosh.
On the grid.
Well, we're close.
Oh man.
About 2 minutes or so away.
Yeah.
Bikes have been out there now for 5 hours and 8 minutes. And any minute, hopefully, Toby will get the show on the road.
They must be so anxious. Cameron told me this morning that it feels like he's been waiting for this race for an entire week.
Yeah.
So every second probably feels like a minute, and every minute like an hour.
Yep.
But they're ready to go.
Yeah,
it's
it looks
race
like it.
time.
Something's revving in the background there. So, moments away here from the trophy trucks leaving Rancho Nelson. And it kind of goes without saying, obviously, and we know that we appreciate the amazing videos that are sent in on social media, but we've also seen, SCORE pointed this out, we had a few people get a little too close, sometimes actually getting on the course and stuff. And then I think there was a post recently of a Herbst truck blasting by and somebody almost got taken out. Please, please, always err on the side of caution. We want it to be safe for everybody, not only you, the spectators, but certainly the drivers as well. So, just a quick little safety note. Please be careful out there as you're watching the sport. There goes Toby, and we are off.
Yeah, if you're out there on the course watching this event, man, everybody, please be a course marshal and help your fellow spectators to be safe. All right, let's hope for a good, safe day for everybody.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people watch these trucks and they think that it's like you're driving down the highway and you have complete control, when really you're just pointing the vehicle in a general direction a lot of times.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of floating over the terrain. You can watch how much input that they give into the steering wheel here, and the amount of counter steering and just things that they're doing. So, yeah, if you're a spectator, give them a little room, because it's you never know what could happen.
All right. Alan and Pudia on your left side of the screen, ready to go. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Off goes Alan. Wes, these vehicles are so powerful, it looks like they're actually hydroplaning on dirt. They're just skimming off that thing. They got so much power and momentum. All right, let's watch Alan here.
It's just so awesome that we're able to have live in-car with these guys
This
now.
particular POV is beautiful.
Yeah, what a game changer.
Yeah.
What a neat deal.
It's so crystal clear, too.
It's stabilized. Yeah.
Yeah, and stabilized.
right?
Thanks to Elon Musk and Starlink, right? I think a lot of this is
Starlink does help.
Starlink.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Star mounts.
And I'm going to tell you, it doesn't feel that smooth when you're in the truck. I mean, these guys are bouncing, and their neck restraints are holding their spine in place, their head in place. So
I'll tell you what, though, is because we have so many different classes in SCORE racing that, you know, if you're in a class 11 or a 1600 or, you know, any of like the buggies with a lot less travel, and then you ride in a trophy truck, the trophy trucks do float over this stuff compared to a lot of the other vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Do you miss it, Heidi?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, it's fun. My favorite part about it was just the team aspect, you know, because you don't get to the finish without your entire team.
No way.
Yeah, there's 20 crucial members on everybody out here racing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I loved that.
And the pre-runs. I sure miss the pre-running.
Well, that's
the camaraderie and all the fun. And
Do you ever go out there with Cameron?
The best. I don't.
No?
No, he leaves me home to...
Oh, you got to do...
take care of the kids.
Take care of the kiddos? Yeah. Gotcha. Understood?
My favorite job, though.
Yeah.
Been there, done that.
Yeah.
You'll be back.
Comes
I
out
have a feeling you'll be back.
Yeah.
You. Boom.
Catching some air.
Yeah. Look at all those spectators out there. Beautiful day, too. Great weather. Hopefully makes for a great race.
Beautiful weather.
There we go. Okay, it was just paused. Thought Luke had pulled over for a second. Like, what? There we go.
Boy, he's in a fine position. Let those guys fight it out. And what's he in third or fourth?
That's
off of qualifying. What a great position.
And that's
to be
where he
in.
likes to be, though. That's his sweet spot, right? Between 3 and 5, like, he likes to be back there a little bit. I mean, obviously, you want to be first.
So does another multi-champion. Always loved being in fourth. Rob McCackran.
Yep.
That was his favorite place to be qualifying.
Yeah, yeah.
He loved to come up through.
There goes Lofton.
I think when you're in first, you have a lot of pressure because you're going to be setting the pace. And so you feel that pressure.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a catch-22. Do you want the clean air, but the pressure of the whole pack behind you and having to set the pace? Or are you comfortable kind of letting someone else lead, set the pace, and just keeping pressure on them?
Wow.
Nice aerial shot here.
Yeah, really.
It looks like there's quite a few spectators out there today.
I'll say. That's great. I mean, it's really fantastic to see. I think every competition that we do, we watch the sport get broader and broader, expanding, letting people know that anybody can do it if you want. With a lot of help from the UTVs now, you can come in, you can check this out. But I think people are starting to, catch the bug, so to speak. You know, they're getting exposed to it now on a higher level. And with these cameras, they really do have this visceral experience now, so to speak, of being in there with the cars. It's such an incredible POV.
Yeah.
So let's listen in on Toby here.
Left 4. Left 3 long. Left for extra clean. Right 3 sweep. Left 4 sweep. Right 3 tightens over. Left 4 sweep opens. Right 2 tightens. All clear around the ridge, man. Left 3 sweep. Right 4 over, rock right. Left 3 sweep. Right 4 sweep. Left 4. Jump. Then right 4.
Okay, so we have some kind of breaking news here. We've got 7 trucks off the line right now, and I've been watching Christopher Polvardi. We talked about maybe, hey, is he going to get the monkey off his back this race? And it's looking like it's not happening in this Baja 400 because he's already been passed by Luke McMillan, Justin Lofton, and he's got Robbie Gordon on him, and he hasn't even out of the Rancho Nelson area. I'm trying to get word on what's going on with him, but he's definitely got some sort of an issue. We'll work on this and try to find out, but I mean, we're looking at 3 races in a row now that Christopher hasn't made it very far from the start line without having an issue. So that's pretty disappointing. I was hoping he was going to have a clean run, but that's not happening for him today. Looks like we've got heli footage of him right now. You know, I'm hoping maybe it's just something simple that they got fixed, but I'm just not. I'm not just watching him on the tracker. He's lost a lot of positions, so I'm not sure what's going on with him.
Oh, it's heartbreaking.
And
unreal.
You know, Toby and Alan are already have a little bit of a gap over Luke, although, you know, Luke started 2 minutes behind Alan, so it's with Polvardi dropping back.
Yeah,
that's going to kind of create that gap, which could work to Luke's favor now because he could drive a little harder with some clean air and catch Alan and actually make up on adjusted.
I'm curious, you know, as you said, all these guys passing Polvardi. At the moment that it was happening, I mean, I don't think we're able to go back and replay what happens from any of the footage, but I am curious if, gosh, maybe if there's some fans out there that have captured anything. If you have anything of that kind of crucial moment, please, at SCORE International, we'd love to see it. We'd love to put it up and try to get to the bottom of why it seems like Polvardi is almost cursed this year.
Well, and now his tracker just went down.
Jesus. All right. Well.
So, oh well, no, I see him.
Okay.
But
still early, but
yeah, I'm trying to talk to his team right now.
Okay.
I'll keep you guys posted as soon as I hear something. We'll give you guys an update.
Yep.
But there's obviously something's going on.
Yeah, you dig into that story. We'll jump into the vehicle here with Toby Price. You know, earlier we were watching and listening to some of the in-car. Here we obviously Rob Mack's POV, but going back to inside Toby's car, you hear how involved that co-driver is, and to be able to do that for sometimes 8 hours, 10 hours, just barking, you know, over and over and over again, the focus that it takes, and the effort. And then you also see, as Heidi was mentioning too, how those neck restraints are so crucial. You see their heads bopping, bang, 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 like a ping pong ball.
Especially when you're reading notes.
And you heard it in his voice.
Oh.
Well, tier 4. I started to sound like Robert Kennedy for a second there. You know, I mean, they're banging all over the place in there.
Yeah, it's quite a gift those guys have.
Yeah. Is Rob Mack?
And we were talking about this earlier, but it's such a contrast because I don't think Rob has nearly that much input. So each driver has a different strategy, a different way they like to run their race. And, you know, we got to see Toby's strategy. Rob's is much different.
Yeah. Yeah. Serious contrast there. Listen in here. All right. Some additional in-car here. Let's see who we got.
Looks like Kevin Thompson.
Don't have
Harley Lettner and Kevin Thompson's
Don't
truck.
have the audio, but yep. Time for air coming up.
It's a good POV.
Shwee!
So these guys started 9th today.
Kevin Thompson, the 70 truck. Amazing turnout. Yes, send it when in doubt. See these spectators getting out of the way.
Yeah.
Please be safe.
Yeah, Rancho Nelson gives them a nice place to spectate and a safe place.
Yeah. Go ahead, Wes.
Okay, so I got an update here on Polvardi. Apparently he's just having a tracker issue.
Okay.
And from what I understand, he is still running 3rd physical on course.
Okay.
So that's good news, especially since I picked him to win. But yeah, I mean, that's what we're getting that heli shot, and he looked like he was running strong. So
Everything
it didn't
looked
really
fine,
make any sense to me, like that he was having a problem. So good to hear that. And I mean, he still now has the opportunity to get the monkey off his back.
Right.
And we'll see how he does here. And hopefully his tracker ends up working, because everyone else's trackers look like they're working really well on this Racer Redefined.
Yeah. Here we see Justin Davis, another competitor that was looking for a good result finally. Is sort of a elusive moment in the 400. He's had his moments, but who knows? Maybe Justin Davis, and be a battle between Justin and Jason McNeil. Who knows? We shall see.
And to me, the thing that really stands out to me is we mixed everybody up in qualifying, and you had your top trophy specs just stacked up. So you've got McNeil, Davis, Marsal, who, we were talking about Marsal had really jumped up in how he normally qualifies. Yeah. I heard Grabowski was actually driving the truck. Okay. So I think he's actually sharing driving now. Okay. And, so I mean, that's a solid team there. And then you had Hagel and Jordan Dean. Cameron was right after that. And then EJ Herbst. It's just like your top 5 trophy specs qualified within like 2-3 seconds of each other. Right. So I mean, that shows like how tight that class is. That's what's cool about it with the spec engine. It just makes it such a tight form of racing, because it's spec racing.
Everybody's essentially even.
Yeah.
So
It puts it more into the driver's hands. And, and like I was talking with Jason McNeil, and he was saying that he thought that the spec trucks were going to do really well through the technical stuff, because they didn't have to manage the horsepower as much as the trophy trucks. Like where, trophy truck, you've got so much power, it will break the tires loose. Yeah. And he said the trophy spec, that they're basically just flat out all the time. And that he thought that kind of worked to their advantage somewhat. So interesting. I want to see how they end up doing.
However, though, the trophy trucks, they have the horsepower. They can be a bit heavier, which can kind of weight them down, giving them more grip in these technical situations where in a spec truck, if you're hammering it, that front end can come up a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, the big difference is our top trophy trucks are all-wheel drive. Right. So you've got the front tires pulling you out of these corners. Yeah. That's like a huge difference. But, I mean, if we look at qualifying, I guess, Mikey Lawrence qualified first in the trophy two-wheel drive. Yep. And then, then you had like 5 specs that were faster than the next two-wheel drive with Cameron. Yeah. So, in the two-wheel drive, where it's more apples to apples, the trophy truck two-wheel drive versus the trophy spec, there wasn't a big difference there. And really, the specs, other than Mikey Lawrence, qualified better. Right. And to what you were saying on weight, I honestly, I think in that, especially in the tight stuff, weight is a disadvantage. Because it affects your braking and your acceleration in and out of corners. Yep. The place where weight sometimes helps is like over in San Felipe in big whoops. Okay. It gives you more inertia through the bumps. Got you. And I think
battling silt and stuff when it's silty.
No, just more like in the big whoops. Gotcha. I think that's where sometimes weight can. And it's got to be placed in the right parts of the truck, too. Yeah, true. Very true.
You can see our trophy truck leaderboard in the left of your screen as well. Powered by Optima batteries. Shout out to them.
Okay, so on the Racer Redefined, it looks like Pulvarde's tracker is working again now, and it's showing him third.
Copy that.
Looking like nothing too crazy has happened here, other than, if this is correct, it looks like Lofton is kind of closed up on Luke.
Got you. Interesting.
Be kind of curious to see if Lofton can make a move on Luke here. Yeah. Lofton is somebody that we haven't really talked about a whole lot. And here we are in car with him, and I mean he's a great driver. He's got a solid program, and he can run with the front runners here. So Lofton's another guy that, like I said, I feel like we don't talk about him as much as, say, Toby or Alan or Pulvare or Bryce, but he's always right in the mix there.
He's right there.
So,
yeah.
It'd be cool to see him have a good run here.
So far, by the looks of it, he's doing great.
Yeah, and he's just far enough out of the dust there where it's really not affecting his driving.
Not an issue.
And that's one of the things that's kind of cool with this is you've got that lead pack, and with how they qualify, if everyone's running a similar pace and you start in these 1 minute intervals, then the dust doesn't affect you as much. Where it really messes with you is like if you say made a mistake in qualifying and then you got to work through slower trucks and they're holding you back and you got to work through their dust.
Yeah. In car with Michael Marsal as well. He too is a fantastic opponent out there. Of course, Mr. Steele in your lower right-hand corner in car.
There he goes.
Our champ for 2025 thus far in the two-wheel trophy truck.
And Cameron's got a lot of buttons going on in there in front of his co-driver. You look at like the cab of his truck versus Marsal's, and I'm gonna say Cameron's got as far as like I don't know, is he running Motec, Heidi, or what?
Yes,
yeah.
he is.
So those keypads that he's got there, I mean, they've got quite a bit going on.
Ripping through the terrain. Little break up there. Get that dialed back in. Buffering, so to speak. There we go.
What's interesting about this new leaderboard is it has all the trophy trucks for the all-wheel drive class, but it doesn't have specs or legends or the two-wheel drive class.
Correct.
So, so it's exciting that we get to watch how close,
Yeah.
16 seconds.
You got your
apart,
splits on the right.
Seconds.
Yeah, we're able to kind of get a much more real-time assessment of what's happening on the course. Heidi, you were saying earlier that Cameron is superstitious. What's one of his most powerful superstitions?
New helmet, you have to drop it on the ground.
Okay.
And not just lightly, you have to drop it.
You got to slam it. Okay. Interesting.
Just certain things. He probably has his favorite pair of socks on right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got little things he does a certain way.
Sure. I can recall back in my competitive sports days when I was younger, I always had a specific shirt that I had to wear. This is my lucky shirt.
Yes.
Test that out. Here we go. Here's a little POV here of Cristobal Pavardi from the heli.
Oh, they're in the speed zone section.
Zone. Yep.
Ojos Negros.
Ojos Negros, yep.
Yeah, they're in a speed zone through town right there.
There we go. Catching some air with Cameron Steele.
So he'll hop on the asphalt there. Toby's already on it, and then they'll cross to the south side of Highway 3 and then start heading through like Rancho Pescado area, Rancho Mezcal, and then over to K77. And all of this really, once they get out of the speed zone, it's pretty tight.
Yeah, Cameron's navigator, Cody, made him a special tea kit that he gets to bring to every race. So that might be one of his newer
tea kit?
superstitions.
He's a tea drinker.
Oh, it's a Pelican box. Yeah, he's a tea drinker.
Okay.
And it has all his cups, his favorite you know, 2 leaves in a bud tea, his honey, or
Yes.
actually agave is his preference.
Anything less would be uncivilized.
Hot water maker.
Okay, whatever it takes.
He's all amped up on tea right now.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Well, looks like it's serving him well. He's tearing up the terrain, ripping through. Back to Rob Mack and some in-car with there. Bobby Smith, co-driving. So far, so good.
Bobby's co-drove for quite a few different teams, and he's been like with Fox and one of the tuners there for quite some time. So you know, I think having a shock tuner in your vehicle could really help them when they're trying to set the car up into a race like this.
My old navigator, Alan, just texted me. He said, Cameron likes to walk around his car and scratch it. And I forgot about that.
Really?
Yeah.
Scratch it?
Yeah, just make sure that it's nice and roughed up so nothing else happens to it.
Kind of guy that gets a white pair of shoes and immediately just starts stomping on them. Something like that,
well,
maybe.
I don't think he wears white shoes.
He would never wear white shoes, but if he did, that's how he would treat them. Okay.
Yeah.
Copy that. Now, I'm sure everybody's got their own thing and routine that they do. Every driver's got their own, perhaps, superstition. You never know. I think at the end of the day, just cross that finish line, finish the race, whatever it takes, get it done. All right, here we see Toby. You can see he's in that speed zone. 37 miles an hour is the specific amount of mileage an hour they can go. Juxtaposition back to Cameron, who is clearly not 37 miles an hour.
I love that Toby was waving to the fans.
Yeah, that's cool.
The fans down there are so motivating, you know? They really keep you on your game, keep your head into it.
I think one of the things that always surprised me, Heidi, was you'd be in the middle of nowhere and then here's like somebody standing on a hill rooting you on.
Yes, I know. I felt the same way.
Do you guys, Rich, Wes, Heidi, any of you guys, do you have any specific stories to that point where you were in a really tough situation throughout your career, stranded out there, and by the grace of God, somebody came and helped you out? You got any stories about that?
I was in a weird spot south of San Felipe. It was in the Never Never, and I hit a rock on both my front right tire and my back right tire at the same time, same rock, 2 flats at once.
Wow.
And all of a sudden, in the middle of nowhere comes out 2 guys to help change our tires. And yeah.
Did you pat their back for wings?
One guy had long hair, and I'm like, I think it's Jesus that's helping us.
Dang.
It was cool.
Here we got Toby Price ripping at race mile 37.
This is right by Jose G's ranch where they did qualifying. Super fast, that's right out of the speed zone, and then he just came off the faster road, and then this is now, we'll start to kind of get a little more technical here.
Cool.
And there's a ton of spectators out there.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
Looks like SCORE racing is getting more and more popular.
That's exactly what we're hoping for.
And it looked a little bit like tipsy there, like a little off camber, some bumps.
Mm-hmm. And later on throughout this broadcast, we truly hope that we'll be able to pull it off. In the past competitions, we've done live calls from the race with some of these drivers and some of their teams and stuff. So, you know, please stay tuned for that. That's always really exciting to get in the field, up-to-date information as to what's going on. So hopefully we'll be able to kind of feather that in our broadcast today as well.
Yeah, the next few hours are going to get real exciting, so stay tuned for sure. There's going to be some real unique footage.
Yeah, it's fun to hear the drivers' excitement and what's going on. And
I'll take in that line to the left. There goes Alan. So far, so good.
Doesn't look like he's really made any ground on Toby.
No.
He's out of his dust.
Right. Yeah, you can see that there on the left for sure.
I'm going to say that the two of them are probably kind of just holding pace with each other.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing, I'm watching the tracker, and if it's correct, it looks like Polvarde is close to Empudia. So I'd love to see where we were getting that shot.
That heli shot?
Yeah. Well, I think it was a drone shot.
Or it's a drone? Okay.
Just where we saw Toby and Alan come through. Like, has Christopher come through there yet or not?
We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think at some point we should get a shot here and see if he's
better idea where he's at.
See if he's closed up on Alan. From the tracker, it looks like he has.
Okay. Maybe at race mile. Okay, here we are, race mile 37.
So
what do we got here? All right, so there's Chris.
Yeah, so
distance.
Yeah, he's further back off of Alan than Alan was of Toby. Just judging off dust right there.
Mm-hmm. Little telemetry. Well, still happy to know that it was just a tracking issue earlier, and that Polvarde has no mechanical issues, and he's still in this competition.
You know, and in speaking with Christopher, one of the things that he said was after what had just happened at some of the other races, that he felt like just getting a finish at the 400 would be an accomplishment.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I think he may be just kind of playing it cool right now. You know, he's obviously running a good pace, but the smart thing to do in a lot of desert racing is you're not going to win it in the first half of the race, but you might lose it. So
very true.
If you can just stay in the mix and then race to the finish, it's always a good approach, in my opinion.
Here we see Luke McMillan.
So it almost looks to me like Luke is closer to
Chris.
Christopher than because
closing in.
Yeah, he's right outside his dust versus Alan's dust had already dissipated by the time Polvarde came through there.
Yeah, so I mean, to your point, if maybe Polvarde's a little tentative, that could definitely play an advantage for Luke. You catch him.
I mean, you can see how dusty it is, though.
Right.
If you did close on somebody, there's no way you're going to work your way through their dust to be able to make a pass.
It's too dangerous.
It's not going to happen.
Yep.
The risks you would have to take to do that, you'd end up off course and losing time.
Yeah, not worth it.
Yeah, I think these guys are going to be pretty calculated. They probably have in their mind where they're going to be passing. You know, what race miles they're going to be able to pass at.
Yeah, during pre-running and strategy talk, things like that, like if there is an opportunity to pass, this is where we want to do it.
Yeah. Places to drive, places to just survive. You know, for sure.
Be an interesting title for a documentary series on Netflix. But I digress. Justin Lofton in the 41 truck, chasing dust too.
He's just been so consistent this year. Yeah.
He's won a handful of American or stateside races. He has won a handful, so he's no stranger to the podium.
It's got to be Robbie Gordon here screaming down race mile 37.
Putting the twin motors to work.
Exactly. Let's see what this thing can do.
I mean, they're probably doing, I'm going to say like 120 or something down that road before they turn off to the left there. That's a really fast road heading out of Ojos once you come out of that, out of the speed zone.
Oh, Robbie went right on that one.
Ooh, someone
Interesting.
crossing the.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anybody that loves to put the pedal all the way down, it's this guy. I'm not sure how much patience factors in his brain. But
well, and people that are new to the sport, you know, Robbie's been racing since the 80s as a kid.
Right.
And I mean, he's done NASCAR, IndyCar, pretty much any form of motorsport and excelled at it.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's not just an off-road racer. That's why I was talking about pure driving talent. Robbie's right up there with anybody.
Mm-hmm. And passing the torch to Max, his son. Here we go. This is
yeah, so this is Harley Lettner right on Bryce. And so, you know, we were talking about, was Bryce 100% and how's he doing? From what I understand, at Ojos, he did a driver change. And so I think Jesse Jones is now in that truck.
Got it.
See if he tries to check out on Harley or if he's nice and pulls over. He's going to be nice and let him by. That's man. Come on.
Damn. That was dangerous.
Yeah, he's just got to let him by.
Yeah.
Okay. You see that fist pump there with Harley? I like that.
Oof.
You know, I mean, Harley can throw it down, and, you know, making a pass right there, he's got to feel good.
At 120 miles an hour.
Yeah, no, this is exactly that
there.
section I said they're going about $120.
Yep.
I mean, you can see how fast they're going right there.
Jesus.
And I mean, that got close there. I like that if that was Jesse in Bryce's truck, that, you know, if you're going to stop and you're doing the driver change, you're not in the points, and you got, you know, like Harley right here that's out there, he's trying to win the race and he's competing in points, let him by. You know, that was the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it got a little close there with some spectators on the side.
It definitely got a little sketchier
Damn.
than I think either of them would have liked. But, you know, but he did get, what's tough in that area is you got fences on both sides of that road, and it does have a tendency to kind of narrow up on you.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised Harley went to the right there too, because I think that left line's a little faster.
That left line's real rough, and the right line's real smooth. But
it's not. I've run it. It's not that rough. And even right there was a line to the left. But because if we watch Toby and Alan, they stayed left, and then the last two guys through there have gone right.
Jesse must be stoked to be racing. It's been a minute since he's been in the trophy truck, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so I hope, you know, hopefully Bryce can make a full comeback for the 1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, with something that significant, that serious, I think he's wise to take it easy and, you know, let his body continue to heal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer.
You know, we're in car with a Class 1 here with Dale Eberts, and that's with the new format here. It's pretty cool that we've got some Class 1s up in the mix.
Yeah.
You know, can one of them crack into the top 10 overall? Did he miss a turn or something there? Like what? I don't think you're supposed to be running over tires like that.
I think somebody prior to him, Wes, probably kicked those out when they got a little wild.
Yeah, that's possible.
He seemed to be right on point.
Yeah.
And knowing Dale like I do, he is right on point. And his results have definitely proved that. He comes from a lineage of it. His dad was a champion, and his son is now a champion.
Yeah.
So.
Looks like we got race mile 37. Is that Ricky?
No, that's Rob McCachran with the new livery of the Jimco.
Aha.
The new BFG Rough Rider kind of throwback.
Copy that. I stand corrected.
All-wheel drive Jimco.
Nice. He's flying.
Looked smooth.
Wes, what you got for us?
So I think we have a replay of that pass with Harley on Bryce's truck, which I believe Jesse Jones is driving. You know, so
look at that.
So, well, I don't know if maybe there were some spectators on the side there that made him squeeze over, but you know,
foot to the left,
in
and
that
he's in the tree.
position, I really would have liked to have seen Jesse slow up a little bit more and just let him by and make it like not such a sketchy pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be my only gripe right there. I think he finally like did kind of get smart, but it looked to me like there were some spectators there that maybe tightened that up, and it caused him to come over, because it didn't look good when we first looked at it. It looked like he was going to let Harley by and then try to jackrabbit, and then squeezed him over. But at the same time, I was watching there, and it did look like there may have been a couple spectators that may have forced him to kind of
pushed him over.
But I guarantee that was a pucker moment for both drivers right there.
No doubt.
Yeah. Because you're going fast, and I mean, if they did hit it, that was going to get ugly.
In other racing sport type competitions, that could actually translate to a penalty. Could be like a time penalty and different things. If things get too gnarly, or if you're doing something that's absolutely too safe, it'll go up to a grand marshal review.
And really in SCORE too. You know, I mean, if the race director watches something and deems it unsafe driving, you can be penalized. I don't think that really falls into it, but again, I would have liked to have seen Bryce's truck just check up a little bit more.
Sure.
Let Harley by, and you know, you've already stopped and done a driver change at Ojos, so you're probably not competing for the overall versus, you know, Harley has a run at it, so let Harley go race.
Yeah.
And don't get in his way.
Right.
I know, it almost looked like they had contact, but I couldn't tell. Maybe they didn't.
It looks like they should have. He should have introduced his passing bumper to the other to his back bumper, you know, because that would have been a safer way to go. But there was a reason he chose not to do that, to just tap him.
Yeah, no nerfing.
Because that's what we typically would do in that situation, especially at that speed.
I was just going to say,
saying, you want to be safe and you don't want to get too sketchy at those kind of speeds.
No way.
You don't want to be sideways.
Well, it looked like that Bryce's truck, you saw the brake lights, and when I saw that, I thought, okay, he's going to slow up and let him by, and I think that's what Harley thought, and then it's like he went for the pass, and then he kind of like squeezed him, but
it looked like there was going to be some acknowledgement that he was there, but we assume that too, that they see us, and
who knows what's happening
they
inside.
may or may not have.
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
So we're in car with McNeil right here. Being that his co-driver is giving hand signals, that would lead me to believe they may have comm issues.
Yeah.
Because generally, you know, you've got an intercom, and it's voice activated, and the driver co-driver can be talking, and your driver is going to call everything out, not be doing hand signals like that.
I mean,
so we're back to the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, they don't fix that.
Yeah, that's like some old school rally rally driving.
That'll be exhausting because this is.
But
so
one
early
thing,
in the race.
you know, it's kind of important that a driver co-driver have that relationship, and they know, hey, if we lose comms, this is what we're going to do, and you have that backup plan already kind of in place. You know, it's something that it's good to practice in case your comms do go down, because you know sometimes things happen and you will lose comms, and you got to wing it. It sucks when you spend a week pre-running and taking notes, and then all of a sudden now you lose comms and you can't use them, and you got your co-driver giving you hand signals.
Yeah.
But dealing with those frustrations, there's going to be a frustration for everybody in this race, and dealing with the frustration makes the difference between the champion and one of the other competitors.
Yeah, part of desert racing is overcoming adversity.
Yeah, that's correct.
You know, and having a plan B, C, D, and E for
you're spot on.
For your first plan. Because the one thing I can pretty much guarantee for almost every racer here in desert racing is plan A is not going to stay exactly on course. Very rarely does that happen. You're going to have something. You know, there'll be a traffic jam or something in a town and your chase truck's late getting to where they want to be, or I mean, there's always like some little wrench thrown in it, and it's having the prowess and having the logistics set up where, okay, if this happens, this is what we're going to do. If this happens, then this is what we're going to do. You know, and having all of that in place.
Yep.
And just having that crew that can think on their feet.
It sounds like Jason McNeil, if we listen in here, he is communicating, but he's still using hand signals. Let's listen in.
Straight over.
It's just nervous energy. It's just the way he is.
Keep coming. Caution here.
Some people talk with their hands, right?
Then I got a far left at Y coming up.
You know what I
Go
mean?
far left at Y.
I think we noticed this one time before with this navigator.
45 right, nothing big. Go right line in an 8. Right left, right line. Right left, open over. Open over. Right left. There it is. 45. There you go. Open. Right, open. Open. We're going to go left line in an 8. Left line in an 8. Open. 45. Right 45. There you go. Show them straight. Right line, stay straight. Right, stay straight. We're going right line. Beautiful. Right left, caution in the turn. Caution. Nicely done. Showing straight. Caution, one more caution here. Right left, caution. 45 right. Right left, open. Right, I got a double danger and an 8. Big time double danger still afterwards. Double danger. Straight. We're going to go 45 right, left at Y. 45 right. Let's go left at Y. Right, left. Showing straight. We're going to go left line. We're going to go right, left line. Right, over. Keep coming. Right. Yep, right. We've got an open mark. Open over. Straight over. Go 45 right. Then we're going to do the middle line. Middle line. Straight. To the left. Yep, we're good. Straight, we're gonna go straight over. Right. We're gonna go right at Y. We're gonna slide left over. Right at Y. Up and over. 45 right. Slide right. Slide left over.
What is this?
Straight over. Slide right. You got it. Showing straight. We got caution still in an 8. Keep coming. We're going to go 45 left. Caution still. 45 right. Slide left. 45 left. Slide right over, caution. Slide right over, caution. Slide right over, caution, and then right at Y, coming up. Slide left. We're going to go right at Y. And tight 45 left. Tight 45 left to the top. Tight 45 left to the top. Use caution. Left. Attaboy. Slide right. Straight over this crest. Straight over. 5. Right 4, rocks left, then left. Left 5 at Y. Right 5. Right left chicane. G out. Left right chicane trees. Narrows. Right 5, narrow trees. Left 5, digger. Right 4, tree stump on the right. Right 5, left 5. Right 5. Digger into left 2. Right 3. Left 4 long. Right 3 sweep. Left 4. Left 5 over. Right 1. Give me a little more, Tobes.
A little more?
Yep. Right 5. Left 5. Right 4. Right 4 to left 3. Rock left, straight over. Left 5. Left 5, right 4. Left 4 long. Tree stump left. There's no pressure, I'm just...
Yeah,
Yep. Right, left chicane tightens.
I'm all for it.
I know how you run in this pace. You know, just you're comfortable quick.
Yep.
Left 5. Right 4 long. Into left 3. Rocks. Left right chicane tight. Left 4 speed. Right 4 long. Right 5. Left 3. Right 3. Right 3. Left 3. Straight. Right 4. Then exit, left 3. Right 5. Your digger. Right. Right, middle line. Sweeping left. Sweeping left with an open mark. Going straight. We got a caution ditch on the entrance, and then we're going to go 90 left. We're sweeping 90 left. Caution ditch. Sweeping left. Keep tight here. Open. We're going to go left at Y and an 8. Left at Y, left at Y. And then tight here. It's going to be a tight 45 right coming up. 45 right, 45 right. You're on it. Sweeping 90. Sweeping 90 left. Sweeping 90. Sweeping. Slide left into a tight 90 right. A lot tighter than the last. 90. 90 right. Slide right. Open, slide left. 45 right. 45. 45 left. 45 left. Open. We're going to sweep 90 left. Sweeping 90 left. 90 left. 90. Keep coming, keep coming. Then we're going to go 45 right, a little bit tighter, then we're going to go left at Y. Left at Y. 45 right. Open. Slide left, open.
Okay, so we've been watching in-car with Jason McNeil here, and then before we were in with Toby, and something I wanted to point out is the difference in how they take notes and how the co-driver is calling notes. If you were listening to Toby's co-driver, he was using what we call rally notes. So he'd say like left 3, right 4, left 2. And what they're doing there is on a scale of 7 to 1 is how you gauge your corners. Now McNeil, he's just saying 45 left, 90 right, slow down, speed up, things like that. It's driver preference between it. Obviously, Jason McNeil is right now first place in trophy specs, so amazing driver. I always kind of felt like the rally notes, it's a little bit more precise because you're rating your corners from 1 to 7.
Right.
You know, so a 7 is basically straight, and then 6 is just a slight turn. A 3 would be your wheel. If you see like, well, on McNeil right now, there's that red stripe that's at the center of his wheel. I can't tell, like we're in with Toby right now, I think he might have a yellow stripe there. That's 7, and then as you're turning that over, if you have that at 3 o'clock or 9 o'clock, that would be a 3. And then if you bring it all the way down to where that's pointed to the bottom, that is a 1, which would be like basically a 180-degree turn.
Very
at that
severe.
point.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's something it's interesting to watch different drivers, how they and their co-drivers interact.
Yeah.
And who uses rally notes and who doesn't.
Yeah, I think this is just a fantastic demonstration as to, to each their own, and how important the camaraderie and the communication is between. We thought for a minute there that Jason McNeil had lost comms because of the hand signals. It just turns out that his co-driver is just animated that way and so much more involved like that, and that may work. And then for Toby, a little more quieter, still gets the same notes. Both of these guys, leaders in their respective classes. So if it works, and no need to change it. But again, really cool, and I think it's exciting for as fans to get into the cockpit, so to speak, with these guys and see how they do it, how they communicate.
Yeah, it's just your personal style. It's your choice of what type of navigator you want. And whoever makes you the most comfortable so that you're comfortable. And
that's a great point, Heidi, because we heard him earlier. Jason McNeil's co-driver is like at times encouraging. So sometimes you're a therapist, sometimes you're a navigator, sometimes you're a visor cleaner. So I mean, like there's all these different things that are happening at hundreds of miles an hour. The amount of focus and again, that's the cruciality, if that's a word, of pre-running and understanding and making your notes, doing your homework.
Yeah.
It's crucial.
Well, and we were hearing that between Toby and his co-driver. His co-driver actually told him to pick up the pace a little bit.
Yes, exactly.
And then they talked about pick it up, and then, hey, is this pace good? Yeah, I'm feeling good. Toby, it seemed like one, you see how fast he's going, but how calm their communication was. And I think that's a testament to their experience together. And also for Toby, he's done a lot of really big events. So I don't think any race is too big for him where he's just gonna be overwhelmed by it. You know, he's done Dakar, he's done the 1,000, he's raced with us here at SCORE a bunch. So, you know, he's a seasoned vet. And you could see that in how he was, you know, just calmly talking with his co-driver while he's going 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, 1,000%.
And winding through rocks, and you know, that's a pretty whooped out little section they're in right here.
Mm-hmm.
You're in kind of a wash right there, and you got some pretty big sand whoops.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, going back to your comments about Toby and his communication there, it's rare where you'd actually hear someone tell Toby to go a little faster, pick it up, Toby. You know, that seems rare, but yeah, they worked it out. He knows his pace, and he's on track.
And Toby, his response there, he was like kind of surprised, like, oh yeah, like what?
Yeah, exactly. Inflection.
I thought I already had it picked up.
I thought I was doing, yeah, exactly.
You know, it's I've been kind of watching, tracking. I think Toby's got a little bit of a lead over Allen on adjusted time right now.
Okay.
It seems to me like he's just kind of slowly creeping away. We've got a timing loop at race mile 88. Okay. So I want to see that versus the data that I'm getting off of Racer Redefined.
Okay.
Okay. So, Brandon, I think we got to pay some bills here, so I'll let you handle that.
Yeah, in a little bit we will jump to a commercial break, but until then, we'll take a look here at Crystal Pulvardi. He is still in command, making his way through race mile 59. Here's some in-car. Bouncing around. All right, so as Wes mentioned, we're going to go pay some bills, but don't go anywhere. There's more Baja 400 coming up right after this.
The best views are earned. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
I've tested everything. But this was a sound. It can change direction like that. Speeds not of this earth. I don't know if he's sold who has clearance on H2. But then again, I just drive the damn thing.
Entre viñedos, brisa marina y sabores que reconfortan, nace una forma distinta de disfrutar. Aquí, el Valle de Guadalupe te recibe con postales que se extienden hasta donde alcanza la vista. Y cuando llega el momento de sentarse a la mesa, el sabor lo dice todo. El muelle vibra con llegadas y despedidas, con historias y encuentros. Ensenada te conquista, porque transforma lo cotidiano en miles de experiencias que ahora son tuyas. Ensenada, donde lo ordinario es extraordinario.
Sweep opens. Left 3 sweep. Right 5. Right 5, left 3. Cut middle. Right 3 tight. I like that half turn we did.
Yeah, same here.
Left 3. Right 2. Left 3. Left 4 sweep. Right 4 sweep. Left 5. Right 4. Left 4, 3 right. Left 4. 5, left 3. Right 3. Left 4. Right 3 tightens. Left 5. Narrow trees. Right 4. Left 4. Right 4, left 3 tight. Left 3. Right 4, left 1. Right 3, rock left. Left 3. Right left chicane over. Digger. Right 3, tree stop left. Left 5. Right 5. Left 3. Right 4, left 4. Right 3, sweep. Left 4.
You know, Wes, at the top of the broadcast, we were discussing something new we're introducing for the Baja 400, the Racer Redefined app. Do you want to kind of lean a little more deeper into that conversation?
Yeah, definitely. Let's, we can kind of take a look at my screen here if we want to go to it. But basically, the trophy trucks have a new tracker system that we've been testing, and it seems like it's working great. You can see here that, like, we've got Toby Price, so we've got our in-car. It's pretty awesome to have this split screen, and I can zoom in, and we've got Toby being followed by Alan Impudia, and then Pulvarde, Luke McMillan, Justin Lofton, and it is giving time splits at every, in 5 mile increments.
Mm-hmm.
And we also will have a timing loop at race mile 88, and I want to compare the two and kind of see. But
yeah,
you know, according to this, well, I mean, what's crazy is it looks like Alan may have made up some time there, because like at 65, well, it looks like Lofton was 12 seconds back. So I mean, you know, we talk about Lofton's kind of sneaking into here.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the mix for sure.
Yeah.
But Alan was 19 seconds back, Pulvarde 27, Harley Lettner 32, Luke 52. I mean, you got your top 6 less than a minute apart, and then RJ in Gus's truck was just under 2 minutes back.
Yeah.
But that was at 65. They're now at 70, but we've only had Toby and Alan come through there so far.
Mm-hmm.
But this is some really cool technology that's given us splits now, where we're not having to sit here and kind of guess and do math in our heads and try to figure out what's going on between physical position and adjusted time.
Yeah.
Which, if I think the plan is to like really launch this at the Baja 1000.
Yeah.
And this is going to be another edition. The coverage of desert racing has gone leaps and bounds from, say, 5 years ago to where we're at now.
You're not putting a ticket in a can anymore.
With this this in-car footage that we've got, the live streaming, and then if we've got these timers with splits and everything, it's really taking the coverage to the next level.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I can't wait for the Baja 1000 and where we'll be in a couple months.
So where Toby is right now, he just kind of came through. I think he's past race mile 70 now, but that's the Rancho La Vuelta area, and you're kind of slowly working your way up towards the pine forest. And it really, if I don't know if we want to go back to the map here, but it really weaves all over the place.
Okay.
Can we go to my screen here with the map? Looks like
no.
Okay, no. So here we go.
Here we go.
So I mean, you can see how it just weaves all over the place. I'm going to try to zoom in here a little bit more, but it's just you keep kind of backtracking and going back and forth and winding to the left and the right, and right before you get to race mile 100 up here. That's the highest point that we talked about. That's a little over 5,000 feet. This just past race mile 95, or really at 95, is Rancho Kendolfi.
Yep.
And that's where there's a little pond, and you do get into some pine trees up there. It's not like you're in a full-on forest, but there's a couple groves of pine trees. And I think a lot of people don't realize racing in Baja, I think your average person kind of pictures like the desert of San Felipe, and really you go through so many varying different types of terrain. It makes it really unique because you'll start off in Ensenada, and they're gonna you're in terrain like this, and then they're gonna go up into the pine forest, and then kind of back down to Valley T. Temperatures are gonna be pretty hot, maybe close to 100 degrees. Which that's something we haven't really talked about either, is the heat that these guys are going to be battling. But then you go up to Mike's, and you're up kind of in the mountains, and then you go all the way over to the coast, and you're actually like right on the beach.
Right.
Like, through Erendira, they're in cobblestones, literally with waves crashing to the side of your vehicle.
Wild. Yeah, what I also really like about this Racer Redefined tracker here that we're looking at is, I mean, you actually see the vehicles moving, right? As opposed to a screen refreshing every 60 seconds. It's just a much more, we're tightening the lens just so much more on trying to get accurate assessment of these times, where they're at. And to your point too, you see how every 5 miles they're getting tracked as opposed to some of the other, ways that we've done it in the past. So really excited for that.
Yeah, so I zoomed back out on the map while we have it up here, and in the section they're going into, that's where they get up into the pine forest, and then we talked about it getting hot in Valle de Trinidad, and then you go up into the mountains over by Mike's here, come out of Mike's through Simpsons, and then over the crossover road, and then you're on the coast.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, you can have a 25-degree variation probably, especially if it's foggy over on the coast. I don't know what the conditions are, but sometimes in the summer you'll get a lot of onshore flow that will bring in coastal fog. And I mean, it can be in this like 60s, 70s, but at the same time be 105 up by Valle de Trinidad. So you've got to work through a lot of different conditions while you're racing down here.
Yeah, it's a really exciting course they've created for the Baja 400. It's been maybe self-explanatory, Wes, but do you want to speak to the leaderboard, and just for some people that may not understand what these green and red triangles actually mean?
You're talking about on the leaderboard?
On the leaderboard to the left, just different placements of the drivers, what if they're moving up places, if they're moving down places.
Yes, so the leaderboard that's showing right now, I think that's, green would be like you're moving up,
they've
red,
advanced.
you're going down.
Yep. And this is just trophy trucks, obviously.
Correct. Yeah, that's just our trophy truck leaderboard. And we've got Toby Price leading there. Again, that's showing Alan 8 seconds down. We're watching the in-car with these guys, and I mean, you can just see they're both drivers are throwing it down. The pace that they're holding through this stuff is crazy. What I'm kind of looking forward to is they're in like Alan's in a decently tight wash right here.
Yeah.
But once they get to the pine forest, and then from about race mile 100 to really Santa Catarina, like just past 120, that's really, I think, the tightest part of the whole course.
Yeah.
And these trucks are going to just be struggling to get through there. They'll be getting Baja pinstripes the whole way.
Well, hopefully we won't have any mechanical issues in in those spots, creating a potential bottleneck. But I'm hoping, and they've done their homework, they'll get through it okay.
Yeah, I think if somebody did have a problem, they'd end up just getting pushed out into the bushes.
Just push them out of there. Well, we did see recently that we had a semi out there at one point. Hay truck had fallen over, and they got that cleared, thankfully. Some in-car here with Luke McMillan.
Yeah, I literally just got an update from his team saying that they had gone through the Rancho La Vuelta area, basically off the pavement out of K77.
Yep.
It said everything's all good with the truck.
Good.
And they're looking good.
Heidi, a little bit ago, you were talking about a piece of this course that you always look forward to, or you love to drive. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I was just saying that as you are coming down, right before you cross Highway 3, it's kind of fun to fly through those trees, because it's a little technical. And I remember racing it in my Unlimited 7 truck, which was, it's a lot lighter, and this is a Class 1 right here, but it's a lot lighter than those trophy trucks, and more narrow, and it was just so fun to fly through there because you just felt so confident, and it was a narrow course, and it was a narrow truck, and it was fun.
And you mentioned it was a bit of a relief to see your team and your crew.
Yeah, because you have that Highway 3. Some people take fuel there depending on their pit strategy. It doesn't look like anyone took fuel to me, but that was sometimes a moment where you would stop and take fuel, but it was always exciting to see your teammates.
Just saw Cody Reed get a mouthful of dirt and his team.
Hit that G out pretty hard.
Yeah, they sure did. Rich, you and I were talking we've been talking about the advancements of technology within the sport, but we were also talking yesterday about advancements just in construction materials and different parts and stuff. And I was asking you, Rich, what do you think is on the horizon over the next 3 to 5 years as a way to evolve our vehicles? What do you see and why?
Well, like Bobby Smith, the engineer for Fox, is in with Rob McCachran. They're working on the live valve thing's been going on with Ford for quite a while, so they're working closely with the manufacturers. But all these companies are using this as a proving ground. But as far as builders, I believe that there's a lot of advancements. They're going to start lowering the weight, and I believe that closed cockpits in the future will be something to contend with.
Yeah.
Because for many reasons, but I think it might be something to contend with.
We'll see. Aerodynamics, yeah.
There's just constant technology. Robbie Gordon's got 2 engines. Geyser Brothers are doing one thing. Jimco's doing another.
Yeah.
Mason's doing something else.
Right.
Everybody. The technology is amazing, and we'll see where it goes.
As that dirt just blasted through, it made me think of that conversation we had.
Yeah.
Here's some in-car with Kristen Matlock as well. And of course, two-wheel drive trophy truck Cameron Steele. All systems go. Beautiful sunny day in the desert. Looking good. Race mile 59. Some drone footage here with dust in the distance. We'll circle back and see who's next. Nice blue skies. Here we go. One of our favorite drivers, Kristen Matlock. Her husband as well. Make a dynamic duo, so to speak, like the Steeles.
Yeah, there's so much competition in that UTV class.
Right.
It'll be fun to watch that class, unfold today and see how they all perform.
And Kristen, she and Wayne switched over to the Razor factory racing cars, I think the beginning of this year. So that's a change for their program. And I think they've been getting used to that new vehicle, but so far from what I've heard from both of them, they really like the performance of that factory car.
Wes, what are the big differences between those two vehicles?
Well, so you can go to a dealership and buy a Pro R,
right,
and then go modify it on your own, which is what most people have been doing, building UTV race cars, or really most race cars, period, are custom fabricated vehicles.
Right.
And what Polaris did is kind of made it more of a turnkey program. So they went out, they made their factory program. They're actually undefeated in SCORE racing, which is pretty insane to me.
Impressive.
Yeah, and Brock Hager's been on terror. But all of that time and effort that they've put into this and testing these cars, now you can go buy a turnkey car. I think they're selling for about 140, 150,000.
Wow.
It might depend on some of the options that you have on it.
Yeah.
But that's a pretty reasonable price for a turnkey race car for this series, especially for that class.
Very cool.
And then what I really like out of it is the parts are on the shelf. So instead of having custom fabricated parts where if you crash or you break something and then you got to make a new one to put on, with this they actually have parts on the shelf, so you can call up and order it and have it shipped to you. And so if you tore up a carbon fiber panel on the right side of your car, you can order one instead of having to have one made.
Right. Very cool. Very user-friendly, so to speak.
Yeah, it's
great.
a pretty big deal, I think, for SCORE Racing to have
for sure
turnkey race cars available to people that want to get involved in the sport.
Yeah, amen. Okay, back to some in-car here. Alan and Rubalcaba. A while back when we were watching that Class 1 car, it was cool. A lot of the times when these POVs, we don't get to see the wheels because of the hood, right? Sometimes the hood does come off, obviously, but it's really fun to see how those wheels are digging in and just get a different perspective on this course from a different class.
Something that I'm keeping an eye on is this race between Toby and Alan. And for a little bit there, before they got in K77, Toby had kind of opened up on Alan, but Alan now has been closing that gap. And through race mile 70, I'm showing Toby leading by 3 seconds on adjusted.
Yeah.
So that's, like we were saying, they're both just flat out throwing it down.
Yep.
And I think the pace that these guys are going, they're running 100% through this. And it's just going to be tight. I think, it looks to me like maybe Alan is a little quicker in the more technical terrain.
Yeah.
That could be driver or that could be truck setup.
Well, Heidi was just nudging me here on the Racer app. There is a big gap between. You can speak about it, Heidi, if you want.
It looks like there's a gap after Justin Lofton, and then Robbie's the next truck, but. Looks like there's a
substantial.
Pretty good, yeah. And then there's a bunch of trucks stacked behind Robbie.
Huh.
Yeah, it looks like RJ is pretty close behind Robbie right now. Yeah, I don't, just in talking with Robbie, it sounded like he didn't think it was going to be an issue, but the heavier Geyser twin engine truck that they're running just seems to me like it would be a handful in these really tight, twisty sections. It's weight, I feel like, is a disadvantage in that terrain, as well as just you can't really use a lot of horsepower there because you want to get traction and power to the ground, not break the tires loose. So one of the drivers I talked to was saying, they were running, they were talking about motor packages of Gibbs versus like a Dugan, and the Gibbs motor likes to rev more, which I think kind of creates a little more wheel spin. And that's actually what Toby's running.
Yeah.
Versus like a Dugan's is a little more torquey, and it's kind of like short shifting a little bit. You can keep your RPMs down, but still keep it in the power band.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be interesting to kind of see how it plays out. Obviously, it looks like Toby's making that motor package work for him.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
You know, I do think having a little torqueier motor in the technical sections is probably an advantage.
Yeah.
And that might be kind of what's going on with Alan and Toby right now, because Alan is closing a little on him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the top 5 guys are pretty close, but then there's that gap. So I'm just hoping that that doesn't hold up the rest of the crew behind 5, you know, behind Robbie.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Well,
So,
go ahead.
As the drivers are working their way up towards the pine forest, you know, I went out and pre-ran the race course, and we actually have a little piece here from race mile 97 that we can take a look at.
This is the highest point of the race course at 5,205 feet. It's race mile 97, so it's just short of a quarter of the way into the race. The competitors have been going through a fair amount of course that's pretty regular for most of the races here. I'd say from Rancho Nelson to Ojos, everyone will have known that. And then from Ojos to K77, there's a little bit of new stuff like Rancho El Pescado, race mile 50, 55, where they've graded some stuff. I think the racers are really going to enjoy coming through there. The course is really tight and technical coming all the way into this area. It opens up in a few spots. There aren't a lot of lines. I think track position is going to be key. There's a lot of DG, which is decomposed granite, and that doesn't get as dusty, as well as they've been getting some rain. I think it will dry out from pre-running, but dust isn't going to be really bad through these sections, I don't think. So if you do need to make a run on somebody and close up on them, I think you're going to be able to. So you might be able to come up, bump somebody, get them to get out of your way to make a pass. That's really the only way you're going to pass someone, is making it happen, because there just aren't lines that you can get out and make a pass. So you're going to have to, someone's going to have to pull over, get out of the way for you. And then from here, it heads back towards Valley de Trinidad. We're going to go down the goat trail and then into a long speed zone and then up to Mike's. That's where it's going to open up a little bit more. So I think really, you know, this first part, you want to pick your way through, be careful, don't make any mistakes, no flat tires, and just get through here clean.
So you can see there were some shots of the pine forest, as well as how tight it is through some of those bushes.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a good illustration of that. That's what these guys are going through. One thing I was just looking at, so Impudia does run a Dugan's motor package. You know, so we were talking about Gibbs versus Dugan's, and the higher revving motor versus the more torquey motor.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll be, you know, like I said, I kind of felt like a Dugan's would maybe be an advantage in the tighter terrain.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see if Alan can continue to make up time.
We were talking earlier, Rich and I were chatting about strategies of places to get around, and per your video there. So this seems to be an opportunity if you could try to get around somebody. It's going to be around the 97 mile mark. Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Now, I was just saying earlier, Rich and I were talking about strategies and kind of coming at this course for opportunities, because there's not a lot of places to pass or get around somebody. But per your video, what you just shot, it sounds like this could be an opportunity, this area, for if the opportunity arises to either nerf somebody or get around them or something.
Yeah, when I was out there, they had gotten some rain. And even like looking behind Toby there, that shot, there's not silt that's just bellowing out and hanging.
Yeah.
It's more like little spurts of dust that are coming up. And that's where, you know, in that type of terrain, you can kind of get closer to someone and make a pass. But I mean, at the pace Toby's going, I don't think you're going to make any pass.
Yeah.
You know, I think really between the 46 and the 1 trucks, they're so close to each other that as we monitor this race, I just picture it, you know, a couple seconds here, a couple seconds there,
Right,
and it's
right.
just going to stay super close.
Yep.
I think, you know, in Alan's case, if he can just keep pressure on Toby, and probably it's going to come down to, you know, who has a flat or who makes a mistake. You know, one thing that is changing this up is Toby's got Paul Wheel getting in at about the midway point in this versus Alan's driving the whole race.
Right.
And, you know, that, we were concerned about that at the 500. They got the driver change done really quick. I don't feel like it cost them. But then when Paul got in, he ended up clipping a rock on the way from Urupan to Ojos. And that basically handed the win to Alan.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll definitely see how that plays out. We've been watching the 4 wheels for a while, but let's go to the 2 wheels. Let's see kind of some replays from earlier on the bikes, moto class. They are down on the coast.
Yeah, so this is where you come out of San Vicente Wash and then make a right, head up the coast in Irandira, and you're on the cobblestones there.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful section of the course.
I'll say.
Those cobblestones are a little tricky because they like to get lodged up in your wheels between your brakes and the wheel and the 4-wheelers, and then, you know, on a dirt bike, they just move around a lot underneath you.
Slippery.
So, you can see he's going good through there, but you just got to kind of manage that bike through there. You're not just flat out like if you were on a packed hard dirt road.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some whoops in there. You could kind of see the bike how it was skipping around.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, when you're in those rocks in a truck, the sound is so loud. It's
the
crazy.
cobblestones on the beach?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Some more video coming as well.
Yeah, as we're watching these guys, I'm looking at the tracker, and our leaders, they are through Santo Tomas and the speed zone there, and they are actually heading from Urupan over to where you go by Tres Hermanos. So you can see right here, that's our gap between the 7X and the 1X. And if I zoom out a little, you'll see it's about a maybe 40-mile stretch from Urupan, and then you head through. This is all kind of normal course, and then when they make this turn and do this loop here, they head over by Tres Hermanos, and this is all new for the course.
Okay.
But you know, they're not too far from the finish here.
Yeah, if they're at 350.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Close.
You know, so I mean, again, Carter Klein's on the bike, and then the Arturo Salas team, they're keeping it close.
Yeah.
I mean, they're keeping that pressure on them, but they've maintained this distance pretty much the entire day.
It's been consistent, yeah.
Well, I guess early morning into the day,
Right.
and then now afternoon. So these guys have been out there for a while. You know, we've got to remember they started in the dark.
You know, I'm wondering. I'm wondering if they're going to compete more for the overall this race because of the fact that we have a lot slower technical sections.
That's a great point, Heidi. You know, I think if you're going to have an event that a bike gets back to taking the overall, it's going to be something like a race course like this, where they're just, you know, they're lighter, more nimble. You can really work a bike through some of those tight sections, and you don't have, you know, like a San Felipe where you've got a trophy truck going 100 miles an hour in 3-foot deep whoops that you just can't do on a bike.
Yeah. I mean, when Johnny Campbell raced years ago, he would get the overall, you know, time after time. But when the technology of the trucks improved, that started to shift. But this is a tough race course. It is really technical, so it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah. It seems like if the 7X can keep up that pace, they may get to the finish round 1, possibly between 1:30 in that zone if he keeps it up.
And as we look at the map here, you've got 7X, which is Tyler Lynn's team, 1X Arturo Salas, and then 15X of Eric Holt, which we saw them do a tire change. But from there, it's a big, big gap all the way back to, Shane Esposito in the 40X, which that's, so he would be winning the Class 40. But that little lead pack there of those 3 have pretty much checked out from everybody else.
I'd say so. It's a big gap.
The map don't lie.
Yeah, and so from what I'm hearing, we're expecting the lead bikes to finish it at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, around 1. There she is. Ava Starr.
Well, 18-year-old.
I mean,
awesome.
Never forget how she went from graduation straight to Baja.
Cap and gown to a driver's suit.
Yeah, right to a helmet and a pink seat. Yeah, she's doing so great.
Another great family. She's got so much endorsement from her mom and dad.
Yeah, great story there.
Uncle, and it's just awesome. What a great story.
Stay right in 176 yards. BCP 14 in 160 yards.
Let's listen into this. Different co-driver.
Stay left either or. In 161 yards. Danger.
I think I could have Siri talking to me all day.
It's lead nav. That's lead nav right there, yeah.
Yeah, you can turn the audio notes on lead nav, and then really your co-driver doesn't have to say a whole lot. It just, I feel like it always annoys me a little bit. I'd rather have my co-driver talk to me when I want them to and not talk when I don't want them to.
You'd think in these days now you could start to pepper in the kind of voice that you want through AI and everything else.
Toby will get an Australian voice talking to him.
Make a left here, mate. Hey, what you doing, man? Horrible
So
Australian
the other thing
accent.
that's mandatory, though, if you're going to have a co-driver, they're going to have to do that pre-run with you.
Yeah.
And when you're at this age, I don't think a lot of people have the ability to go down and pre-run as much as their teams.
That's a good point.
She did a post on social media and actually said that she wasn't able to pre-run the first half of the course, but her dad had gone down and gotten the notes. I in fact ran into her dad out on the course when I was out doing the course previews. But yeah, I think she had a cold or something was going on, so she wasn't able to go out and pre-run the whole thing. I think she was a little concerned about that. While we're talking about this, I've been looking at the tractors, and so through race mile 85, we have the top 8 trucks through there. And right now, Allen was 3 seconds back, and then Lofton on adjusted was sitting 3rd at 13 seconds back.
Yep.
And then Harley Lettner at 36, Polvarde 38, Luke McMillan at 49, and then there's a little gap to Gus. So they just came through 90, and Pudia was 11 seconds there. So we were talking about how it's going to be a few seconds here, a few seconds there. I mean, it looks like that gap is just minor fluctuations right now.
Yep.
What technology? This is so amazing that this is so visible to all the audience. It's amazing.
But then, the other thing is, like, physical track position hasn't really changed. There's Allen's in the pine forest there.
Yeah. There's no dust in front of him, so.
I didn't see, but I think he's getting to a little area. There should be a pond on his right-hand side here in just a minute. And when I was out there pre-run, there was a lot of cattle up in this area. Hopefully the ranchers put them away, because there were literally like a herd of cattle were standing on the road.
Yeah. Surprise.
Yeah, I think the pond should be on the right-hand side right here. There it is. And then the course is gonna curve up to the left, go through some boulders, and then work back to the right and kind of open back up. This is This is a faster area, so here's where he's working through the boulders, and now it's going to come back over to the right.
Very cool.
But this is pretty fast, especially once he makes this turn. It kind of opens up, and then it's going to be fast for a few more miles, and then this is right after that is where race mile 97, where I was at the highest point, and we watched that piece.
Yeah.
That's where they're going to come through. So they'll be at race mile 97 in a couple minutes here. Toby's actually probably just about there.
Okay.
And it gets super, super tight. So I'd love to see some in-car with Toby and Alan coming through this.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so Toby is probably race mile 95, 96.
Okay.
And this was real tight through here. It winds through these bushes. You've got some boulders hidden in there, and then he's gonna hit the highest point of the course here in probably about a minute.
Copy that. That might make just enough time for us to show you a new promo for you. Well, we've been talking a lot that SCORE is partnered up with the Racer Network. So if you are a race fan, you gotta check out what Racer has to offer.
Let's go, boys.
How many kings have we got racing today? All of them.
We got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Very exciting. And Racer subscribers can check out this broadcast and much more motorsport action over on the Racer Network TV and the Racer app. So really, really exciting. Wonderful partnership, hopefully evolving. So maybe we'll get back in a little bit to where Toby Price was and what Wes was describing. But until then, some in-car here with Polvardi. I think we saw Cody Reed there just for a moment.
So Chris is going through that section that we just watched Impudia go through. So he's not too far back. But notice we're not seeing any dust from Alan.
Yes.
And again, I think that kind of goes into, I was talking about the DG, so you're not getting the amount of dust that you would if it was really silty, as well as it makes me think Alan is probably gapped out Chris a little bit.
Chris a little bit, yep.
Yeah, it looks like we got heli of Polvardi on the screen to the right. I believe he's past where that pond was, and in just a little bit here, he should be making a right off of that faster road, and then that's where it starts to get into the more technical terrain.
It's good to see him almost 100 miles into the race. You know, he seems like...
That's got to make him feel good.
Yeah, he's probably getting settled into his seat, and yeah, he should be proud that he's having a good race.
Yeah, I always felt like, you want to get maybe the first 25 miles under your belt and get your flow going, and then you kind of get settled in, and that's where I think Chris in the past, so you can see how tight it gets right here.
Yep.
Chris in the past, I think maybe just came out a little too hot, and so he's kind of learned to be a little more patient off the start and kind of let the race come to him.
Well, like any sport, I mean, it's really just about getting in there, getting involved. Maybe it's a quick tackle in football, a big check in hockey, or whatever it is. And in this, it's just like get some dirt in your face, get the pedal down, get some air in your hair, and and get into it. And then you settle in. But as Wes was saying, I think Polvardi is learning lessons and using those lessons to his advantage now.
I think we've Chris was down pre-running, I actually did an interview with him, and he kind of talks about what had happened at the 500 and what he learned and how he's going to apply that.
Yeah.
So I think we can take a look at what Chris had to say.
Sounds good.
For Baja 1000, I teamed up with Bryce Menzies. I really, truly believe we were the team to beat. We qualified first. It was all coming together, and we went 12 miles and had a very rare mechanical failure that took us out of the 1,000-mile race. Then we come to Baja 500 this year, qualify first. I really feeling good, kind of clearing that negative air from the 1,000, and we go 3 corners and end our race again. When the accident happened, I couldn't even think, to be honest. I was just devastated. We had worked so hard to get there, qualified first. It seemed like it was really our race. It just seemed like that nightmare that just wasn't a nightmare. I think for the 400, it's still the same. Like, I want to come and win, but I deep down, I think a finish for me is going to be pretty rewarding. You know, a finish will feel good, but definitely won't be satisfied till we win.
So, doing that interview with Chris, I mentioned it before, one of the things that I really liked about talking to him is his maturity level and the fact that he took accountability for the mistake that he made at the 500.
Right.
And, you know, I guess I just felt like that he had learned from that and was ready to kind of move forward. And, you know, we see that right now. He didn't make that mistake. He made it past that 3rd corner. And, I mean, it was heartbreaking to watch that. I mean, just,
yeah.
I know just the disappointment, because you put so much work preparing for a race, and to have that happen that early on is just gut-wrenching.
Yeah.
But sometimes it takes that to, you know, really kind of get it into your head of, hey man, like, you can't overdrive the vehicle, and you just gotta be patient. We keep saying that, and take what comes. And you know, I like what he's doing right now. He's just been holding his position. You know, he's right there. If Toby and Alan have a problem, he'll be physically first on the course.
Yeah.
And really, in talking to most of the drivers and how I would approach this is, you know, I think I would want to get to probably around race mile 220, like the meadow where you're starting the crossover road. Get there in one piece, get there with your vehicle clean, and then kind of see where you're sitting and see how the race is playing out. And then if you need to pick up the pace and you want to go try to win the race, then do it.
Yeah.
But, you know, don't try to win it in the first few miles. Looks like as we're speaking there, Kristen's got something going on.
Yep. Putting the gloves back on, pulled off, and
well, you know, so I don't know what the temp is there. If somebody wants to shoot me a message on WhatsApp, but it was 104 degrees when I pre-ran there.
Oof.
And when you're in some of this really tight tech, you know, they're having problems. So
what is going on?
Looks like her co-driver's telling her to pull over. But what I was gonna say is when they have their shields up like that, if you're in like a really tight section, I would like they're in dust, so you don't want your shield up then, but if you got clean air, putting your shield up and actually letting some air flow over your face helps cool you off.
Yeah, something's going on.
Yeah, they've got some type, it looked like she was maybe cycling the engine, so I wonder if they're like have like a limp mode type thing going on and they're trying to get it to shut off or come back on.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have audio of them, but I'd be curious to hear what they're saying if we do.
Letting dust, they need to get out of the dust.
I think the co-driver might want her to pull a little more off the course. Okay, so we got audio with them. Let's see if we can kind of hear what's going on.
Stay left to line.
Yeah, there she goes.
I mean, it sounded like the motor was cutting out there too. With those factory Razor cars, they've got 2 different motor options. They've got the standard engine as well as you can get a high output one. I kind of wonder which one they're running there. But I don't know if it's engine or maybe some sort of a drivetrain issue. Yeah, kind of hard to tell from right here. But. So
when he got out, Wes, what is he looking for?
Well, I'm not sure what the issue is, but
yeah. Well, potentially, what could he be looking for if he's getting out and inspecting the vehicle?
I mean, you like check your axles,
yeah.
CVs, your prop shaft.
Visors down.
Yeah.
Okay. And back in it.
132 yards. VCP 27.
Well, looks like Kristen.
It seems like it keeps cutting out on him.
Whoa.
In 138
Where are they going?
yards. VCP
I think
28.
she's pulling over.
Okay.
Yeah, she's
getting off.
She might not have complete control over that. Like it's pulling or something?
Mm-hmm.
I think she's just getting out of the way, and I think they're trying everything they can. Yeah, they're running a Motec system in that car, and they might be trying to kind of troubleshoot what's going on.
Right.
It seemed like she was giving it gas to see if it was fixing whatever issue it is that she's got going on there, but
frustrating. Visors are up and down, up and down.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because the Matlocks, they've been racing down here a long time, and I know they've gone through a few renditions of Pro Rs, and they just haven't really been able. Kristen had a really strong run when she was running her NA car,
Mm-hmm.
and won a lot of races. Was even I think overalled some, and then she just hasn't had the same finishes since she's gone to the Pro R package. And I kind of thought that when they went to this factory car, it was more of a proven deal, but for whatever reason, it seems like they have more issues than the factory team does.
Well, that's got to be frustrating for sure.
Here comes some, looks like everyone's scratching their head up there, trying to figure out if they need help. Stay on that and see what comes forward.
Yeah, while we're watching that, I'm looking at times, and so, well, somebody that we're on with right here is the Concrete Motorsports, number 70, with Kevin Thompson and Harley Lettner. Harley Lettner is in the truck right now, and we're showing him through race mile 95 in 4th place on adjusted time. He's a minute 2 seconds back. At 95 now, it was showing Toby Price 37 seconds ahead of Empudia and 41 seconds ahead of Justin Lofton. So if that's correct, then Toby kind of made up some time somewhere. Oh, that's a new line right there. We talk about how things get straightened out and opened up. See, yeah, Harley's got a very creative line through that section right now. But
making it work.
He missed it. There was about 10 zigzags that he just turned into a straight line.
Yep.
But that might explain how he is moved up to 4th on adjusted time. Harley is known for really driving the vehicle,
getting creative,
and pushing the limits of the vehicle that he's in. So it'll be fun to watch what he can do in this truck.
And still able to respect the VCPs.
Well, yeah. I think a lot of this is when you're out there pre-running, you're always looking at where are the VCPs at.
Mm-hmm.
Can I trim a corner here, or are there things that I can do to like these trucks? They're so big through this tight stuff that if you hit all of those turns, you've got so much braking and then slowing down and accelerating. If you can make a straight line through it, you can make a lot of time.
Sure.
The thing is, most of these guys know those straight lines, and it's pretty funny watching this because 2 weeks ago when I ran through here, there were none of these shortcuts at all.
They did not exist.
No.
So people made them.
Correct.
It looks like Wes on the Racing Redefined app that looks like Christopher and
Alan
might be ahead of Alan right now.
It does. I don't know that I totally trust that yet.
Okay.
But, I mean, we can see that Kevin is in dust, and the tracker is showing him pretty close to Luke. So I think I believe that. Pulvardi, we're not seeing any dust ahead of him. So, I mean, maybe he is ahead of Alan. I wonder if Alan, well, maybe something happened with Alan, and that would explain why from 90 to 95, we all of a sudden went from, let's see, it was,
well,
it was 11 seconds, you know, so at 85, it was 3 seconds. Then at 90, it was 11. And then, well, let's see, at 95, then all of a sudden it was 37. So I would guess that something happened to Alan.
Maybe a flat tire or something.
I don't think you could
quick.
do a flat that fast, though. It's going to take you more than, you know, because he was 11 seconds and then 37.
But yet you've got
it's going to take you more than 26 seconds to change a flat. So maybe he blew a corner and and then had to back up and then get going, or he got hung up or something for a second.
Well, it's strange. If you review the score map, the main map, it doesn't appear that Pulvardi's in front of Alan, but again, and my map's going to refresh in 5 seconds. Earlier we had some tracking issues with Christopher. Maybe that, well, no. Still got Toby in first, Alan and Lofton.
My gut is that Chris is still physical third.
Yeah, okay.
But, you know, when we were seeing him, you can see some dust way out, but when we watched him go through the pine forest, he was a ways back from Alan.
Yeah.
So I think that's why we're still seeing clean air ahead of him, but it's definitely something we want to monitor and keep an eye on.
Sure.
But the fun thing here is that we've got, you know, people that aren't physically running up here with Alan and Toby, but on adjusted are kind of right there in the mix. Like Lofton and Harley Lettner are doing well. Kind of looks to me like Robbie might be holding up RJ and Lettner a little bit.
Okay.
But we'll see, because it looks like there's a pretty big gap in front of Robbie Gordon.
Well, as we have the POV here of Alan and this battle between Christopher, it continues. We're going to go to a commercial break here in a minute, but we will be back with more Baja 400 right after this.
The best views are earned. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
Hola, Tavo Vildósola aquí, la revista SCORE Journal, que sale cada mes, hay que leerla para estar actualizados de todo lo que está pasando en nuestro deporte, el deporte que amamos y que queremos aquí de la Baja, entonces ahí nos vemos en la revista.
No se olviden de leer el SCORE Journal, la mejor revista para el off-road, manténganse al tanto de todos los updates y todas las noticias por ahí. Saludos.
La revista SCORE Journal, muy interesante, muy buena y pues
Síganla. Ánimo.
Dame una bomba de agua.
¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone,
pásala segura.
We're back here with our coverage of this year's Baja 400, and we're taking a look at the leaderboard of our Pro Moto Unlimited class. Tyler Lynn teamed up with Carter Klein on the 7X. They've been pretty much leading all morning and now into the afternoon. The Arturo Salas team on the 1X, they've been really somewhere between, I'd say, just under 3 minutes to 6-7 minutes gap, really all day as we've been watching this. And then Eric Holt has been about 15 to he's like just almost 18 right now behind. So those three are far ahead of all the rest of the motorcycles. I'm watching, okay, I'm looking at some tracker here. Yeah, we're expecting our lead bike to finish right around 1 o'clock. They are in a new section of the course over by Tres Hermanos right now. So they're almost to like 375. You can see here on the tracker, the two courses actually get pretty close to each other. So they will probably be seeing dust of other vehicles when the course runs parallel here. And they're just a little west of the outbound course. So as they are working their way in, I'll shrink this a little bit here, but you can see as they come into Rancho Nelson, it's not too much further. You know, like I said, they're pretty close to 375. Tres Hermanos is like right in this area, and that's 375. So I think he's 371 right now is what we're showing on the tracker. And we're showing Tyler Lynn behind, but it hasn't updated in 14 minutes. So I believe Tyler Lynn is still ahead. You can see we've got some cows there at race mile 349. And I think we might have a dirt bike coming through here. Hopefully he is taking those cows back to his ranch before the trophy trucks get in there. When I was out pre-run the course, there was a lot of cattle out there. So it's something that the competitors are gonna have to watch. I think generally looks to me like he's kind of rounding them up and probably taking them back. And these guys all know there's a race going on, so generally they put their cattle away on race day. Looks like he's picking up the pace there on the horse there. He might want to get into the race himself. Might have to have a new class for horses. So I think we may have a bike coming. In the background there, this is like, I believe that's Urupan, and there's some vineyards That's that green you're seeing is all the fields. And this is where they're heading over towards Ojos. So while we're looking at that, I've been also watching our leaderboard for the trophy trucks. And according to the Racer Redefined app, Alan Impudia is a minute 30 behind Toby Price. So it really seems like Toby has been opening this up. And I don't know if Alan had a problem. And so we also talked about Justin Lofton is having a good run today. I believe he's physically 4th on course, or maybe even 5th. I think he's actually 5th because I believe he's behind Luke. But on adjusted, he's only minute 6 behind Toby. So right now through 110, with our adjusted times, we've got Toby Price, then Justin Lofton 106 back, Alan Impudia 130 back, Luke McMillan 139 back, and then Christopher Polvarde at 225 back. I haven't checked the trophy specs, but McNeil was our fastest qualifier, and I believe he is still our leader. Be nice to see Jason have a clean run here and get a win. He's qualified first quite a few times, and we've seen him have mechanical problems where he hasn't been able to put it on top of the box. The area that they're in right now, I was talking about this course is triple T's, tight, twisty, technical. Where Toby is right now, it's super, super tight. And then we got some in-car with Justin Lofton. I really like how Lofton and Harley Lettner in that concrete teamed up with Kevin Thompson. On adjusted time, they're right in the mix on this. I haven't got an update on Harley coming through 110, but I have a feeling he's going to be probably 3rd or 4th on adjusted time once he comes through there, and he's getting pretty close. That dust in front of Lofton, I believe, is from Luke McMillan. So he's just kind of hanging just outside of his dust. I think Toby is in a section here. I'm trying to remember the name of that wash. I think he may be in El Tule wash. Yeah, I think he's in El Tule wash right now. There's a few little areas where there's actually some water. You get into some kind of tighter trees. Yeah, like right here, the trees are really tight. Yeah, that's the standing water right there that he just hit. And then I think not too much longer here, he's gonna turn up to the left and pop out of that. At the same time, you see Lofton there, he's just kind of working his way through. Yeah, I talked about these trophy trucks getting Baja pinstripes through here, and you can see how tight the bushes are to where the sides of the truck are actually scraping on the bushes as they're going through here. So I think we'll kind of listen in on the drivers here and listen to Toby and his co-driver as they're racing through this.
Left 3, Left 4, boulder right. Left 2. Right, long, long. Right 4, sweep. Cut left. Narrows, right 4. Left 3, rejoin. Right 2, sweep. Left 2, long. Scooter, Paul, if you guys are listening, give me a split on Ampudia as soon as you have another race review fine split. Short and sweep. Right 3, sweep, opens. Through fence. Right 3, rock. Right 3, rock left. Straight. Left 4, sweep. Right 4, sweep. Cut left side coming. Left 3, sweep. Cut right 5, long. Right 5, long. Right 5, long. Through fence. Left 5, long. Left 5, long. Left 5, long. Right 5. Just left 3. Left line. Yeah. What happened? Nothing. Right 4, long. I was just ready for you to go. Yep. Left 5. Right 5, long. Right 4, long. Right line. Left 5, long. Right 5. Left 4, long. Left 2, coming. Right 3, sweep. Right 4, sweep. All clear, Brent. Straight, G out. Cut right 4. Cross ditch. Left 5. Left 4, sweep over.
So that's
Right 2, sweep. Right 5. Left 3, rock left. You just got a hop just then when you do it.
Full House could beat that pair. They really are a good team, Paul and him.
I'm so curious. I don't know anything about, Paul and Toby like to keep their driver change location top secret. I haven't heard where it's at.
Well, when you're at the top, a lot of people like to shoot at you,
Yeah.
It's one of those things. So everybody's looking at what their strategy is, and they want to implement their change to be similar or counter to what they're doing.
I spoke with them at qualifying. They filled me in on what their plan is. Basically, they're going to take their truck right around the Valle de Trinidad area, and that's where they can make it on fuel. And then when they do their fuel stop, that's where Paul's going to get in.
Nice.
So he's probably going to race about 200 miles. So Toby will take the first
I think
couple hundred.
Yeah, they're pretty much splitting this thing up, and it's I think about 210 is where I anticipate them doing their driver change, and we're going to see everybody starting to pit in those areas. They'll probably do fuel, tires, and then most of the drivers are staying in, but the two teams that are running really well that are doing driver changes is the 46 with Toby and Paul, and then also the 70 with Harley Lettner and Kevin Thompson.
And it looks like Toby right now, you can probably see this from your tracker too, that he's putting a gap right now on Alan, who looks like he's in second position.
Well, I'm trying to kind of get the lowdown from Alan's team on what's going on with him, because he keeps losing time, and through 115 with 5 trucks through there, this is without Lettner coming through yet, he was sitting 4th on adjusted, and I think he's still second physical, but I'm not even totally sure on that. I'd like to be interesting to get a heli shot from Polvardi if we had that, and kind of see if he is in front or behind of Ampudia. But I'm starting to think here, Alan was right with Toby and had cut it to 3 seconds. And then now that gap just continues to grow. At the 500, they lost the front wheel drive on their 4-wheel drive. Maybe something like that's going on, where he's just got 2-wheel drive, or there might be some issue that's just slowing him a little bit to where it's allowing the trucks behind him to make time on him and allowing Toby to kind of slowly pull away. So, here's that heli shot I wanted of Polvardi. It looks like there's just fairly close ahead of him, which would kind of make me believe that Alan is still ahead of him. And let me go back to the tracker here. The tracker's showing Luke and Alan ahead of him. But again, those aren't totally accurate sometimes, but this has been fairly accurate so far. So I think we're on here with Alan right now. It looks like he's running good.
Yeah.
Maybe
his truck sounds good.
Yeah. Maybe Toby's just kind of turned it up a little bit. I think Toby's mindset is he's got to know that they're doing a driver change and nobody else is, so he's got to give it to Paul with a little extra gap, just in case that driver change they lose a little bit of time. And now Paul's a great driver, and he can hold the same pace as Toby. Really, Toby might be a touch faster, but Paul is an excellent driver. So I don't feel like they'll lose time that way. Just the driver change itself sometimes takes a little bit more than a normal pit stop.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could hear on a couple different occasions, Toby's co-driver was encouraging him to go faster. I mean, so.
Yeah, which was kind of funny because it looks like he's hauling ass to me.
To me too.
But, I mean, they have that relationship, and I think his co-driver knows what the truck can do, and he knows what Toby can do. So, let's take a listen to him. You can see this is a really tight section right here.
Tight. Left forward sweep. Left line. Right 3 sweep. Left 4. Left 3 sweep. Right 3 opens. Right left chicane rocks. Opens. Right 4 long. Left 5. Right 4 long. Left 3 long. Keep left tree right. Right 5, roller. Left 6 straight. Left 3 through wash. Right 4 to cattle guard.
As we're sitting here watching this, I just got an update from Lofton's team, and he sent me a couple videos. And so Toby came through physical first, and then we had Allen and then Pulvardi. So like we thought, that's how everybody's still sitting. Just, it seems like Toby's opening up a gap on everybody.
It's impressive. You can see he's at 117 miles an hour right now.
This is where it starts to open up in like Santa Catarina and then into Nuevo Junction. So this has got to be a little refreshing for him because he knows he's out of that super tight technical stuff. And I think the drivers just all wanted to get through that clean. So Toby's through it clean, and now he can kind of open it up. And really, it's fast all the way from where he's at right now till you start getting maybe like 5 miles out from the top of the goat trail. And then it tightens back up a little bit. Then he'll come down the goat trail, and then he'll be in the speed zone on the highway through Valle de Trinidad, and then start heading up Mike's Road.
Yeah, he's probably 12 minutes from the goat trail, right?
Maybe a little bit more than that. But, he's at race mile 125. Goat trail is 144.
Okay.
But he's going over a mile a minute right now, so he's gonna close that pretty fast. I guess if we figure he's probably less than 20 miles from the top of the goat trail right now.
Right, and we got a lot of race left. So.
Yeah, and he's going to be averaging probably 70 plus miles an hour through this section.
Oh yeah, and up into Mike's until it slows down, he's going to be cooking.
Yeah.
So once again, you have to play into, and I mentioned it before. We have to play into the points championship and the mind and the thought potentially of the Ampudia team. And since they're only, they got a nice lead, a nice little cushion. So if he gives this to Toby or stays on a winning pace like he is, and and he's in a great position, and it worked out to his benefit at the 500. So we'll see what happens. But he's at the time right now, he's leading the points championship still.
Yeah.
And that's a big thing.
And we got 300 more miles of racing to go.
Yes.
so let's not crown anybody a winner yet. But
yeah.
You know, we got some in-car with Rob. But yeah, I mean, so far I think Toby's looking good. You know, I mean, he always does. He's super fast.
What I'm saying, Wes, is that he doesn't, and Pudias don't have to put the pressure on. They're in the driver's seat as the champion right now.
Yeah.
So they don't have to put the big pressure on for the win when the Baja 1000's the granddaddy.
I feel like if I know Alan and Pudia, he doesn't think like that. I think Alan thinks first place. Sort of like, I think checkers or wreckers is like going nonstop in Alan's mind. Although he's done a great job of just getting it to the finish and getting these wins.
I'd say he used to be that way. I would agree with you, but I think he's changed, and that's why he's on the podium more often than not now.
For sure, he's definitely like kind of. Well, he's gotten into his own. You know, we talked about how younger drivers, it kind of just takes a while to figure it out, and I think Alan's definitely figured it out. He knows where that line is of how hard he can push it without going over that edge now. You know, and I think before he maybe struggled with that a little bit, but you know, he's obviously really good at it right now. You know, and you were talking about points. Alan, you know, he's got 228 with 2 wins coming in, and second place in points is Toby at 209. But a 19-point gap is a pretty big gap the way the score points play out.
Yeah. It's fun to see Cameron racing. Looks like they're still back at about race mile 110, but I think he's about 13 in position on the race course. So like you said, Wes, you know, there's 300 miles ahead of them still, 310 in this situation. And, but looks like, you know, they're having a good run and looks like he's making progress.
Definitely. You know, I think, you know, he's done a great job for quite some time now of competing against the all-wheel drive trucks in a two-wheel drive trophy truck. And he's had some really strong runs. I mean, there's been, I think he's had a couple podiums or even victories kind of slip out of his hands. But now that they have the two-wheel drive class, you know, he's been racking up some wins again.
Definitely. Yeah.
Okay, so I got some updates through Check 2 with our Racing Redefined leaderboard. Now we're showing Kevin Thompson and Harley Lettner in second, Loft in third, Impudia, McMillan, Polvarde, and Robbie Gordon. The one thing that is kind of standing out to me, though, is before we were seeing Toby ahead by a few seconds. Now, Kevin Thompson, or the 70 truck, is a minute 38 back, and then Lofton 151 and Pudia 203. So, as long as this is correct, Toby's pulling away from everybody, and he's continuing to pull away from Impudia.
I think you have a good observation, though. He knows he has to build a little bit of a gap for that driver change where, you know, Alan, Polvarde, Justin Laughlin, they're all going to run their own race.
For sure. But I like, you know, I feel like for quite a while it's been the Impudia, Price, Wheel, McMillan, Menzies, Tavo kind of show, and it's cool seeing Lofton and Kevin Thompson, Harley Lettner, you know, being in the top 3 on adjusted, because it goes back to, we talked about Murderers Row and how the top 10 trucks were really, really good, and that just shows, you know, we got guys in here that haven't really put it on the podium in quite some time, I believe, and you know, so Looks like we got our leader, Toby Price, coming through. I'm going to say that's like Hamau. Yeah, 136. Yep, that's Hamau. So
it might have just been the camera angle, but the ruts looked kind of deep in that turn.
Yeah,
it's
it's kind of sandy there, and then there is, I think that there's a big silt kind of berm that most of the people are staying to the left up out of it, but there's some really, really deep ruts if you go into that. And then that's kind of like sandy, he's heading towards, he's going to keep going east there, and then it turns back west, and then it'll go back east and then drop down the goat trail. So he's pretty close to the top of the goat trail.
And for those of you at home, this is a part of the race course that we use fairly regularly. So everyone's very familiar with it.
For sure. Yeah, this Hamau area, I'd say, 9 times out of 10, the course goes through this area. For the 500, the 400, and then even the 1,000, if it's a loop race, generally kind of runs through this area. And for people that don't know, we keep mentioning the goat trail. That's kind of an iconic spot. It's a really rocky road that's cut into pretty much the side of a cliff that is to the edge of, it's on the north side of Highway 3, and it drops you down, and you hop onto Highway 3 and then into a speed zone. And it's called the goat trail, I think, because it's basically a goat was the only thing that could probably make it up back in the day.
It's pretty narrow, and so from this direction of the race course, the right side is going to have a huge drop-off, which basically, if you fell off of that, you would be landing on Highway 3. You don't want to fall off of that. And then there's this huge rock that kind of hangs over and kind of pushes you out to the edge, and then there's a rock you have to avoid on the outside too. So it's pretty hairy getting through there.
Agreed. You don't forget it. Everybody remembers the rock and the highway.
Yeah, I think every time
20-foot drop.
Every time I went through, all my muscles were tense.
Oh yeah. And it hasn't changed much in the last 30 years. It really hasn't changed much.
Right.
I mean, it's pretty much solid rock, so it can't change a whole lot.
Correct.
Yeah, once you get through it, it feels like a good accomplishment, and it's kind of a mile marker where okay, now we're at Highway 3 now. Next step is crossing over past Mike's Sky Rancho, and
yeah, it's one of those little benchmarks you get to, and you move on to the next one. Yeah, for sure. And you also, get to see your crew, because your crew's usually waiting at the top or the bottom of it.
Yeah. So I'm going to speculate that a lot of the race vehicles are going to be fueling there.
Well, probably at what mile mark is that one?
About 144.
Oh yeah. Well, then we're talking about the BFG pit there. The BFG pit's at 140.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, the BFG pit is right by Hamau there.
Yeah.
Which is going to be, when we talk about pit strategy, from what I understand, that was a new line right there.
That was a weird line.
Yeah.
I wonder if he meant to do that.
Well, there was tracks on it, so I kind of think he did. But I've never seen anyone do that before.
Didn't we just watch Toby do the same thing, though? I believe we watched Toby do the same line on the left there, and I was shocked by it too, Wes.
Yeah, I was looking at the tracker. It's something else. I didn't see Toby come through there, but yeah, it's possible. I mean, it's generally when a new line opens up, as soon as other people see tracks on it, then everybody starts to do it.
Well,
so it's very, very possible.
They just saw it with us, Wes, and I think it's going to be the new main line.
Yeah.
Well, it gets, you go between those boulders right there, and it gets pretty tight. And I mean, you're real close to like hitting the sidewalls of your tires. So if you could stay to the left of those boulders and just kind of make a straight shot, it makes sense.
It does, and you gain that 5 miles an hour that you don't want to be stuck in.
Yeah, I think
zigzag.
you get better exit speed out of it.
I agree.
So that's, yeah. That's what happens is we keep racing through this stuff.
Yeah, and we both know exactly where that is.
Oh, 100%. The thing I'm watching here is we may have a development in the moto class. It looks like 1X is ahead now. And and the thing is that 7X, see, they haven't updated in 46 minutes. So I don't know that I trust this, but their tracker hasn't moved in 46 minutes. So I'm wondering what's going on there. I'm gonna reach out to their team and see if I can get us an update right now.
You're gonna reach out to Gino and see what's going on?
Mark Samuels actually.
With the Carter and Tyler's team, yeah.
Yeah, it's the 7X one that's not moving that I'm kind of wondering what's going on.
Yeah, great idea. It's possible
hopefully
just an
it's like he didn't crash and break the transponder. That's what concerns me sometimes and stuff like this. So, I hope he's okay. Because Carter's on there right now.
And here's, speaking of another capable winner, right here, our pick.
Yeah, Polvardi's having a great run today.
Yeah, that Optima truck's really moving out.
Yeah.
Well, and I think he's maintained his physical position, and like we talked about, get it to the crossover road, get to the meadow or get to Llano, Colorado, and then race from there.
Yeah.
And I think with what happened to him at the 1,000, at the 500, that that's kind of sunk in of like, hey, don't try to win the race in the first 100 yards. So you can see Lofton took the normal line through there.
Yeah.
And he did have to really check up and kind of zigzag through that boulder. So I kind of like Emputia's line there.
I was surprised that Lofton's line looked, from the camera angle, about the same speed though. It didn't look as slow as I thought it was when I go through there.
No, for sure. And what I liked about Emputia's line is I feel like you're not risking hitting the sidewall of your tire and potentially getting a flat as much as having to zigzag through those boulders. Because if you miss that by just a touch.
Yes. Ooh.
Okay. That's a line.
That's a pinstripe.
The thing is, there's a VCP out at the edge of that corner, man. And it's like, you're getting pretty darn close to missing that VCP, I think, where he turned. So hopefully he didn't miss the VCP.
Hopefully he heard that little thing sing, right? You know how that little ding ding?
Yeah.
Oh,
I would think generally your co-driver is making sure you check all those. So if his co-driver didn't see it ping, usually your co-driver's gonna be like, whoa, like go turn around. You got to go out and hit that VCP.
Yeah,
so.
and you're not allowed to turn around and go backwards, so you can only swing wide to get to it.
Yeah, exactly.
In the rules, which is back again to safety. SCORE's implemented a lot of things that make a lot of sense.
For sure, I think from when all of us started racing, and you're getting a stub put into a stub can, and pretty much it was a free-for-all to like how it is now. It's changed quite a bit.
And racing down the highway and everything else that we did, it was insane.
Yeah, going down the highway with no speed limit, no VCPs, pretty much, like racing from checkpoint to checkpoint, and however you got there, you got there.
It was.
I like it now because I feel like it evens the playing field, and at least everybody's racing on the same race course, and
Well, and it's a lot safer for everybody involved, the chase crews especially, and the locals and whatnot. But it was pretty Western in the day. It was pretty Western.
Yeah, it was the Wild West for sure. So I think that's Robbie that we're looking at.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. So now we're in car with him.
It'd be interesting to see how close the other trucks are behind him. I'm curious how this twin, engine, heavy truck's working.
If everything goes to plan, I've been talking with Max Gordon. We're going to try to do a little Zoom call with him before he gets into the truck. So that would be pretty cool.
That'd be really cool.
Who's in there now, Wes?
Robbie's in it right now.
Oh,
I'm actually texting with...
I mean co-driver.
I'm not sure who their co-driver is.
Okay.
But Max is going to hop in. Let's see, he said at 2:19. So he's going to get in at the Meadow.
Yeah.
And and so we saw Kevin Thompson. Harley's driving, but he's not that far behind Robbie right now. And he's doing really well on adjusted time.
Yeah.
You can see the dust up there and the helicopter.
Harley's always been so fast.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, in class 12 in the day, he was just a rocket.
Yeah, and he's also matured, in his driver style.
He has.
He's figured out sometimes you gotta
He used to pin it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was another one that was checkers or wreckers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, he definitely has probably toned that down a touch, although he still throws it down.
Yeah. And talk about lineage, he comes from a grandfather and a father, that had so much success in the sport. So,
oh, yeah.
It's generational, like the McMillans. And there's so much of that in this sport. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, so Toby is right in Valle de Trinidad in the speed zone. So he's going to be heading up Mike's Road here pretty soon. And I'm going to reach out to Paul Wheel, see if we can do a little Zoom call with Paul and see what he's got to say before he gets into the truck here.
Yeah, I bet Paul's suited up and it's just a matter of time when they do the driver change.
Yeah, he's got about 40 minutes, 35, 40 minutes. Probably.
Yeah. Are you thinking Grassy Meadow?
Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
I think at least, because it's going to be slow.
It's going to be more than that, right, Wes? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
because they're not doing the crossover road. They're going up to Simpsons and down.
Correct.
So it's going to take an hour 15 probably. I don't know, somewhere.
Yeah, up to Mike's and then down Simpson.
Yeah, Mike's turnoff is at 1:57, and then like I said, I think they're doing their driver change at 2:10. So it's little 53 miles, I guess. Well, he's got a little bit to go in this. Well, he's in a speed zone right now, so he's not going to be setting any speed records right there because it's a 37-mile-an-hour speed zone. But so it's going to take these guys a little while to get to Mike's turn, and then obviously they'll be laying it down up to Mike's.
Well, you can see Harley's racing pretty fast right there, and he has dust in front of him, so he has a trophy truck in sight.
Yeah, he's got Robbie in front of him right now.
It's probably Robbie's helicopter is my guess.
I think that's actually Concrete's helicopter.
Oh.
Because we saw some shots from Concrete's helicopter.
Okay.
I don't even know if Robbie has a helicopter.
Okay.
But there's a fair amount of dust right there. He's not that far off of Robbie.
Yeah. They look pretty close on the Racing Redefined app.
Yeah, that's starting to.
So I just got an update from Samuel's 7X they're still good. So they're just having a tracker issue. He said they're back to Ojos. So all they got to do is Ojos to Rancho Nelson, and it's looking like the 7X of Tyler Lynn and Carter Klein will probably get another win here, which I believe that's going to be, they'll be undefeated for this year.
Yeah, they've had a really great season. They've had a winning streak. It's pretty exciting for them. Rich, were you saying that Arturo was injured?
Yeah, Arturo Salas, the hero team, 1X, so he's not on the bike. I believe, what is that, Curran Neuron and Shane Logan are on the bike today.
Yeah, Kieran Nera.
And And Arturo just took the start for Ceremonial, not Ceremonial, but just took the start out of Nelson and handed it over for points.
Mm-hmm.
But Team Heroes right there in second place, and they're not too far back, so they're in a good position if somebody falls.
Well, hopefully Arturo heals up quickly.
Exactly, and he's right to be taking a second seat to this event while he gets ready for the 1,000, because they're going to need 3 of them for the 1,000.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's going to be a big one.
Yeah.
So my understanding is 1,000 is going to be a loop race. Sometimes it's a point-to-point race, but this year I think it's going to be a loop, and probably well over 800 miles. That's
Yes.
a good one. And if you're racing on a dirt bike, you know, you definitely want to break that up in 3 or 4 stints.
Yeah. And when we do those Northern Baja races like this, it's a lot of the same stuff, but it's a lot of the rougher stuff.
Yeah.
So while we're watching these guys working on trying to get a couple drivers to call in, I think that we should have Paul Wheel calling in here pretty soon. So it'll be cool to hear what he has to say, being that his co-driver has their truck in first place right now. And then hopefully we're going to have Max Gordon call in here too. So I'd like to talk to him.
So Toby's on the highway. So there's a speed zone there.
Yeah. And Heidi, he's heading down to the Mike Sternoff, correct?
Yes, yeah. So you go south on Highway 3, and then there's a right turn up to the Mike's Sky Rancho, which if you haven't gone there and experienced the Mike's Sky Rancho for a night, you've got to do it. It's iconic, it's fun. You got to go up, you got to have dinner, stay the night, have some drinks.
And it's never been remodeled, so if you did it in the 70s or the 80s, it's exactly the same.
Are you saying I don't need to go again?
I'm just pointing out facts.
It's I always like to stay there when we're pre-running. So like when I just did these course previews for this race and for the 500 actually, like I would run from Ensenada and then stay at Mike's and then do the rest of the course the next day. So it's a fun place to go stay, and like you're saying, it's a pretty iconic piece of Baja.
Absolutely.
So this is in car with Rat Solt, who most of you know as our live commentator. He wasn't there this morning, and you can see that he's racing. That's why we couldn't hear him or see him this morning.
So he's doing the first half of the race, I understand, and he'll be on the deck and on the finishing line on the commentary toward the end of the event.
So Mark Winkleman's taking the second half of the race, and this is a Legends truck. So
while we're talking about Legends trucks, I got some news. You know, Larry Rossler has been racing with David Payne in that Mason all-wheel drive, and apparently he hit, I don't know if it was a G out or something happened, but he apparently Larry compressed his back. Ooh. And I think he's had to get out of the car. From what we're hearing, he still has full movement in his legs and everything, but probably a little bit of a scary situation for Larry. So we're all wishing him well. Larry, if you're watching this, hope you heal up quick, man.
Yeah, that's, your back is, this is a tough sport with your back, and that's not good that happened. Hopefully he has a quick and speedy recovery.
Yeah, what's tough, if you're on, say, a dirt bike or a quad, you can use your legs to absorb a G out or something. When you're strapped into a seat with your harnesses on, if that vehicle bottoms, all of that shock goes to your back. And there's been, I'd say, a fair amount of racers that have compressed their backs over the years.
Yeah.
I'd rather not talk about that myself.
So we've been looking at some footage from some of the spec trucks. So we saw Michael Marcel's truck. It might have been Troy Garbowski driving. I'm not sure. I think he's the one that qualified, so probably. Now we have Jose Rubalcaba. There's Michael Marcel's truck. I think that's Troy. I don't know if you know Wes, but.
Grabowski?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could see it on his helmet there.
Oh, didn't even notice.
So
I kept looking
think,
at the tracker.
he qualified and I think started. So I'm assuming he'll probably take it to somewhere around 219 to the Meadow. I think that's where most people are going to do their driver changes, or I would say either there or Llano, Colorado. That seems to kind of be where the majority of people are doing driver changes. So we got Paul Wheel on a line here. So let's talk to him and get the lowdown. He's got Toby Price in his truck right now, leading. What's up, Paul?
Oh, mate, just out at our main pit, just waiting for Toby to get here so that we can do our driver change and hit the road running, and hopefully see you guys first.
Right on. So I think we did this at the 500. Talked to you before you got in, and you were in a very similar situation. So what are you gonna do different this time?
Higher through European. That would probably help. So that's the number one goal, is not to get any flats, but you never know what happens, because it just seems that these rocks get moved every day to the opposite side where they are the day before. So moving them each night, they're doing a great job.
So we talked a little bit about that at qualifying. You want to elaborate maybe a little bit more on these rocks that magically move? Like, what do you think's going on with that?
I don't know. Some a lot of time out there in the evening, moving the rocks each day from one side to the other side of the track, and they're just placed perfectly where you'll sort of grab a tire, and that's sort of what happened to us at the 500, unfortunately, but that's how it is. So whoever's doing it is spending a lot of time, and got a lot of people out there. So we have our speculations on who that may be, but anyway, that's the way it is.
Right on. So, like, as you're sitting here right now, your truck is in first place. Toby's killing it right now. What's going through your mind? You got butterflies, and I guess, how do you manage that? And then what's your mindset right now?
But it is always, it's always a difficult thing to hop in. We are in this position halfway through the race with Tobe's doing such a good job, and I think he's been able to pull a little bit of a gap now on Alan, and it'll be interesting to see what it's like going over Mike's and the crossover where the we'll hear that decision made a mistake, and it cost us the race. So the previous year of the 500, we were in that position and we extended the lead. So it's just one of those things, is that we can have a really, really good run where we don't have any issue. You have some little issues that sort of throw you off a little bit and cost you some time. So hopefully today with the Red Bull truck, we don't have those issues, and we have a clean run through to the end.
Now, you guys are one of a few teams out of the top trophy trucks that are doing a driver change. Does it take you any longer to pit doing a driver change versus not doing one?
Well, no, it doesn't take us any longer because we're like kangaroos, mate. We're quick. We can hop in and hop out really quickly. So and our crew guys, Mo and the boys here, are really quick at doing the driver change and the pit anyway with the wheels and tyres. So they keep on trying to beat us, but we beat them last time. So hopefully we'll beat them again this time.
Right on. So you guys are going to do fuel and tires, right?
Yes, mate, that is correct. We'll do fuel and tyres. And that we've done I think they've done a splash already to be able to get over to where we are. We're about 255 just off the speed zone there, where the speed zone comes off the highway, and goes back into, we go back into the mountain there once they get off there. So we've got a little bit of time, which is good. We try to do it in speed zones so that we can, if we don't actually drive a change and belts buckled in all together, we can actually get out of the pit and get going back up to the speed limit to be able to just fine tune the belts and stuff. So we practice it a lot. We've done all the simulations of all of it. So that's the thing that we got to do these days, especially with our situation.
So once you fuel, when you get in, can you make it to the finish, or do you have to do another splash somewhere? And then do you know where Alan is pitting?
Mate, we can make it to the finish, and that with Joe Gibbs' engine, with the Toyota. We've got really good mileage, which is great. I'd say most of the teams will be doing a splash over on the other side, and then they'll be pitting somewhere here in the speed zone. There's a few teams that I can see that we're sitting next to in this area. There's everywhere when you're pre-running anyway, where everyone's sort of pitting. So, sort of all in the same sort of area, within probably 10 miles of each other. So, at the end of the day, all we can do is worry about ourselves and, make sure that we get the truck there first and in one piece.
Okay, well, hey, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Just to give you a little update, he's right about to make the turn onto Mike's Road. So probably start getting ready pretty soon, and good luck, and hopefully you can get to the finish and not have any issues this time.
Thanks a lot. Hopefully we can put on a good show again, and we'll hopefully get there first.
All right, good luck, man. Thank you for calling in. If you can, tell your crew to tell Toby to hit us up when he gets out, because I'd love to hear from Toby too.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
All right, thanks, man. Take care.
Yeah.
So there you have it. We heard from Paul. Now we're in with Toby, and he's getting pretty close to the turnoff for Mike's. In fact, like really close to the turnoff for Mike's.
Paul has, he had his game face on, but he also has such a great sense of humor.
Yeah.
Gets buckled in, they're just like kangaroos, you know?
What a great disposition. He's funny and articulate, and he's just a joy to talk to, and he's that way in person as well.
Yeah.
Him and Toby both, they're just wonderful humans.
Yeah, so fun.
And a great driver, and runs one heck of a program, as well as, he runs his radiator company too.
Yeah, PWR?
Paul Will Racing.
Yeah. PWR.
Which, in talking with him before, they felt kind of having the PWR technology behind them, that they were able to do some things with cooling on their truck that gave them some advantages. I think some of the other teams are starting to run that now, but that definitely was something that they felt like was working really well for them.
Yeah, so they're right now, the area they're in is pretty hot, but speaking of cooling, but they're going to be going up to Mike's Sky Rancho, which cools down, and then coming down to the Grassy Knoll, which, Simpson Trail to Grassy Knoll, which will get hot again.
Little bit of elevation going up into Mike's and to Simpson's, and then back down, and then they head to the coast. So I think most of the hottest is behind them.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit more in the Grassy Knoll.
Yeah. Just that inland before you get to out to the coast. That crossover road would be about the hottest.
No one has sent me an update from Valle de Trinidad I'll see if I can get the lowdown on what the temp is. But like I said, when I was out there before, it was 104. I'm going to say it's somewhere between 95 and 105, which no matter what, when you're sitting in a truck or on a motorcycle quad, it's hot. So we actually have a little piece that we did talking about heat and how the racers have to deal with that. So let's take a look at this.
When racing in SCORE events, you're not only competing against the other racers as well as the course, but also the elements of Baja. So you've got rain, snow, fog, mist that clouds your goggles or your shield on your helmet. There's just so many different things. But for the Baja 400, I think the main thing guys are gonna have to deal with is heat. Right now it's 104 degrees out here. It's pretty dang hot. So some of the things that drivers and riders will do to help get through the heat like this is, one, you wanna hydrate, and generally you wanna start hydrating a couple days before the event, as well as constantly be drinking fluids throughout the race. They carry camelbacks or various hydration systems in the race cars, or the dirt bikes and quads will have a camelback on their back and usually just have a hose that they can drink from, as well as usually at the pits they'll have cold water bottles with a straw that you can drink while you still have your helmet on.
So we're with the in-car of Jason McNeil.
This is coming down the goat trail. So if anybody wants to see what it looks like, this is the boulder Heidi was talking about. It's on the left that you got to dodge. And then you got kind of boulders on both sides. And I mean, he's kind of bombing down this thing.
He's going pretty
some
fast.
Speed.
And you can see, so right here is, he's going to hop onto Highway 3, and then he's in the 37-mile-an-hour speed zone.
So,
yeah, he was throwing it down going down the goat trail right there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I would go a little slower than that and take a little less chance.
Davis is an animal. He really is good, dude. Don't you think? Yeah, he's good. Those guys are just going to be so far back there, it's retarded.
So from what I'm hearing in the trophy spec class, I think Jason McNeil is in physical first, but he's got Justin Davis like right behind him, and I think Davis has him unadjusted right now. And there's Grabowski in the 236 of Michael Mersal. And he should be, well, we saw McNeil come down the goat trail, and he's getting pretty close to the top. He's maybe 5 minutes from coming down the goat trail. So he's got a little ways to go. But, and I think, well, they started in 1 minute intervals though. And he started 2 minutes behind McNeil. So he's more than 2 minutes away from where we saw McNeil, but it's looking like right now the way they're in the same physical order that they started. I just think Davis is ahead of McNeil on adjusted time.
And there's Justin.
So we're not seeing McNeil right in front of Justin, so I'm kind of wondering what's going on right there. But I think from where we saw McNeil hop onto the highway, he would have been ahead of where Justin was right there.
Yeah, I think Jason's just a little bit further ahead than Justin, but they're close.
Wait, so can we do a split screen of the two? Because I can tell us exactly what's going on right now. If we could do Justin Davis and Jason McNeil, I think Justin Davis is ahead of him physically. Because where we saw Justin in his in-car, I believe is ahead of where Jason was. So it looks like Davis was able to get by McNeil. So I think physical, you got Davis, McNeil, and then Marsal. And then Impudia, we can see, is on Mike's Road right now. Super fast section, really fun. But I mean, they're going to be probably averaging 70, 75 miles an hour up this, I would say. Like, I'm going to say right here, he's doing probably close to 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Through race mile 160, I just got an update. It's showing Impudia is down 2 minutes and 5 seconds off of Toby Price. And then as we get the rest of the vehicles coming through, we'll get some updates. Through 155, we got our top 5 trucks through there. Yeah, let's listen into this pit with Jason McNeil right now. So he's going to lose more time on Justin Davis and let Marsal kind of catch up, although those guys are still going to have to pit as well. It's looking like a pretty normal pit stop. I don't see anybody scrambling, and Jason, his co-driver, are calm, so looks like in and out. All right, so let's listen in to Jason and his co-driver here as they go through the speed zone through Valle de Trinidad, and then we're going to take a quick commercial break.
Something's getting snagged back here. You see this?
5, wash out right, times 2. Left 5 to right 2. Exit left 4. Rocks left right. Right 3. Rocks. Right 3. Right rock there. Yep. Light left over. Right 3 over. Cut left. Right 2. Left 1 tight.
We're here in Patagonia, fly fishing, off-roading, making new friends, hanging out with old friends.
One of the things I love about BF Goodrich, besides their amazing tires, is the way they are teaching people to tread lightly.
People who explore the outdoors, they're the best stewards of that land. They do it for their children, for their grandchildren.
You don't need a map to find your community. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products for those who put it all on the line. Whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
I've tested everything. But this was a sound. You can change direction like that. Speeds not of this earth. I don't know if he's sold West clearance on H2. But then again, I'd just drive the damn thing.
Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. Still rides really good. Crossing the road now.
Can't do that.
All right, welcome back to the 2025 Baja 400 with our live coverage. We've been watching this race play out throughout the day here. Toby Price has been leading it wire to wire so far. He is heading up Mike's Road right now. He's probably maybe 5 minutes from being up to Mike's Sky Ranch. And this is one of the faster sections of the course. Looks like we've got the top, maybe 6 trucks are onto Mike's Road. We've got Toby Price, followed by Alan Impudia, Christopher Polvarde, Luke McMillan, Justin Lofton, and Kevin Thompson, then Robbie Gordon. Kevin Thompson with Harley Letner's driving that Concrete Motorsports number 70 truck. We saw him earlier in the dust of Robbie Gordon, and I got word that Robbie came down the goat trail and had a right rear flat, so they had to stop and change that, and that allowed Harley to get by. So now he's got physical track position on Robbie, and he's got a pretty good gap. We can see here in the in-car with him, he's got clean air, and so he's gonna really be able to throw it down until he catches up to the dust of Justin Lofton. But both of those guys are having a really strong run and are looking really good on adjusted time. I want to see where they're at through our last tracker. And we're in car here with Robbie. And you know, he's in that unique geyser truck that was Clyde Stacy's that's got the dual engines in it. So I'm looking here with Toby Price, Impudia, through race mile 165. Got Toby Price first, and he is 2 minutes and 7 seconds ahead of Alan Impudia. Then 3:05 ahead of Lofton, 3:15 ahead of Luke McMillan, and 3:29 ahead of Christopher Polvarde. I'm thinking that some of these teams probably pitted. I know that Toby is trying to they took a splash somewhere, but they aren't going to pit until around 2:10 or so. So they're looking pretty good. If he's got at least a 2-minute lead going into that driver swap, that's a good position to be in.
Yeah.
We spoke with Paul Wheel a little bit earlier. He's going to be getting into the truck. Toby will be handing it off, but he's done a really good job so far of keeping this truck up front and actually opening up a gap.
Wes, I'm not sure if you heard me earlier. Do you know if Max is planning on switching with Robbie?
Yes, Max is getting in at 2:19, which is Las Llanitos, or like the meadow.
Yeah.
And that's where they do their change.
Common place for people to swap, huh?
Halfway.
Halfway there?
Yeah, I think most people will do that change at that spot, or maybe take it to Llano, Colorado, but that's going to be the kind of natural place to do a driver change.
Gotcha. So leaderboard here, 426-mile race, and Price is still in the lead, followed by Thompson and Pudia, McMillan, Lofton, Polvarde, Gordon, Cochran, Menzies, and Brenthal, rounding out the top 10. This is up to race mile 157 as of right now.
Got an update from Luke McMillan's team, and they're saying that they got through 165, all good. Truck is working great. They did do a pit, and they said that they were able to stay ahead of Lofton, which I think was, Lofton had closed up a little bit on him, so I think that was good to maintain that track position.
Yeah.
Light left over, then right 4, light left, then right 4.
This is a super fun section of the course where you're just hauling through here, and it's a fairly graded hard pack road.
Yeah.
You can kind of watch Toby rotate the truck through these corners.
Yeah.
Less than a mile from Mike's.
So he's almost there.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's going to drop down this hill, start getting into these trees, and then the water crossing. Usually they have a big banner says Mike's Sky Ranch. We should be seeing that very shortly here.
Yep, very shortly. You know, you were talking about the gaps earlier, and when I was away on the break, you know, there was this moment there. Here you go. Then you get some in-car with Alan, and you saw Toby clocking at about 131, 6th gear. You know, typical Toby Price.
Okay, here's the water.
Here we go. Up, there we go. Up, past the water.
Right 4 speed. Right 5, into left 1.
And here comes the rough stuff.
So from this perspective then, how far back do we perceive Alan to be?
Somebody sent me a split at Mike's right there when we get it on Ampudia.
So Wes, from this perspective of Alan's POV, just how far back are you able to kind of create some sort of a judgment distance-wise from him and Toby, considering Toby just went through Mike's?
Yeah.
4?
Yeah, I mean,
minutes?
Toby's heading up the really technical rocky section out of Mike's right now, and Alan, I'm gonna say, I think he's past the cutoff, like the 6-mile cutoff, but yeah, he's maybe 3-4 miles out, I'd say.
Yep.
It
Yeah,
looks
Rich was
about
saying
right
4.
to me. I was trying to see what the tracker says, but
well, there's no dust in front of him,
so
obviously.
the tracker's showing him at 175.
Yeah.
I think Mike's is at 178, so I think I'm spot on on this, but that's about what it looks like to me.
Cool. Co-driver's getting quiet now, just letting them do their thing. Straightforward.
Rough and technical.
More narrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Helping them, letting them focus.
Absolutely.
Left 3, rocks left.
You know, we're right at a third of the race, you know.
Getting there.
Things are going to start unfolding.
I love that split screen with our 2 leaders right there.
Mhm.
I feel like we're reliving the Baja 500 right now.
Yeah, no kidding.
And I love that our top two trucks have in-car, because that's really cool.
Yep. There's Dale.
So
Dale
there's
Eberts,
Dale
Class
in the
one.
Class
Eberts,
1.
yep.
Looks like he's right on somebody.
Yeah.
He might be able
Them
to
shocks to work.
close up going into the goat trail there. You definitely want to try to make that pass, because once you come down the goat trail, then you're in the speed zone, and then you go up Mike's, and it's just super hard to make a pass going up Mike's Road because it's so fast.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to pass when you're in dust and going like over 100 miles an hour. Just because to try to close that gap is really tough. It's funny because I see people taking that line to the left there, which is a little more whooped out, and then you get pinched off when you drop back into the course. I feel like the line to the right's faster, but it's that the left line's gotten so burned in now, it like funnels people into it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's a fair amount of dust. He can't be that far back. Is that Rob Mack? I believe so.
Race mile 170.
Yeah,
Some
so that's
ruts.
a fastball Jimco truck. So I mean, he's hanging right in there.
So far, so good. Nothing mechanical holding them back or disrupting their race. Flip around, see if anybody's behind him. See some spectators down there.
Yeah, what a nice pace.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, for the beginning of the race, that's kind of right on the money for him.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
There you go.
So through race mile 170, we're showing Toby Price first, and these are adjusted, not physical positions, but second place right now, Harley Lettner at, he's a minute 59 back. So one thing I want to mention here is I think everyone has pitted other than, man, I want to look and see where Harley's doing this driver change. Because they probably took a splash and then they're going to do another one. So they may not have pitted yet.
So that's, is that Gus?
I'm going to say most of the other teams have probably pitted. I know for a fact that Luke McMillan did.
Mm-hmm.
And because of these gaps, we're now looking at like 2, 3 to 6 minute gaps between Toby and these other teams. That's making me think that most of the other teams have pitted and Toby still needs a pit. I think Kevin Thompson and Harley Lettner are probably going to pit somewhere around 1 or 219 around the meadow there.
A little hood damage.
So they'll might lose a little chunk there, but you know, I think they should be able to be in and out of a pit in under a minute. So we're with Toby. He's 205 ahead of Alan Impudia, and then 306 ahead of Lofton. So Lofton definitely pitted, but this is one thing that is interesting here is on adjusted time through 170, our top 2 trucks are both trucks that got to do driver changes.
Right.
You know, so you've had Toby Price and Harley Lettner. Can Paul Wheel and Kevin Thompson hold the same pace as their other driver? And are they going to lose any ground because they're doing a driver change?
Yeah.
So this right here, there's a line going up this Mike's Road. The course zigzags, and basically people make a straight line out of it. But it's got big rain ruts in it.
Gotcha. So far, not a problem for Kevin Thompson.
Yeah, I think the trophy trucks, they don't really
Chew
feel
right
those
through
ruts
it.
too much.
Nope. All right, inside with Justin Lambert.
Yeah, so that's the Cognito Motorsports, and Justin actually owned Cognito and I think sold it off, but normally he made his own race cars, and now he's in one of the factory Razor cars as well. And I've been interested to see how he did. He debuted it at Vegas to Reno and had issues, so, but he had like 0 testing time in it. So it'll be interesting to see how Justin does in one of the Razor factory racing cars.
Mm-hmm. Clean air in front for Toby, dust in the back. Don't want to be behind that.
That's why I was saying on this, well, he's in the technical stuff now, but going up Mike's Road, it's super fast.
Mm-hmm.
And just when you're going over 100 miles an hour to try to close through dust, you got to take way too many chances.
Forget it, yeah.
So Toby is up the really rocky stuff, and now he's going to start working his way down into Simpson's Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
And this has a lot of just kind of switchback, rolling, just kind of rolling terrain.
Yeah. That steering wheel will be going back and forth.
Then there's, when you get into Simpson's Ranch, there's a little water crossing there, get into some trees, and then when you get out of that, it's like right here they're in DG, and then when you get out of that, it kind of starts to get silty again.
There we go. Car with Alan.
So, yeah, I think he's already to the top of the hill and kind of starting to work his way down too.
Okay.
Yeah, he is.
Rocky. Oof.
Yeah, you can see that first, there's a couple miles right out of Mike's that are just really rocky.
Blow a tire there.
He's at the top of that now.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so he'll get to right up here in a little bit, you make a right and then drop down heading over towards Simpson.
Simpson's turnoff. He's getting close.
Yeah. There's some real big G outs through here right now. You can kind of see him going through. This is where some of the other classes that race here that have smaller tires, they don't roll through the G outs quite like that. the 40-inch tires on a trophy truck really make a big difference going through that stuff. Yeah, like that class 11 right there, he's gonna feel those a lot more than the trophy truck did.
He's gonna feel everything.
I don't think he's even to K77 yet right there.
Race mile 59.
Yep.
Yeah, whooping it up. All right.
So here we go.
Just a little pit action here.
Okay, so Marsal's getting in.
Yep.
And Grabowski just got out. Good. I want to see, is there any drop off now with that driver change for this team too? Because they're actually running pretty high in the overall in the trophy, well, just overall period, as well as in trophy spec.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like they're in Valley T right there. Well, almost to the Mike's turnoff, I think, where they're doing their change in pit.
He's trying to get that truck back on course as fast as possible. Get that pylon off.
Yeah, that first 5 minutes getting in a car when a driver's change, boy, there's a lot of things can go wrong.
Yeah.
It's nice to be on a speed zone, as was mentioned earlier, because you can settle in and fine-tune those belts.
Yeah.
Get everything done up before you get really in the dirt and the speed zone pops off.
Sure.
Really takes some of that anxiety away.
Back to race mile 170. In car, Jason McNeil.
45 right, a little bit tighter.
So from what I'm hearing from Concrete Motorsports, they are going to be pitting and doing their driver change at 219 at the Meadow.
Okay. Which
is pretty much what we were saying. It's like McNeil's heading up Mike's Road right now.
Straight over, slight left. Slight left, 45 right. by a 90. 90, super tight 90 over, 90.
90.
45 right, tight. Slide left, nothing big. Slide left, nothing big. Slide right. 45 left over, 45 left. Caution ditch.
You know these navigators are having dreams at night of doing this.
I know,
right?
I agree with you.
I mean, this is just so embedded in their consciousness. And then they get out there. It's wild.
When you get home from a race, you're still there.
Yeah,
it
of
takes
course.
a couple days to unwind.
Look at Christopher climbing through.
And he's got dust ahead of him.
He does. Yes, he does. He's hungry. Rocky, silty, ruddy.
Well,
just chewing it up.
That should be in Puya ahead of him, but that wouldn't make sense for the in-car of what we saw. So that's making me think that somebody is ahead of Polvarde. Because where we saw that in-car from Impudia, he was up towards the top getting ready to do the turn to Simpsons. And where we're seeing Polvarde, man, I wish that helicopter would zoom out just a little bit more.
Yeah, pull back
see
just a
what the
tick.
truck is.
It's probably Lofton or McMillan.
Well, McMillan should still be ahead of Polvarde from what I'm hearing from their crew.
Okay. In just a moment, we're going to be bringing you guys some updated information for our motos. Yep, here we go. This is the finish. 7X in first, 1X in second. Splits on the right. So 7X continues to crush it this season. Congrats to the team. And in just a little bit, we will take you down to Ensenada. You'll be able to see what's happening at the ramp. But until we can get you there, let's continue to see what we got in front of us here. Obviously, helicopter footage. Okay, here we go. In car with Chris. And some spectators maybe out there locking up a bit here. Hoping that Chris is feeling good about what they've accomplished thus far. No mechanical issues. Go Lofton in the mix. Just navigating through all these bushes and hopefully no surprise rocks coming up on them. You can see a heli in the distance there. Back to 170.
Listening. Well, that's a sound I miss.
Yeah. I mean, you got to understand how tight that is in there.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, cameras has one perspective, but boy, they are close.
Well, Baja racing is so much different than the races in the States.
Yeah.
And you know, he's due down here. He's done plenty of racing down here, but he hasn't had the success and the podiums he has
that he deserves
in the States.
Yeah, and the other,
all the cross-grain stuff. You know.
Always.
And back to fathers. You know, his father was quite something, racing with Mike Jolson back in the Jimco days in the early years.
Right.
You know, Class 1, and at the time the Class 1s were the fastest thing in the desert. Now it's the trophy trucks.
All right, so sounds like we've got 7X at the actual official finish. It's a replay here. Coming through Rancho Nelson. There it is. Yee! So
that's a great ride by those guys.
Yeah,
I mean, they've really been
job.
dominating this year. That's 3 wins in a row.
Solid season. Got to feel good. Gonna cross that shadow finish line, get that tire across there and make it official.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, like Wes said earlier about the overall.
Yep.
We'll see
Points.
what happens with the overall in regards to the times.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going to be up there.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Just
Undoubtedly.
overall.
The way this course is, they should be up there. So we're in here with Toby, and they're starting to. He's about race mile. It's getting to close to race mile 190, which is where the sportsman cutoff or the moto cutoff connects back in. And he should be, I think he's past Simpsons at this point. So he'll start getting close to like Rancho Tepe and El Carrizo Wash. But there's a section that they're coming up on. So it's pretty tight through here, and then it starts to open up. And when they do that, we had mentioned that we had that piece on Walker Evans.
Yeah.
But they're coming up on Walker's corner.
Mm-hmm.
And while we were out there pre-running, we did a little piece there if we want to take a look at that.
Let's do it.
Throughout the years with SCORE Racing, there have been definitely people that have stood out and were stars of the sport. Walker Evans is an icon and has been a leader in the off-road industry for quite some time. With his recent passing, I thought it was only fitting that we stop here at a portion of the course that is named after him and pay homage to Walker Evans. So behind me, this is Walker's Corner, and it is named that because back in the day, he was racing through here, and it's a real fast fire road, and it's a little bit of a deceptive corner because it's increasing radius and you've got to drop off into a ravine on the outside. And I think he came in a little hot, blew this corner, crashed his truck down there. Since that point, quite a few other people have done the exact same thing. So this little section right here is known for taking some people out. And in this year's Baja 400, the competitors are going to have to be careful as well. I think now with technology and navigation and all of that, it's a little easier because you can mark stuff like this, but it still can sneak up on you, so you got to be careful.
Well, that'll get your pulse going.
Yeah, for sure.
Jeez.
And what's funny is we're watching the Concrete Motorsports team have a solid run with Harley in.
Yeah.
And that shot of their truck going off there, Kevin Thompson was actually driving. That was at the 500 last year. But there's been quite a few drivers that have gone off that corner. It's really deceptive. As you're coming into it, it just kind of sneaks up on you, and next thing you know, you're flying off the outside of it. In doing some research on that, I spoke with Walker's kind of right-hand man, Randy Anderson, and he was giving me the lowdown on what happened with Walker. And so apparently it was like 84, 85, something like that. And it was a Baja 500. Walker was leading in his Class 8 truck. And he came into that turn, blew it, went down into the ravine. And Randy actually had to drive a van up the course and then pull him out with a bunch of straps. I think they had to link straps together so it was long enough to get him out.
Wow.
And so it ended up being called Walker's Corner because all the other competitors came by and saw Walker parked there.
Yeah.
And all kind of got a chuckle, I think, as they laughed at him being stuck down there after leading. But some pretty good Baja lore there.
For sure. Is there any reason why there hasn't been any kind of some sort of a hazard posting or something like that for that particular corner due to its history? Or it's just like, that's just part of the game here, kids?
Yeah, I think most people mark that in their notes.
Sure.
And there's not a danger marker there. It's not like this crazy corner. It's just you're going really fast into it. And it's kind of deceptive because it's increasing radius and just kind of sneaks up on you.
Yeah. wouldn't make that mistake twice. So.
Yeah, I would think not.
Yeah. Wow. All right, back to Toby Price.
Too tight. Exit right 3. Rock right. Kicker. Left 3 tightens. Right 4 sweep. Into right 2. Rock right. Left 2 sweep.
Turn left.
So it looks like Caden McCackman and Brock Hager are leading the Pro UTV class.
No surprise there.
Max Head is in third.
Left over. Right 3 sweep, rock left. Left 4. Left 2, sweep. Right 4. Arrows, left 4. Right 5. Left 5, right 4. Rock right, then jigger.
Okay, so we're on here with Robbie. I've been getting some updates while we've been watching this. From what I've heard, Polvarde got a flat in the rocks out of Mike's.
Yeah.
So he had to pull over and change that, and both Luke and
Justin
Lofton got by. So that's he's lost 2 physical positions, and that's definitely going to push him back on the leaderboard as well on adjusted time.
Well, thankfully it was just a flat, and he's able to get back into it. But yeah, never want to leave. Don't ever want to lose placement on that course if you don't have to.
Yeah, through like 180, so that would have been probably after he had the flat. Then I'm showing Polvarde in 7th at 7:41 down. It looks to me like this is shaping up to a 5-truck race that we've got Toby and Paul, and then Ampudia, Kevin Thompson and Harley Lettner, and then Lofton and McMillan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because McMillan is 319 down at 180, and then Gordon is 608 down. So that's a pretty big gap right there.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say 3 minutes, maybe doable, but yeah, it's going to be tough to make up 3 minutes on somebody like Toby and Paul, but or Alan. But with that many people that are that far ahead of Robbie, it's going to be tough for Robbie and Max to really make a move.
See Cameron Steele.
Yeah, so Cameron's still heading up Mike's Road right there. And while we were watching Robbie, been talking with Max Gordon. I think we've got Max on the line here, so we should be able to go live on a call with Max, get a little update on his team as he's getting ready to get in that truck and have Robbie get out. What's up, Max? How's it going?
How's it going, guys?
Good, good. Looks like your dad's been doing pretty well in that truck. I heard you guys had a right rear flat and had to change it at Valle Trinidad. Everything else going good?
Yeah, you know, he was pushing a little bit because he had some pressure from concrete from behind, but he's running a good pace now, and I know he knows that Mike's section really good, so hopefully he can push a little bit, and hopefully we don't get caught in dust. But once he gets to 219, I think we're going to have to put some pressure on those guys and go 110% out there, and it's either win or break, and hopefully we can keep her on the road.
Is that where you're getting in at 219?
Yeah, I'm getting in here at the Meadow, so right before the crossover road.
Right on. When you went on pre-ran, what do you think of your section?
I think the crossover road's going to be really fast. I think that we can definitely make up some time after pre-running that a few laps. And once you get over the crossover road, you head into that new section that's burned in. That got really deep and silty. It's going to be really tight. I think people are going to get some flats there because the truck is going to want to hop out of the ruts a little bit and step into those like pine bushes or cactuses there. And there's definitely some hidden rocks, but there's also some hidden lines that we found too. So it's just depending on what they found as well. And we'll see how it shakes out, but we're definitely going to have to push and see how we're doing.
When I was at qualifying, I talked to Robbie, and he was telling me that you guys had a new motor pack or motors package, and you had some more horsepower. How much horsepower you guys have going in that truck? And maybe kind of fill everybody in that doesn't understand the difference between the truck you're driving versus what everyone else is in.
So basically this truck has a front motor and a rear motor. The rear motor drives the front tires, and the front motor drives the rear tires. So 2 transmissions, 2 motors, and then fuel cell and tires are in the back. So actually, once the fuel is, lightens up, I feel like the truck actually works better than having no weight up front, because under braking, you can get the truck settled, but you have to corner a different way. You have to straight line brake and use the front tires to pull you around the corner. So this truck is making around, I'd say, 12 to 1,300 horsepower, and we got definitely a lot more power than before. So I haven't really driven at a race pace yet, so we're gonna find out here once we head over the crossover road how much time we lose or make up.
Right on. All right. Well, hey, thank you for calling in. I appreciate that. And good luck. If you want, have your crew tell your dad to hit us up on a Zoom call too. I'd love to hear from him after he gets out of the truck.
Good stuff. Well, we just
you guys there?
Yep. Thanks, Max. Just want to thank you again for chiming in here as we got some in-car with your father. We're going to go from this down to the ramp and check in Ensenada.
Dark, got under all the dust, went into the sunshine and the sunrise this morning. There you're getting the congratulations there. Here they come. They're coming on up now. Incredible time. Our race officials didn't expect them until sometime after 2 p.m., so we're up here now. Carter, Tyler, congratulations. First bike in. How does that feel?
Pretty good. Yeah, Tyler started the race for us. He went to 250, and I got on and brought it here. But, yeah, it was rough, but, no, it was good. He's better at this talking stuff, so.
We can slide him on over here if you like. But we were watching all day. It was like back and forth because the tracking was kind of hicking up a bit, and we couldn't tell who was up, 7 or 1X. But did you guys, 1X ever catch you, or did you keep the lead the whole time? Come over here. Tyler Lynn.
Yeah, no, we had an awesome day. We kept the lead the whole time. Throughout my section, I think I got us about a 5-minute gap, and then it kind of stayed the same there for a few minutes, and Carter put a charge on that last 100 miles, showing the work that he's put in. You know, we had an awesome day. We put a lot of miles per running in, and you know, it just goes to show that you know, we're here to win. It's what we want to do, and you know, we showed it today.
Well, it's a rugged course. I was talking to everybody else at Tech yesterday about time, and no one said 6, but you guys did. You're like, so no one. You thought you were going to be the faster than everybody. Everyone else thought they were going to be later. You guys did it. You put in the fastest time. Were there any problems out there on the course? Because everyone's saying it's pretty rough and there's a lot of people down. But you guys go down at all, or you kept it on 2 wheels the whole time?
Yeah, I had one small tip over around race mile 190. But other than that, no, I think we kept it on 2 wheels all day. Like I said, Carter put on a phenomenal ride. Really gapped it out for us. So. You know, that's always good, but yeah, the course was rough, but I'm really stoked with what SCORE did with it. They did an awesome job. You know, I think one of the best courses we've had yet, so that's super exciting.
That's awesome. Carter, same for you. Did you have any difficulties or any scary moments out there?
Not really. Coming from the coast back over into Santa Tomas. Yeah, there was a few cars, but we got a helicopter and Mark went and got him out of the way. But no, it was good. Good day.
Now I know you guys have been doing great for a couple of years now, but there was a lot of people behind the scenes I'm sure you want to give a shout out to as well, bringing this bike in first place.
Yeah, obviously first off I'd have to thank our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. We wouldn't be here without him. You know, he gave us the confidence to ride fast today, the safety, you know, and we got to give all glory to him. But other than that, obviously Mark Samuels, Bobby at San Diego Powerhouse for building us an awesome bike, the whole Monster Energy SLR Honda team, Showa, Dunlop, Fly, Monster Energy.
Monster Energy.
Yeah, Monster Energy, Alpine Star, and obviously Honda, and you know, everyone else behind us. You know, there's a whole bunch of sponsors and people behind the scenes that don't get the credit they deserve, you know, but man, it takes a whole team, and we can't thank everyone enough, you know, for getting us up here and being the first bike to the finish line.
And the beauty of being the first bike at the finish line at the Baja 400 means you're going to be the first bike at the Baja 1000.
Yeah, that definitely makes it a little easier.
The people around here are pretty happy seeing you guys around overweight, and like I said, it was because of tracking at the end. You guys weren't tracking, and then you were tracking again, but we kind of knew you guys were in first.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on with the tracker, but yeah, we have the helicopter up above Carter, you know, and through our pits we get some good updates, so we knew that he was the lead bike, you know, through that last half, and like I said, he put on a charge and had an awesome ride.
Anybody else you want to give a shout out to or some thanks before I let you guys go down there and celebrate?
My family, Carter for putting in the work, Mark Samuels, the mechanics, Bobby, Carlos, Juan, all our chase crews, everyone. You know, like I said, it takes an amazing crew to finish one of these, let alone be the first bike. So, you know, gotta give it up to all those guys.
Awesome, fantastic ride, guys. Congratulations. Give it up. First place, 7X. Carter Klein, Tyler Lynn. Great job, guys.
Rock left, rock right, left 5, right 4, rock left.
Rich, is this your
All clear,
left?
Brent, all clear. Left 5, right 5, right 4, left 4, right 2 tight, narrow. Rock left, left 3. Opens. Right 3 sweep. Tightens. Left 3 sweep opens. Right 4, left 5. Right 4. Left right chicane after. Left 4. Right 4 long. Right 3 sweep tightens. Then straight. Left 3 tight opens. Left 5, right 5 opens. Right 5 long. Right 5 narrows, rock right. Narrows to right 4, rock right. Right 2 sweep. Left 3. Right 5, ball to right. Right 4 long. Right 5 narrows. Into left 2. Opens. Right 5. Right 4 sweep. Right 3 sweep slippy. Right left over. Straight. Left 3 sweep. Then straight over. Then left 4. Right 3 sweep. Opens.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the 1X bike, we have Kieran on the bike here, making it home after a very long day of racing. Kieran, how are you feeling?
You know, a little beat up. Super early into my section on the crossover road, came around a blind corner and had a little altercation with a vehicle. So luckily didn't end up too bad, but definitely shook me up and yeah, just made it mentally challenging for the rest of the race. But yeah, you know, I'm definitely bummed. Shane put a phenomenal charge early in the morning. You know, last minute we had a change of plans, and unfortunately Arturo had a bit of an accident early in the week, so he wasn't able to ride. So Shane and I took on a few more miles than we expected, but yeah, like I said, I mean, Shane rode incredible this morning, kept us in the hunt, and you know, unfortunately shit happens when racing, but yeah, we live to fight another day.
That's how it goes. Racing is no joke, and it's a bummer. You know, that happened pretty early on in the race, but you guys came all back in one piece, which is great. I'd like to hear a little bit about your day, Shane. How'd it go?
We had a good morning. Took the bike from Ranch Nelson to Race Mile 210. Didn't really have any issues, just tried to put a good charge on and keep up with Tyler. He's a tough guy to beat, and I didn't have anything for him today. So, yeah, just happy to be safe. And
Absolutely. With Arturo.
140 and go to it definitely changed up my section because now I just did the start. Yeah, I had already been pre-running it, and thankfully I've done the start a few times before, and that's what's really beneficial to have two guys that can do the start well. It wasn't too big of a deal, honestly, and picked up a few more miles. It's just more training for the Baja 1000.
That's how it goes. Well, it's great to see you guys out here. I know you guys were battling all day. We were watching you guys on the track, and it was pretty cool seeing, you guys were there close with the 7X, and I can't wait to see you guys at the 1000. Arturo, how was your day, you not being in the race due to an injury? Tell me how that changed things for you.
I mean, unfortunately, I had a get-off during the week while pre-running. Monday I had a little get-off. My knee got messed up. I told the boys, and they decided to handle this race for me. I went out and tried to ride a little bit yesterday, and obviously I didn't even feel good, so I just decided the boys to get this one going, and they handled. Shane had a little bit of pre-running to do this whole time, and he took over my section and did absolutely great. Kieran took over a little more miles and did great. Despite the circumstances, we're here in second, and the other team did better. I just want to thank my teammates and everybody that made this possible. I know I'm not on the bike today, but I'm pretty happy with the results.
That's awesome. I know it's definitely a bummer that your injury affected this race, but I'm sure you guys will come back stronger for the Baja 1000. Do you still have plans to finish this year off strong?
Yeah, that's the plan. We want to be on top of the box for sure. That's what the 1000 plans are, and then we'll be back stronger than ever for sure.
Sounds good. Gio, I would like to talk to you a little bit. Team leader over here of Hero Racing. How'd it go? What was your perspective on today's race? What are your notes?
Well, since I'm not racing anymore, I kind of turned into a professional spectator. So I'm like on my phone every 3 seconds, updating the tracking and everything. And tracking went down for a while, but I think we were like 7 minutes down when Shane got off, and then Kieran got on and started catching 7X, and like I said, updating every 10 seconds. But yeah, I think we got to like 4 minutes, I think it was, as close as we got, and then I think his injury kind of caught up with him. But we kept it under 10 minutes. You never know what can happen with penalties, and it's unofficial, and we'll see what happens. I've won races, lost races this way, so we'll see how the end result comes. But we'll be ready for the 1000, and all we can do is keep trying.
That's how it goes, and we'll be here waiting for you guys. Arturo, would you like to thank some sponsors today?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Optima, everybody else. In reality, I'd really want to help thank Gio to start off with making all of this possible. He really made the whole team, get us out here early on in the week, go testing. So I want to start off with that. I want to thank the boys for running an excellent ride. Without me mid through the week, it's pretty hard. But Baja Bound, Optima, Malcolm Smith, BNS, VP, Thrill Seekers, AHM, Dirt Tricks, FMF, ODI, Moto Cuts, O'Neill, Rookies 2 Racers, Baja Designs, Dunlop, Motul, Scott's, Takamoto, BRP, Works Connection, TM, Nitro Moves, Vision Companies, Rever, Monkey Business, Mended, Heatwave, IMS. I mean, there's so many people on the list I can thank, but just mainly all our families, Kieran's family, Shane's family, everyone that really made this possible. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Well, we'll be waiting for you guys here at the Baja 1000. I can't wait to see what you guys do then. Congratulations on this finish.
All righty. So there you have it. Tough break for the 1X team, but hey, second place ain't so bad. Congratulations to 7X, and just a little bit, the 15X team will be approaching the ramp. But yeah, we'll see what they're going to bring once everybody's healthy and set to go for the 1,000. So they got a couple months to heal up.
Yeah, you can hear.
Let me get out there.
Yep.
All right, back to In Some In-Car with Mr. McCachran.
And it looks like we have some breaking news. It looks like Robbie Gordon, he shows us stopped on the tracker right now.
Uh-huh.
And I am hearing that Bryce got by him. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's related to that new motor.
Yeah, here we go. We just got done talking to Max. Robbie didn't even get the truck to Max yet, so.
Yeah, well, it's something in the back. It looks like
In the
maybe
rear.
the rear because
Yeah, the rear motor.
we're not seeing any drivers right now.
They're out.
But the wheel's off, the steering wheel's off. So
Yeah, they ain't going anywhere soon.
yeah.
I'm curious approximately how far they were away before that switchover.
Yeah.
Not too far,
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm not
but
sure.
not close
but
enough.
yeah, it's going to take them out of, even if they get going though, it will take them out of an opportunity to be in the top 10 for
Yeah.
sure. Or at least the top 5.
A little while ago when Rich was up here, he was communicating with the Rob Mack team, and there was some chatter about issues that he was having, but clearly at this moment it seems like it's been resolved. So good news there.
Now, Rob was a little bit behind Robbie, so I don't know if we're going to see
Him pass,
him
yeah.
pass
It could happen.
on the side of the road, or if he's already got by. But
Right.
they're in the similar they're in the same section
Yeah.
actually.
Let's see if we can try to pull something up here on tracking, if that'll go through, and this will refresh here right now. Okay, so let's take a look. Yep.
Yeah.
It
if
still looks
anyone-
like, from what I'm seeing, that Bryce is behind Rob as far as Robbie Gordon goes.
Mhm.
It says that Robbie's up there, so it's probably only a matter of time until Mac gets to him. And then in front of Robbie Cochran would be Gustavo Vidosola Sr., if this is tracking correctly.
Well, that's a huge bummer for Max because he
Yeah.
was looking at getting into the truck, and you
Yeah.
know,
Well, they've done these new modifications to it as well, and
yeah. And the same
Curious.
thing happened to him at the San Felipe 250 this year. Max never got to. I don't think he got
It's
to race.
frustrating.
Yeah,
yep, plagued by mechanical issues.
yeah, and you know, Robbie had about 27 miles to go to get to Max.
It was 27, okay.
And it's looking like our leader, Toby, right now, just cross-check 3.
Okay. Around 200 miles or so?
Yeah, so
Yeah, I am always curious about Robbie's setup, and it just seems so much. And is it actually detrimental? And why choose something like that? What's the thought process behind having?
Robbie Gordon setup. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, to each his own, obviously, but
Yeah, clearly he wanted some more horsepower, but it doesn't appear that
didn't
that's
help.
helping him this race.
All right, here's our race leader in the trophy truck, race mile 211, Toby Price. Soon handing it off to Paul Wheel,
Yeah.
very soon.
And I know we've talked about this, but he has, he's put about 5-ish miles on Ampudia, and it's great because they are doing that driver change, and that will help them to try to keep the lead. They definitely have enough, I don't know how long their pit stop will be, but I'm
Yeah.
going to guess about 45 seconds or less.
Paul says they're kangaroos. We'll
Yeah.
see if it happens, but yeah, it'll be vital. If they can keep it under 60 seconds, that'll put them in a really good place.
Toby's bouncing out and Paul's bouncing in.
Yeah. So yeah, you see on the leaderboard,
Yeah.
current time. And there's Alan.
Yeah. So first two trucks, those were first and second in position side by side. That was fun to see. And there's no dust. I mean, these guys are relatively stacked up.
Yeah.
And the fact that they don't have any dust is amazing.
It's not like it's windy. You know, it's not like the dust's getting blown away or anything.
Yeah.
So. Uh-oh. Michael Marsal off to the side.
So Michael just got in at their, driver change.
Right. You wonder if they got a flat, if the co-driver's out, possibly? Maybe he's changing a tire? Something.
He looks like he's getting back in.
Strapping in, yep. Maybe he was already out. Oh, there goes somebody.
Yeah.
See who just flew by him.
Yeah,
it's always a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, he just got past, so. Was probably by Cole Hardin. As he was really close behind.
Every second seeming like an eternity right now. Back in with Alan Ampudia. Still fighting to close that gap somehow, some way. Never giving up. We saw that in the 500. You never know what can happen. So that's got to be like in him though. Like, who knows? Maybe the fate will allow.
Yeah.
But I don't think anybody saw that flat coming in the 500, but yet it did. And so Alan's like, no matter what, just stay consistent, keep going, run your race, and just maybe a little Baja magic may happen.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, these two are dancing with the points lead.
Yeah.
And the wins from the last race, you know, first and second. So it's going to be an interesting day.
Going off the split time on the left then, if Alan's at 141, I mean, he was, what was it, like two minutes at one point? So slowly creeping up.
Yeah.
A little bit. And then we'll see what happens with the driver change.
Yeah, that's on corrected time. So that.
Corrected time, yep.
That's helpful.
All right, Brett Fox, missing a little bit of his, just a little bit of his hood.
I'd say he's missing his entire
You
hood.
can go with that. That tracks.
I wonder what happened.
Who knows? You said you like it though sometimes when the hood goes away.
I love it because it's really hard to see over the hood when you come up on like you're going up a mountain or mountainous road or.
Well, certainly in sections like this with all these rocks and again tight. Got to just choose wisely.
Yeah. I'm sure the dust isn't easy on your components, your engine, your filters.
Correct. Yeah, that's got to go through your mind too. You know, how is this going to affect the way that this truck performs as it's sucking in all this dust? Vulnerable, exposed.
Especially in silty sections. I think there might be one silty section that's closer to Colinet. This is pretty, you know, typical terrain right here though.
Navigate. Whoa.
Big ditch
Hagel
off to the side.
Off to the side. Oh boy.
Oh yeah. Trying to figure out where he's at. He's just maybe in Valle de Trinidad.
He's near a highway.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess Highway 3.
Hagel's off to the side.
Things don't look to be moving very quickly there.
Clearly. Repairs are needed.
Yeah.
So hopefully they'll fix whatever needs to be fixed and get back in the race. Now to Jason McNeil, 234 spec truck.
Yeah, Jason's still doing really well.
Doing great,
but he's had a couple, you know, he had to stop for a flat tire and he stopped one other time. I'm not sure of that reason, but he's still doing really good. I mean, according to score tracking, he's in the lead right now. So I don't know if Justin had to stop for some reason too. Yeah, we might want to take a look at that. But
let's see. He's going for it. All right, in with Luke McMillan.
It looks like on my tracker, Toby is, oh gosh, he looks off course on here. I was thinking he might be stopped for his pit stop, but shows him moving, so I'm not sure.
Huh. Yeah, I see that too. I see what you mean.
This is Luke going through the pit area.
Race mile 211.
Yeah. So he's about 8 to 9 miles from what we call the grassy knoll, which is kind of the last stop before you go over the crossover road. These sections right here are very familiar to most racers that have been doing this for a long time. These are parts of the course that we've used a lot.
Common parts of the course, yeah.
Yeah.
So do you think, Heidi, when Jose G and everybody, they're designing these courses, for say the Baja 1000 coming up, we've talked today how this Baja 400 course, there's parts that are just so incredibly tight and technical. Trying to tackle something like that at night, in the dark, or early in the morning, would they design a course that challenging under those given circumstances? Or do they try to deviate and make it still challenging but safe at the same time?
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of thought into, you know, if you're going to be in the day or in the dark.
Because everybody's going at different times anyways.
Yes.
Right? So.
Yes. So.
Got it.
And I just got a text message. It sounds like Jason passed Justin in the dust. So I wish we had that footage. That would be amazing to see.
There's Boulevardi.
So he does show ahead of him.
Alrighty. He's coming through race mile 211. But it is a close battle between Lofton and McMillan, though, for third and fourth. Not a lot of time between them.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at those splits, they're all really close.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, McMillan is only 3 minutes and 36 seconds off of Price right now. These guys are on corrected time. These guys, it could be anyone's race
smoking.
at this stage.
Yep.
So they still have about, you know, from here they have just over a couple 100 miles of racing. So they're just over halfway through, or just about halfway through.
Just about halfway through, yeah?
Yeah.
426 is what we're thinking?
Yeah.
So. There we go. Just got to get it to the finish line. That's all he's thinking about. You can see some dust in the distance as well. That's going to motivate him a bit. He'll get that. Get choices here.
Yep.
Chris says, I'll go left. I'll take this line.
Yeah. And that's why you pre-run. You figure out what the fastest line is.
Yeah.
You try to hit it. You can't hit
Sometimes
every line you want.
Yeah, exactly.
Try your best to hit every line.
Kevin Thompson not far away.
Yeah, and look at his corrected time on the leaderboard over there.
Wow. Oh. Tire change.
Yeah, so this is Wes here. I'm back.
Oh, hey, Wes.
Looks like he's got a flat, so they're doing a quick tire change.
Unlucky.
That section's really rocky. We saw Boulevardi got a flat. Now Harley got a flat. So definitely can happen in there, but they have a good run going.
Yeah.
And Harley did get the truck past Walker's corner without going off of it too, so that's a good sign.
Yes.
Because that truck has gone off of it.
Yep,
as we
it
saw.
sure has. 500. Yeah. Yeah, but look at that adjusted time between Ampudia and Thompson.
The thing I'm really looking at right here is Toby is at the Meadow right now at 2:19, and this is I believe this is where they're going to do their driver change and pit.
Yep.
So how much time is Alan able to make up? And, I mean, really the whole field on them right now. This is a really key moment in the race.
So, Wes, does Alan have people in his ear or communicating to the co-driver, like Price is pitting?
Well,
do they?
Alan, is from Baja, so he probably has the most people down here of anyone. So they literally have people everywhere out on the course, and I'm sure they are telling him, this is where Toby's at, this is what's going on.
Right.
I don't know if Toby pitted or not, because I'm watching the tracker and he's already to he's past the Meadow now.
Yeah, he's at 2:19.
He's past 2:19. He's like 2:20.
Okay, yeah.
So either that was one hell of a pit, or they didn't pit. But from where they had told me they were going to pit, they didn't pit.
Maybe he was misleading you, Wes.
I don't know that.
Maybe it was strategy.
Well, I'm wondering if they took a splash somewhere, because the thing that throws me off is Paul was talking about they were going to do it in a speed zone, and there's no speed zone where they're at. But then when they get to Llano, Colorado, there is a speed zone.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of makes sense to me that you would do the pit and the driver change there.
Yeah.
I know, like, if I was planning this out, I like doing a driver change where you're on the pavement and in a speed zone, because just like Paul was talking about, it gives you time to adjust your belts and all of that.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the natural place to do it. And I know, I think that's where Harley Lettner and Kevin Thompson are doing their driver change.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to say that they took a splash somewhere, which he did say that, and then they're going to do their driver change at 250 or somewhere in that area in that speed zone.
So we'll take a moment here and jump to our social. We got some social media from Luke McMillan footage. Take a look.
Looks like an F1 pit. That
Yeah,
was remarkable.
No kidding, right? Wasn't quite 2.2 seconds, but very fast nonetheless. Yeah, they're just swapping out tires most of the time, and it's one of those F1 pits. But
we watched Toby and Alan come through the Meadow there at race mile 219. And earlier I was out there checking out the course, doing course previews, and we have a little piece from there. So let's have a look at it.
At race mile 219, we're just over halfway through this race course, which brings you to where I'm at here, Las Llanitas, or basically that means the flats. A lot of racers call this the Meadow. A lot of teams will be doing visuals here, and this is the start of the crossover road, which takes you from Valle de Trinidad over to Llano, Colorado. This is a really fun section. I always loved it. It's graded road. There's some pretty sketchy corners, increasing radius with big cliffs on the outside. It's kind of like rally racing through here, little kind of Pikes Peaky in my opinion, although it's more flat, you're not going up a mountain. but you're definitely rotating your vehicle through here quite a bit, and it's just a fun section. Then from there, they're gonna hit the coast and we'll head south towards kind of the Colinet area and then back up the coast to Santo Tomas and Europan and the finish. You can see Toby's actually right where we had the in-car shots in that piece. That's where Toby is right now.
Yeah.
For fans out there that have been watching social media, in the past day or so, I think 2 days ago is when it's happened, there was a semi crossing here that got stuck, and then a truck full of hay was behind it, and it actually rolled over.
Yeah.
And luckily they've been able to clear all that out. I feel like if I was a semi-truck driver, I don't know that I would try to drive across this road, but apparently, some people try to do it.
Yeah. Well, that's why you're not a semi-truck driver, Wes.
Yeah.
You'll stick to the UTVs. It's your bread and butter.
For sure. So this is a really fun section, but there are consequences. The outside, especially to the left on some of these corners, there's some big drop-offs. So you've got to kind of manage yourself through here. Don't push too hard, because if you do fly off one of those corners, it's going to end your race.
Could end more than that.
More than that, yeah.
It's possible. Like that corner right there,
right
if you
there.
blow that,
yeah,
it's not real pretty out to the left there.
That's a full send.
Yeah.
It literally would be.
Yeah, the in-car footage doesn't even do it justice. There's some really steep cliffs.
Yeah. Well, that's why we pre-run.
It looks like pretty mellow from there, but there's for sure some
right
pucker
here?
corners. Yeah, this is a good corner right here.
Yeah.
Outside right there, and then this turn here. And some of those, like that one kind of sneaks up on you. After you get through this little section, it opens up a little bit more, and then it's faster. You don't have the sketchy drop-offs quite as much.
Yeah.
The section Toby's in right now is the worst part of it.
Seems like
so that's one thing. So we didn't really see if he pitted or not. I think that's Toby still in the truck. But I'm kind of trying to see here.
I wonder if we listen if there's any communication.
Get audio, can we hear if that's Paul or Toby?
Tightens. Right 4. Right 4 long. Left 3 opens.
Problem is the driver usually doesn't talk a lot.
Yep.
Tightens. Right 3 sweep.
Seems like some of these corners give Walker's Corner a bit of run for their money.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
Left 4. Right 4 tight.
They're steeper and higher.
Mm-hmm.
Right 5 over. Then right 2 tight.
I guess the thing with Walkers is it just kind of comes out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
And something like this, it's a bit more, dare I say, predictive. You can see what's coming a little better.
Yeah.
Little camera medley for you there for a moment. Split screen with Alan and Toby.
Yeah, if they didn't do the driver change, it could be San Vicente area where they do it.
I'm hearing from people that were in the meadow there at 219 that they didn't do a driver change.
Noted.
So I'm not sure if that was a call that they made of, hey, if it's this close, Toby's going to stay in.
Yeah.
And just run the whole race and not risk, potentially losing this.
Yep.
Or if they are going to wait and do the driver change in Llano, Colorado, which would be in a speed zone, which would make more sense. So we'll see how this plays out. I think everybody tries to hold their cards a little close to their chest. So I don't know that honestly, I think that Toby and Paul are probably kind of making this call on the fly.
Yeah.
And if Paul doesn't get in,
that's probably going to be his call, but they have done that in the past where if they were leading and it was super close, Toby would just stay in. So that may be what's going on right now.
The other thing too is that if the plan was to do it at 2:19, how does Toby communicate to Paul or vice versa? Like, hey Toby, just keep going. We'll do it here, or we'll go somewhere, because then he's got to get on his horse and get going.
They have comms in the truck.
Sure.
And I mean, they're running Starlinks, and I mean, we're literally streaming this. So, he should be able to, the co-driver should be able to send a text message.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Now, he's calling stuff pretty
exactly
heavily here, but he could, like, when they're going on the radio or there's a little bit of a break, he could say, hey, Toby, I'm going to not call notes for a second.
Sure.
I'm going to let our crew know what we're doing.
Yeah.
Or realistically, I don't think Toby's making the call on this. I think it's Paul making the call.
Sure.
He owns the team and the truck.
Yeah, for sure.
So, realistically, probably it would be Paul sending them a message saying, hey, man, you're doing good. Take it all the way home.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you can't, unless you go by helicopter, if you're waiting at the grassy knoll, you can't get to Highway 1 easily. It would take too much time. So I would say he either is making the call to stay in, or their plan all along was to do the driver change on the Highway 1 side.
Yeah.
Oh, looks
Winkleman.
like Rat might be going for a pass.
Look at this.
Good
Mr.
job,
Monkey
Rat.
Man himself. Good job, sir. Off he goes.
That was fun to see.
Yeah, so I suppose on some of these Zoom calls, when we're asking about strategy and things like that, they may not always completely tell the truth, but...
I think he was being pretty cryptic. That's my best guess.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Some people don't have in-cars. They don't want you to see how they operate, They don't want you to listen in.
Yeah.
I get it.
I mean, there's a race strategy,
Sure.
so...
Sure.
I love being able to see all 9 cameras.
Yeah. Well, I think too what's really cool, in about an hour ago, we were sort of skipping from in-car to in-car to in-car, and it gave you a real look into sort of the environment that's happening. Not only what they're going through exterior, but like what's the temperament? What's going on between the driver and the co-driver? And just it's just so different as you jump from cab to cab. It's wild.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm not sure who, I think we're hearing Price's vehicle.
Yeah, I think so too. Cameron down there too. All right, back to race mile 211.
Yeah, there's Rob coming through in the Jimco truck.
Oh,
I know we were speculating about, so he's got a flat. So they're gonna do a quick change.
Yep.
Yep. Same thing as Kevin Thompson, right? They both had, or Harley.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and Pulvardi got a flat up in that area too. I think what's good for Harley and Rob Mack is they were able to drive into a pit. So instead of having to have the co-driver get out, do the tire change, and get back in, usually it's faster if you can do it in the pit.
For sure.
I mean, it looks to me like they just, maybe Rob, they change a tire out there and they're just throwing a fresh tire in the rack is what that looks like what they did there to me.
I like his paint job. I think that it looks really cool.
So we were speculating a little bit on whether they had lost all-wheel drive on that truck.
Right.
But from what I'm hearing from their team, he still has four-wheel drive. It sounded like they broke a wheel, and they had to deal with that, is where he lost a little bit of time.
Got it.
Which maybe that may be what they just changed in the rack there, is if they broke a wheel, they would have had to put a tire in there on the rack. So maybe he didn't get a flat, maybe it's actually a broken wheel.
Yeah.
Now, watching the tracker here, we've got our top 6 trucks are all on the crossover road, and then Bryce's truck is about to hit the meadow and then go on the crossover road. But the thing that I kind of want to watch is Lofton has been having a good run here, and there's a pretty big gap between him and Impudia, so he's got clean air.
Mm-hmm.
Can he make a little bit of a run and catch up to Toby and Impudia? Because after that, then you've got Luke McMillan and Polvarde, and then Harley Lettner and Kevin Thompson. And Harley's staying in until 252, I believe. So they're doing that change in that speed zone.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see how Kevin does once he hops in, because Harley's been doing a good job in that truck so far. There's Justin Davis. I believe he is in second in Trophy Spec.
Yes, I heard
he's got
that
somebody like
Jason.
You've got a few vehicles
people in front of him
that are pretty close.
Yeah, I think that Jason passed him in the dust.
That's what I heard. Looks like here's Polvarde on the crossover road.
Yep.
And so, I mean, he's in dust. And
my tracker shows Luke's in front of him. But
yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it should be Lofton, Luke, Christopher.
Right.
That's the thing on the crossover road, is because of those drop-offs on the corner, like you want to push.
Yeah.
But you can't get into the blind dust because
no way.
It's just too risky to fly off one of those corners.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible to pass on this road.
Look at this. Look at this
see
angle.
that dust hanging there? Is that Luke? It looks like it is, yeah.
And there's a lot of boulders that stick out too.
Yeah.
Kind of hopefully on the edges, but not necessarily. Sometimes they get knocked into the course.
And there's a couple little areas where there's some washouts that, like the little finger of the washout kind of sticks into the road a little bit.
Yeah.
So you gotta be careful
look
about
at that.
hitting that rut. One thing I want to kind of see here, and I mean, if we have a heli shot, or there's an area where I actually had a line up my sleeve that I never used, and it looked like there were some tracks on it in when I went out pre-running. And then I'm curious if anybody takes this line. I'm not going to tell anybody where it is, but unless I see someone take it, because then I'll get burned in. but I'll be curious to see it, because there's really nowhere to pass on the crossover road. So it could give someone an opportunity to get out of somebody's dust and actually make a little move.
Yeah, if they find it.
Well, with how much time these guys spend pre-running and how much they look at Google Earth and stuff, I feel like there's not too many hidden things out there anymore.
Yeah. Great overhead shot. Here's your heli shot. You see anything here, Wes, you're thinking about?
They're a little short of where this is.
Okay.
But you got 3 trucks pretty bunched up right there.
Yep.
You know, like Lofton, McMillan, Polvarde are real close, and then really Harley's not too far back in the concrete motorsports. It really looks like you've got Toby Price, he's got a little gap, and Impudia, and then a big gap back to Lofton. So that's where it's like, can Lofton make a little run at Impudia and try to close this up? Because he started a little ways back, and that's where he can kind of sneak up on adjusted time.
Mm-hmm.
He started 5th, so he would have started 5 minutes behind Toby and 4 minutes behind Allen.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, 4 minutes is a fair amount of time. So on adjusted, I mean, he's looking pretty good, I would think. Let's see here through Race Mile. Yeah, I mean, at Race Mile 225, which is about 10 miles from where the leaders are right now, Allen was 136 back, and then Harley was 325 back, and Lofton was 342. So it seems like that the 70 truck with Harley and the 41 with Lofton, they've lost a little ground on Toby and Allen. So far, it really seems like this is shaping up to be a rerun of the 500.
Yep.
It's going to be a battle to the finish between Toby and Empudia.
Yeah, I mean, Polvardi is.
He's not that far
He's not
back.
that far back.
No, not at all.
Nope.
I mean, he's kind of in a position right there where he's just out of his dust, where it's not affecting him.
Yeah.
Where if he gets too much closer, see those little plumes are ahead of him?
You're right.
You get to a point where those things hang, and you can't flat foot through that because you just got to check up just a touch.
And look how straight it is too. So his instinct, maybe he's wanting to. Well, it's starting to clear a little bit with some wind, but
Yeah. Well, he's in a really fast section right now. You kind of come over a little blind rise right here that you don't really have to lift.
Yeah.
And then this is the blind rise I'm talking
There
about.
you go.
And then the course is going to start going back over to the left. And then he's going to make kind of another left here. And then it's pretty fast again. It's a little longer corner, but then it's like you got kind of a straightaway.
Look, you could watch Polvardi's speed on the top.
he's got the telemetry going.
You could see him picking up speed.
That's a great shot.
So we are getting pretty close to where there are some options here. I'm curious to see what some of these guys do.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like Harley's not doing the driver change until the Highway 1 side as well.
Yeah, 252.
252.
So yeah, it's just past Yolo, Colorado in the highway speed zone. So I'm hearing, I believe this was physical, but Justin Lofton was 2 minutes, 10 seconds back off Empudia at 225. So they're pretty close. Okay, so this
here's a different line.
Well, yeah, this is the known shortcut.
Yeah.
That he just dropped down this hill, and how he just came into that. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. Yeah, I think everyone's kind of sticking to the normal
Status
game plan
quo
through here.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where, if Polvardi has, I'd love to go back to Polvardi if we could, to that heli shot, and see what he can do
in that area.
Yeah, on. Okay.
Yeah, I was curious how fast they could go too.
Yep.
Because there's,
So they're right about to where you get to that drop off. That's a little shortcut down the hill that takes a couple corners out of this thing. But I don't think Polvardi is going to be able to make up enough ground to make a pass here. So from this shot, yeah, okay, Lofton's already out of. So okay,
there he is.
Right here, Luke's about to drop down the shortcut down the hill.
Yeah.
He just did. Now we're in car with him, and then Polvardi will be doing the same thing. So I mean, we saw Lofton come down that, at least a minute ago. So Lofton's got a little gap on Luke, and then, Polvardi didn't take it. Oh, okay, now he's getting. That actually, what he just did is the better line.
Okay.
The other line is really rutted up.
Yeah.
So I like what Polvardi did
His
even
decision
more.
there.
Yeah, the line on the right that Luke took, that's been there for a little while, and it's got big rain ruts in it now. So the new smoother one is what Polvardi did.
Was the first line you were talking about that big downhill? Do you remember that?
That's what they just did right there.
Okay, it didn't look as big from here.
Yeah, it's the GoPro didn't do it justice at all. It's actually like pretty steep. It's like, I think Heidi and Rich can both attest to that. Like when you drop down in an actual vehicle, you know you're going down a hill. In these GoPro shots, it barely even looked like they were going down a hill.
Yeah, it's really steep actually.
For sure. Let's see if I can get some more splits here. So Toby's come through 240. Looks like through 235, Alan's the only other truck that has come through, and he was a minute 33 back at that point. And so, I mean, they have held the exact position. So at 230, Alan was 133. Yeah, at 235 and 230, Alan was the exact at 133 back. So they've been dead even through there. At 230 on adjusted, third was the 70 Concrete Motorsports truck, 338 back, and then Lofton in the 41 at 352 back. And then, so Luke is now as at 230, he's 611 back, and then Polvardi's 729. Kind of looking like it's a 4-truck race at this point. And honestly, I don't know that I see the 70 or the 41 catching Toby and Alan. I could see one of those two guys maybe having a problem and dropping out. I don't see both of those guys having a problem and dropping out.
Yeah. So we still have, 180 miles of racing and then the ceremonial finish.
Yeah, we're just past halfway through.
Yeah.
And when we were talking with Max Gordon, down by Colinet, that's gotten really torn up, and he was talking about how he thinks that there may be some flats there. There are some of the new sections, there are yucca trees, and I guess for those of you at home that don't know what a yucca tree is, it's a cactus that has really pointed ends on it that are almost like a nail, and those things can definitely puncture a tire. So with those deep silty ruts and then having those yucca in there, there's potential that you could have a sidewall puncture or even a puncture through the tread with one of those yucca. So you never know. As well as there's some rocks, and when you get those deep silty ruts, you expose like your tires, your brakes, the whole underside of the car is dragging.
They're vulnerable.
And things can happen.
Yeah.
For sure. Okay, Toby is almost to Highway 1. He basically has to go around this mountain, and he should be like at Highway 1. You can see right here, there's a big winery. He's gonna turn to the left. Probably has somebody doing a visual right here. And then he's gonna make a right onto the highway into the speed zone not quite there yet, sorry. But he's very, very close.
Moments away.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious about that next section, after he gets across Highway 1 and starts to go down towards Colinet. Isn't there an area of silt beds or what's?
Well, so that's down by Colinet in the new area there, which it's, let's see here, I'm trying to remember the name of the little canyon that they go in there. It's Las Palitas Canyon. And that canyon they go in before they had the paved Highway 1 was actually like the road to get down south through there. But it's pretty rough. There's a downhill that Ricky Johnson was telling me when they were pre-running, I forget who said it was, but a truck, I think it may have been Marsal, had blown the corner, and there were some trees there, and he was like right on the edge of tipping over, and they were able to pull him out. But there have been a few people that have had issues pre-running at that corner where you drop into Las Politas Canyon. So we'll want to watch that. I think the leaders are going to get through there fine. I picture more like a little bit later there potentially being a bottleneck or something with some of the slower drivers. But that's the area I'm talking about where the ruts are really deep, and I just, you know, there is potential to, you could have a rock or something that is in these deep silt ruts that you don't really see that gives you a sidewall cut and gives you a flat. So I want to see if our leaders can get through there clean. I think that's going to be important. That's probably the highest likelihood of a flat would be in that area right there as far as what is left of the race course.
Yeah, that could change.
So 245, Allen's 131.81 down. So he made a little over a second. Okay, so I think Lofton may have a flat.
Yeah.
Lots of flats.
Yep. Yeah, I saw the handgun.
That's super weird because...
That's not a bad area.
Yeah, he's on the crossover road.
Yeah.
And that's going to kill him because...
Yeah.
He's probably going to lose 2 spots of track position with Polvarde and Luke McMillan being as close as they are. Let's see.
Allen's moving.
Yeah, I want to watch that shot out the front of his truck to see if anyone comes by. If we could go to in-car with Luke, we should see Lofton pulled over here and see Luke make a pass, and then if we go in-car with Polvarde, we may see a pass here too. Yeah, so he's down in the flat.
Yeah, he's almost out,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's like a weird place to get a flat. So, okay, Jack's down. I'd love to see in-car with Luke because he should be coming up on him any second. This has got to be super. Oh, he's going.
Oh, God.
Oh, wow.
So he got out.
Wow.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Luke sees dust in a second.
I think Luke's maybe half a mile back off of him right now. Luke should be kind of getting right to where Lofton just did that pit. So, I mean, that was a good job by his co-driver there.
There we go.
Okay, yeah, there's his dust.
See his dust.
So, I mean, hey, good job with Lofton's co-driver getting out there, changing a flat and getting him out and not losing any track position. That was huge for him.
Yeah.
That's got to do something for Luke, too. Like, oh, well, looky here. Smells blood in the water at this moment.
Yeah,
what
like
sucks,
a shark.
Well, what sucks is, like, you just missed making that pass.
Right.
And then now you're still in his dust. And it's, man, it's super hard to try to make a pass almost from here to the finish because the rest of the crossover road, it's so hard to close through the dust. And then they're in speed zone. And then the road to the coast to Sarasolo is kind of like this, where it's fast and dusty. You're not going to be able to make a pass there. And then they start getting into the silty stuff that we talked about. And you're for sure not going to be able to make a pass there because you won't be able to see.
And for Justin, he just took some time and had a little water break.
See if we can get into the cab of Luke and hear what they're talking about.
Yeah, I'm on the brake. Right. Hey, mate. Hey, mate. Here we go. Here. Speed zone 37. I
I got it.
Yep.
You got me?
Yeah,
I just plugged back in.
Yeah, I got you.
And Pudia is on a big push.
Yep. That's okay.
Yep.
We're going to do what we can do.
Gotta do what we do. Just like last time. I need you to drive smooth as fuck. Put that tire on the berm, not the big brakes, okay?
Yep.
Everything we worked on.
I'll try my best.
I know you will. Don't make me hit you.
I try not to.
Got it.
All right, so this is really cool. We're in here with Paul Wheel is in the truck now, so you could hear Paul talking, co-driver communicating with him, letting him know Impudia is making a big push, you know, and just basically said, do everything we practiced, you know, and he was talking him through. I love the idea of where they did the driver change and doing it in the speed zone right there, because that allows Paul time to kind of let his adrenaline calm down. You know, when you first hop in, you're super excited, and this gives him that time to kind of settle, and that co-driver is doing an excellent job of kind of getting him prepared, getting his mindset.
Right.
And, you know, we're looking here at this two-shot. So Impudia is probably a mile or two back. When he goes around this hill and comes back, he'll make a little bit of a left, I believe, and then he's going to be in these fences it's a straight road that Paul is on.
Mm-hmm.
And we can see this on our tracker here. If we want to cut to one of these, and it's going to show this. So right here, you know, that's how far apart they are. And basically they're in speed zone until this corner right there. And then it's back to race speed. BFG2 is right around this area.
Yeah.
And then this is the road to the coast through Cerro, Colorado. And that's going to be fast. You know, we'll see here. This is, Impudia has got to be smelling blood in the water.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say if we can go back to the two shot of the in-cars of both, so Impudia can see his dust.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows, first of all, he knows they did the driver change. And, you know, sometimes it takes a minute for a driver to warm up.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're out the back of Paul's truck right now. And Impudia's right there.
Yeah.
Like, this is super close.
Mm-hmm.
We're, like I said, we're reliving the 500. This
Yeah.
is going to be a heck of a race, I think, for the, okay, well, so that dust was that car. That was that van.
Aha.
That's one of the things you get thrown out here in Baja is you got local traffic on the roads.
True.
So Impudia started a minute behind. I'm going to say that unadjusted, I would think that Paul still has the lead.
Uh-huh.
But it's not that nice cushy lead of a minute or two that it was before. I'm going to say it's going to be under a minute. You know, we'll see. Let me check the leaders of where they've come through.
Yeah.
Okay, so exactly like I said, through check 4, 35 seconds back.
Yep.
Okay, so we've got another Zoom call here. I believe it's with Rafael Navarro. So this is Rafael Navarro from Jimco, and he's going to give us some updates on Rob Mack and how the Jimco all-wheel drive truck is doing. What's going on, man?
Hey guys, chiming in here from Race Mile 220 with Jimco Racing, the fastball racing program, and Rob McCackman of TT11.
All right, so I think you said you had a broken wheel. Is that what happened? And we saw at the pit you guys put a fresh tire in the rack. Is that what was going on there? Other than that, is he having any other issues or everything all good?
Yeah.
Yeah, suffered a broken wheel up in the Mike's Loop coming down into Valley T. You know, just like everybody else, we have chase teams pretty much everywhere, so able to re-rack him, no harm, no foul. But yeah, everything else is running smooth. Rob, you know, Rob's the GOAT, so he's running his race right now. The race isn't won the first couple 100 miles. We still got a long ways to go. And, you know, Rob's just doing his thing in the fastball Jimco all-wheel drive.
Yeah, it looks like he's kind of midway through the crossover road right now and just looking out his in-car. How did the other vehicles look that were coming through? What was your take on that? I mean, who do you think is going to be our top three at the end of the race here?
Well, I'm going to be a little selfish here and say that Rob Mack's going to win the race, but because I'm a little biased with Jimco. But no, all the guys are looking really fast. The top 10 trucks are all looking really good. Everybody's pushing pretty hard. You know, a shout out to the rest of my pit support team because we're also doing the pitting for Toby Price. So it looks like they had a really good pit stop there on the coast. And so, you know, go get them, Paul. But otherwise, it's so tough to call. There's still a lot of race miles to go in the race. And, you know, for us on the Jimco side of things with fastball and Rob McCackman, Rob's just doing his thing. So he's cruising. Truck seems to be working pretty good. No big complaints, just dealing with a lot of dust out there. And, you know, it's a little bit of a snowball effect from qualifying. Unfortunately, you know, doing what he's got to do to get on pole, suffered a puncture and ran the last mile of qualifying on a flat. So I say he did pretty good for having that in quali. So we're just kind of a little bit of biding our time right now, dealing with that snowball effect from that. But otherwise, everything else is good. And the competition is really good, and yeah, just hope to get the Jimco up there and, you know, give these Mason boys a run for their money. So we we strive for the competition. So
all right, well, hey, thank you for calling in. I appreciate it. Good luck to you guys, and stay safe out there. We'll look for you at the finish line, and I mean, this is shaping up to be a battle to the finish.
Yeah.
Talk to Larry Rossler's wife.
Okay, so we're back here with Paul Wheel now behind the 46 truck and Alan Impudia in the number 1. Through race mile 255, Alan has cut this to a 26-second time differential on adjusted time. So basically that means he is 1 minute and 26 seconds physically behind right now. So I mean, pressure's on, Paul. I think you know, he did a great job right up to the end until he got that flat. He does not have the wiggle room to get a flat. He's going to have a perfect race if Alan doesn't have any problems, because Alan is going to keep that pressure on him.
Yeah.
So you know, but you know, Paul is a very good driver himself. He's shown it where, I mean, he's thrown it down, and you know, I don't expect much drop off from Toby to Paul. It's just a matter of the one thing that's got to be kind of lurking in the back of his head is at the 500 we were in the exact same position.
Yep.
And he made a mistake and got that flat. So he's got to shake that out of his head, just focus on what he's doing. It seemed like his co-driver was doing a good job of you know, trying to keep him calm and just, you know, keep him on task. So you see they're on the road to Sarasolo. And it's almost like a mini crossover road to me, because it's real similar. You still have these drop-offs. There's consequences if you blow a corner.
Sure.
You can see where Alan is. There's a lot of washout fingers that come up on the left side that you got to be careful not to catch a tire in there. And they're going to do this. They've got, you can see another one of those rain ruts right there.
Yep.
That section that Alan's in, there's a bunch of those. But they get through this, and then they're going to turn south, and that's where it starts getting into the new race course, and it's supposed to be really silty. So I'm looking forward to seeing how tough that is, and then we got to see if both these guys can get through there clean without a flat.
You spoke earlier about having the time for Paul to acclimate into the truck and into just the environment, but clearly he knows and is feeling the pressure from Ampudia. And to your point too about could this be a repeat of 500, that's knocking on his conscience right now.
Yeah, I do think that Paul has enough racing experience and racecraft that this isn't the first time that he's felt pressure like this, and as well as like going through that experience before. He's led races. He knows what you've got to do to win. Yeah. And I mean, if I were his co-driver, I'd be telling him drive this thing one corner at a time. Yep. One turn, like turn to turn to turn, and just try to hit every apex, every breaking point, and just hit all of your marks. No mistakes, and that's how he's going to put it on top of the box.
Yeah, I think it's just that weird kind of psychological curveball of literally being in the exact same position from last race. It's not that these guys don't have the experience and can't execute, for sure. It's just that weird little thing of, oh my God, keep it together.
I think the one thing that things happen so fast in these trucks, that you almost don't have the opportunity to think about anything else. Right. Like it's almost like his Zen moment is just driving. And I just take a little line right here. So he's almost, he's out of the kind of mountainy area, and it's going to be on some flats. I'm curious what he does right here. There's a line that goes straight and drops down in this little valley, or the course goes to the left. It's right here, and so he's going to drop down this hill. So it's kind of rough. It's a nicer road to the left, but this makes more of a straight line out of it, and I think the trophy trucks make easy work of that.
Sure, as
and
the crow
again,
flies.
like Heidi can probably attest, that's a pretty good little downhill right there, and the GoPro didn't make it look like anything at all.
Right, yeah.
So if we stay on this, we can kind of watch what Alan does through there. I bet he's going to do the same thing. So there's a VCP right there. There was another shortcut you can do to the right, but they put a VCP that didn't allow you to do it. So he hit that VCP, and then he's right about to where he's going to make a 90 left, and then basically be heading due south and start heading towards Colonet. Yeah, there's the 90 left. And that's that mountain right there. That's Sarasolo right there, which means single mountain, something like that in Spanish. And he's got a few miles here, and then it starts getting into the new sections of the race course. So it'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, he's moving now.
Right here, it's pretty hard packed still, but when they start getting in the newer stuff, that's where I think the silt is going to start getting deep, and we're going to see. That's where I see the ruts, and then that's I talked about the yucca. There's a lot of yucca in that area, and that's what happens is you get the big ruts, and sometimes you'll have yucca that fall into those ruts. And if that happens, you can't really steer to miss it because you're stuck in the ruts.
Yeah.
So if people have never driven like this, imagine you're in a slot car track, and that's what it's like. And so if there's a big rock or a yucca or something like that, it's really hard to miss it because you can't steer out of that rut.
Yeah. While we're sitting here, Heidi and I were chatting about a little bit about, the kind of battle in the two-wheel trophy truck situation. Heidi, do you have an update about Mickey Lawrence?
Yeah, Mikey Lawrence, I heard that he went upside down, so he was leading the two-wheel drive class, and now it looks like Cameron's out ahead of him. I don't know his current status, so we'll have to kind of, see what happens. Just because you roll doesn't mean you're not going to get going again or finish the race. Yeah, it just depends on the situation. So
Sure.
I don't have any other details, but hopefully they're all good and everyone's safe.
All right, well, we'll circle back to that in a little bit, but little infield update.
So as we're watching this, it looks like through race mile 260 that Alan is now 14 seconds back.
Wow.
So that means that he made up 12 seconds in that last 5 miles. So we've got another Zoom call. We've got somebody that Heidi might actually know. And let's hear what he's got to say.
What's this about? Say hi, Heidi.
It doesn't even look like he's raced today.
No, I was just getting my nails done. I'm just kind of like hanging out. Got a foot massage.
Well, you certainly earned it, Mr. Steele. No doubt about that. How are we doing out there? How are you able to do a Zoom call right now?
Yeah, no, we got a little Starlink off the car right here, and we're having a pretty clean day. The pace a little different today, not quite as fast as the 500. We got a little bit of traffic around us, and just kind of staying out of the rocks and trying to make good decisions. Running first on the road in our class.
Yep.
Seems like it's going to plan. We came in here with a little bit of a different plan than the 500, and it seems to be going perfect.
Awesome.
That's
that
good.
took a long time to do that. That took a long time to do that section.
Yeah, I saw an average of, I think Toby's average, or one of the guys that's up in the lead pack was like 46.75 miles per hour. It's definitely a lot slower than I think anyone predicted.
I predicted it was going to be slow.
Yeah, but, I told Brandon that when I got here.
Yep.
But yeah, everything's going smooth. The team's doing great. There's a good battle, like I think Jordan Dean and another spec truck right in front of us, and then Herb's right behind us, and Cole, and RJ Stidham in the Vigilante truck's kind of right in the mix with us. So I'm not really sure what's going on.
Yeah.
I just got,
Hey, Cameron, this is Wes
truck
Miller.
Is good. Dave's in the truck, and yeah. Hey, Wes.
Hey, question for you. Our leaders are coming into that Colonet area. When you were down there pre-running, how tore up is that getting in that section?
I never pre-ran it. It's not my problem. I had my feet up.
Well, what have you been hearing from your co-driver then?
He said the coast was pretty typical, but really beat up where it went into the new section, really silty.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing too. So, hey, good job out there, man. You guys are killing it.
Thank you. We're having fun. I want to thank Monster Energy, Yokohama, Raceline, BP, and all our friends. Thank you, SCORE, for bringing us on and making this race possible. A lot of fun. I love you, babe.
I love you too.
Can't wait to be home. It's been a long week.
I love you too.
Awesome. Stay safe out there, Cameron.
Take care, man.
Okay, God bless everybody. Take it easy.
Right on. All right.
So
Back to Toby.
Yeah, we have another update. They're through race mile 65, and Paul has opened this back up to 16 seconds. So it seems like these guys are, really close at this point. Sometimes, like I was saying, it takes a minute for a driver to kind of warm up and get into a flow. So maybe that's kind of what was going on with Paul there, and that allowed Alan to kind of close up, and then maybe he's found his rhythm now and was able to open a few more seconds up.
Yeah.
You can see how dusty it is behind him. So this is the area I was talking about where it's going to be silty, and that stuff's going to hang.
Oof.
So, at a minute 16 off of him, where Alan is right now, the dust should be, it should be dissipated, but you're definitely not going to make a pass for the physical lead in that area.
Oh, definitely not. That's pretty thick. I'm impressed that it's
Okay, so
looks
you can
clear.
see his dust out there.
Yep.
It doesn't
And-
look like it's lingering for long, though.
Yeah, there may be a little bit of a breeze. A lot of times you got some onshore flow. The other thing is it's not foggy. It looks like it's a pretty nice day on the coast.
Yeah, that helps.
You can see all the yucca. Like there was actually a yucca that was just outside that rut right there.
Yeah. Whoa.
He just ran over some
Yeah, I
yucca.
was just gonna say.
So,
Chewed
I mean,
that up.
the thing is with those is literally the end of it is basically like a nail. And if it hits on your tire just right, it'll puncture your tire. So, I mean, you've got to be careful. Generally, it's not, but if it hit, like I said, if it hits just right,
Yeah.
it will puncture your tire. You can kind of see how he's pinballing through the ruts right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Like if we could
Noticing
see
that.
his steering wheel, he'd be given a lot of input on the wheel right there because the truck was just kind of swapping. And what happens, it gets in those ruts and your sidewalls are bouncing off of each side of that rut. And you end up, well, I call it pinballing through the ruts.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy.
Man, like,
What? That's a
he's like
lot.
straight up going over some of these yucca.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to be an issue for him.
Looks like that's a newer line that developed up there on the high side because the old
it's everywhere.
The regular race course, yeah, he's going to drop back down onto it right here.
Jeez.
So that's something that we talk about during pre-running, how lines develop and open up, and we just saw an example right there.
Maybe during the pre-run the yucca wasn't there. You know, who knows?
So
back to
Kevin Thompson should be in the truck right now. Same deal with him, with Harley. So Kevin's gonna need probably a little bit to kind of warm up, get in the flow. He's on the Sarasolo Road, heading into the coast right here.
Mm-hmm.
And
oh, boy.
I don't know, that's
Howdy.
a great place to park.
Right?
To each their own, I guess.
That's the interesting thing about racing in Baja. You just never know
Yeah.
what you're going to come
Side
up
of
on.
nowhere.
Yeah.
Literally in the middle of nowhere. Back to Justin Lofton. He's got clean air.
While we're looking at this right here, Lofton looks like he's running good, but I'm hearing word that Polvarde is stopped, as well as the 1L of Gus and
Yeah.
RJ. So that's not good news for either of those teams.
Nope.
We'll see if we can get some updates on what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But on the tracker, it looks like the 1L, he's right at Llano, Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
And Polvarde is on the Sarasolo Road, but it looks like he's moving.
Is it possible that Gus is getting in and Ricky's getting out, or do you think it's something
Driver
more?
swap?
Yeah. I mean, I'm showing 1L moving again, so that
Maybe
could
that
have
was
been a
it.
driver change right there.
Just kind of hoping that maybe
Polvarde-
when we were speaking with Cameron, maybe we could have got an update on Lawrence if he had kind of cruised by him. So we'll see. We're going to take a quick break though, and we'll be back with just a little bit more of the Baja 400. Stay tuned, everybody.
The best views are earned. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
if you want to see more about off-road racing and SCORE, go check out the SCORE Journal. It's really cool. Take care.
Hi guys, Thor Herbst here with Terrible Herbst Sport Motorsports, sponsored by Monster Energy. And we got SCORE Journal Magazine here, and if you don't read SCORE Journal Magazine, you don't know anything about racing.
For all the latest action in off-road racing, be sure to watch the SCORE Journal, and you'll see a couple pictures of me.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
Dame una bomba de agua.
¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone, pásala segura.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
All right, welcome back to the 2025 Baja 400. While we were watching those commercials, a guy named Paul Wheel was wheeling a trophy truck and opened up a little bit more of a gap on Alan Ampudia. So through race mile 270, the gap now is on adjusted time is it's 27 seconds. And you know, it had been cut down to, I think at one point, 14 seconds. So it seemed like Alan made a little bit of a push, was able to get close, fairly close on adjusted, and now Paul's opening it up a little bit more. So we will keep an eye on that. Having this tracking info has been awesome. All of our lead trucks now are through the Ceremonial area, and we've got our top 6 trucks are down in that area. They've kind of separated themselves from everybody else. While we're watching them come through the Ceremonial area, you know, a big part of racing down here is pits. And the BFG has been doing their pit program for quite some time. You can see this here. Right before you get into Ceremonial, just out of the speed zone is BFG2. So a lot of the top trucks are coming through that area right now. Looks like the 1L and the 11 of Rob Mack are right about to go through that area. But I think we have a piece about the BFG pits. Let's take a look at that.
As teams navigate the demanding terrains of SCORE International races, BF Goodrich's race and tire support stands out as a natural extension of their tire expertise.
The pit support is really important depending on the team, so we offer kind of 2 levels of service. One is they're scheduled to come, we know when they're going to stop, they're going to get fuel, they're going to get tires. And then we also offer the second half of it we call emergency only, to where if they're coming by or they're close, they can dive in, we can help them fix things. We have fabricators, welders, people that can work on their cars when they're not necessarily close to their support teams. So for a lot of small teams, it's really critical to have that level of support, and it gives them peace of mind during the race that there's always somewhere they can stop if they need to.
One of the most impressive aspects of BF Goodrich's pit service is its efficient performance. In a race where every second is crucial, their pit crews excel in quickly changing tires, refueling, and addressing mechanical issues, minimizing team downtime.
Another one coming, heads up.
So depending on the class, I think the UTV class with the Polaris factory team is interesting. You know, you have the dynamic of the inter-team rivalry going against the rest of the team. That dynamic is becoming really interesting just from the inter-team competition. Other classes, right now, it's just super exciting to see so many teams back and see how everything plays out.
BF Goodrich's race and tire support is an indispensable asset to the teams competing in SCORE International's off-road racing, in a competition that demands precision, durability, and lightning-fast assistance. Thank goodness for those BFG pits, huh?
Oh man, isn't that something?
You can speak to a little bit about your relationship with BFG, buddy.
It's like a family. I've been with them since 1992, and I'm blessed to have been there.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just awesome to use their products, to see their products used so successfully, and to see their activeness to build the product that they build to be better and better for everybody that buys it.
Is there, you know, throughout that package, we talk about all the opportunities for you. Like, it's kind of like anything that comes at them, we can help and we can fix it. In your experience, being down in those pits, what have you seen that's like the craziest situation where BFG came through and made it work or saved the day, so to speak? Anything come to mind?
I think their radio relays over the years have been just phenomenal because they've supported so many people through that. But the fact that they can take every team, the biggest teams to the smallest teams, and support them throughout the event, that makes it available for everybody to do.
For sure. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Speaking of good stuff, there's our star, Eva Star, behind the wheel. Crushing it.
I think I counted about 7 females in the event. I think 3 might be co-drivers, and then there are about 4 female drivers. Of course, Eva's just been crushing it.
She came in and really just, you know, made her name known, so to speak, and has put forth, she has a great family support, a great unit around her, but you know, it really has been embracing this and leaning into this entire community, this entire competition. It's exciting to see that young blood coming in and not only doing well, but having a great attitude around it too. That plays a big part.
And as you know, Heidi, it's not easy.
No.
To be successful, to enter the race is one thing, but to finish and be successful like you, it's not easy.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have your whole family and your team supporting you in order to be successful.
Right.
It's so great, though, that they're rallying around her. And
have you had any communication with her?
I haven't. Oh, just through Insta, like just.
Got you. Yeah.
Little
Comments
small
here and texts
chatters,
here. Yeah.
But not.
Has
not
she
a conversation.
pulled on your coattails for any kind of advice, or you think she's got it?
No. Maybe when she steps up to another class, she will.
Exactly. When that trophy truck opportunity comes. There's some boulders.
Oh, look at that.
Luke McMillan managing that.
That is
washy area.
Yeah, so that is right when you drop into Las Palitas Canyon. And that's just past that area that I was saying.
Nope.
Looks like he's
What's going on? Oh, is he stuck?
Uh-oh, he's shaking his head no.
Oh no.
Yeah, it looks like he may have gotten stuck. But that's right where you drop into that canyon, and it gets super rocky right there. I think, I don't know if it looked to me like he pulled off the course, but but then it also looks like he might be stuck. So I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
While we're in here with him and we watch them try to get out, yeah, they're jacking it up. So
maybe a flat.
Yep. I think he's got a, well, and this is exactly where I said we had to watch for people to get flats. And Luke, I think, had Lofton right behind him. So he may be losing some track position here if we watch this.
Let's see if anybody comes by.
It looks like a difficult spot to change a flat.
I'll say.
Well, the thing is right after that, it gets really narrow with bushes. And so, okay, Polvardi's like just past him. So I think Polvardi just went by.
And I think Kevin Thompson's next.
Correct, but he's a little ways back.
Oh.
Okay, well,
or not.
Yeah, or like 6 inches back.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, so
just nerfed. Oh, this makes things interesting.
Yeah, I always kind of wonder on that a little bit because his co-driver was like hanging out the window as he took off.
Jeez.
And they held track position, but
is it safe?
Yeah, was he harnessed in?
Well,
you can tweak your back pretty good doing
Kevin
that,
might
man.
have to back off a bit because you don't want to hit a big boulder because you're in the dust.
Yeah, it's really dusty right here.
Mm-hmm.
That's
it's in a canyon.
That's always got to be. It's so tough when you almost make a pass like that, and then see how he's having to idle through this dust now, and Luke's just gapping him out.
He's dealing with shadows too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in a canyon with very little wind.
Massive,
And
massive rocks.
He stopped too.
Okay, so did he get a flat because he just
No
pulled over
way.
too?
Oh
So
my
maybe
gosh.
it didn't matter.
Jeez.
wow.
Wow, let it play out.
Okay, so what did I say when they got in these silty areas that we were going to see some flats?
Yep.
And because there's a yucca, and here we go. We got two of our lead trophy trucks that got flats in this area already.
That looks like Robbie.
Robbie without a helmet.
Robbie,
so that
no
doesn't
helmet,
look good.
no max.
Doesn't look like he's going anywhere fast.
And I mean, is he still in the same spot?
I believe so,
Where
because
we
he's
left
still
him.
driving and he hasn't gotten to max yet at the meadow.
Yep.
Okay, well, while we're looking at two of our racers parked, I was checking out some of the other classes because we haven't really talked about them a whole lot.
Yep.
And in our trophy specs, you got a really good battle going on between Justin Davis in that Green Army truck and then Jason McNeil in the Fiberworks truck. And then not too far behind them is Jordan Dean in, it's really August's truck. But that's a really good battle between the top three. And they're sitting, I think, 9th, 10th, and 11th physical on course. And then Cameron's just behind them.
Right.
So,
and then Hertz
so-
behind Cameron.
So earlier when I was talking about this, how McNeil was telling me he thought that the specs might have an advantage because in that tight stuff they could get the power to the ground more easily and not have to worry about wheel spin as much as the two-wheel drive trophy trucks. And it's kind of playing out because they're ahead of Cameron right now.
Mm-hmm.
And Cameron is our lead two-wheel drive.
Yep.
Or well, Mason's in there right now, I guess. But the Cameron's team. Now, some of them, a class we really haven't talked about yet that I really want to see how they end up overall is the Pro UTVs. And the last I had checked, it looked like Brock Hager was just ahead of Caden McCachran. And it's still that way. They're right around race mile 205, 206. So they're getting pretty close to coming down the road out of into Valle Trinidad and then cutting over to the Powerline Road and then hitting the crossover in the meadow.
We should watch that tracking because my tracking says Caden's ahead of Brock.
Yeah, mine too.
So we should keep an eye on
it. It hadn't updated though. So now it just updated again.
Okay.
And Brock's back out in front.
Okay.
There you go.
That makes sense.
So so right now what I'm looking at, Brock just updated and he's at 206. Caden updated a minute ago, and he was at 205. So they're really, really close.
Yeah.
What I want to look at here is where they started. One of my friends that's a Motec guy was saying he thought Robbie was having electrical issues, judging from how that dash is lit up like a Christmas tree. So Brock was first off the line, Caden was second off the line. So Caden, I mean, they're starting in 30-second intervals. Caden may have Brock on adjusted, but it's got to be super close between those two. And then they have a nice little gap from them to third place. Looks like third place is Max Eddy, and he's quite a ways back. So it's looks like the Pro UTV is going to kind of come down to a battle between Brock Hager and Caden McCachran.
Yep.
So we're over on the coast now with Impudia, and they've already come through San Antonio del Mar and Rancho Johnson, and they're kind of back onto the normal coast that we'd always run through here and heading up towards Erendira. And this is, it opens up more, it's faster, so the pace is going to really pick up in this area. It looks like you see that dust kind of lingering out there, but
on the right.
It's a ways out. I want to look back at the leaderboard.
Right 5.
So 280, okay. At 285, Impudia was 6 seconds back on adjusted.
Wow.
So this thing keeps fluctuating like crazy. At 280, he was 10 seconds. 275, he was 25 seconds. So he closed up on Paul, and then he opened it back up, or Paul opened it back up, and then he closed back up. So I mean, this thing's neck and neck. Okay, every 5 miles, it's like 5-10 seconds is either being made or lost.
Yeah, it's a bit of a yo-yo.
And then Lofton just came through 275, so he is 531 back, and it's looking like he is sitting in. He's sitting in third place on adjusted. And he's got to be looking pretty good too. Where we saw Luke had to change a flat, and then it looked like Kevin Thompson was having to change a flat. So that's going to hold those guys back. I think physical on course, we've got Paul Wheel and Toby Price, then Impudia, Lofton, and Pulvarde.
So I got an update from my friend Chris. Larry, he had hurt his back earlier. I think you had mentioned that, Wes. He went to the hospital in Ensenada, and he has no signs of any new fractures. Apparently he has some old ones there, but he said that when he hit that hole, it felt like, it was the most painful experience. It felt like his spine went through his head. So good news is that he has no fractures.
So
And
it's muscle then, or something.
Yeah.
Muscle or nerve, but not a fracture.
Yeah, so I'm sure he's going to be really sore,
Sad, but still
So-
more fortunate than a fracture.
Yep. Probably a much
All right,
faster
so we got
healing
Pulvarde
process.
stopped right here.
I was just going to say, yeah.
Looks like that was a flat. That seemed to be a fairly
Pretty quick
stop.
change, yeah.
Gosh.
Okay,
we've
so
seen a lot of
what did I
flats.
say about flat tires in this area?
Yeah.
So now we've got Pulvarde, Luke McMillan. I'm not totally sure that Kevin Thompson had a flat. I'm hearing he's still stopped, so it might be something more than a flat. But definitely that area is taking some people out, just like we kind of thought it would.
A lot of hidden rocks in that silt, right, Wes?
That and the yucca.
I mean, rocks and then the yucca.
Yeah.
And the thing is like we saw Alan going through those ruts and how he was pinballing, and when that happens, you can get sidewall punctures. Because basically there can be a sharp edge of a rock that's embedded in the side of that rut, and if you're pinballing and you hit it just right, you're gonna get a sidewall puncture.
It's wild to see. We watched Impudia just absolutely chew over all that, never had an issue. And then we come back to all these guys, and they're just getting popped left and right.
Yeah. They just throw those 5,500-pound trucks around like they're pinballs.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, as this race is progressing, it's just more and more looking like Paul and Alan are just separating themselves.
Separation season has begun.
So it looks to me like the dust is getting closer to Alan now.
Yep.
Which
Agreed.
that means Alan's getting closer to Paul.
Yep.
And that would make sense because we were, 6 seconds at our last leaderboard through 285. It's going to be, if Alan keeps closing ground like this, he may be our adjusted leader at 290. It'll be interesting to see this. Well, Robbie got going again.
Got the helmet on. Yep, they're moving.
Yeah, they're not setting any speed records there, though.
There's a good chance he's just taking a access road out.
Whoa.
Trying to.
Someone just flew by.
Yeah, they're going to try.
They're just limping. They're limping, but they're going to be
he's on
safe.
his way going into Valley T. He's just trying to get it to Valley T where they can try to work on it there.
Yeah.
Or at least get it on a trailer and get out of there.
Exactly.
Okay, so Toby just came through at race mile 290. In just over a minute, we should be seeing a time on Allen. Looks like there's carnage all over the place.
Baja is busy today.
One thing when I was talking with Paul is, Allen grew up down here, and I mean, this is his backyard, and there's a little bit to be said for home field advantage. And I know, Paul was talking about rocks moving around on the course and stuff like that, and it's good if you live in a place and have a lot of friends. I think Alan has driven this stuff so much. He's gonna be tough here, man.
He's got him in his sights. You can see the dust.
He's just running such a smart race.
Consistent.
He is
really
nothing.
consistent. Yep.
He's nothing like he was a year ago, or 2 years ago. He's really polished.
Okay, so I'm hearing news right now that Paul is stuck in 6th gear.
Ooh, I can see
I don't know if we heard that over the live stream from their in-car or what, but let's listen and see what we can hear here. But if that's the case, then that's going to be a problem.
Right 4. Left 5. Left 4. Left 3. Right 1. Right 3. Going left. Yep. Left 4. Right 3 sweep over. Yeah, straight over. Left 5 long.
So it's you know, we know that he's stuck in 6th gear.
Yes.
Rich, you were saying earlier, you know, what's the team doing? What's the crew doing? How can they try to bring some support to the situation in maybe a general way?
So Brandon, there's so much data nowadays, right? So there's people stateside here that can jump into the programming of that truck and get data from the truck and send back data to the truck.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's adjustable or fixable, I don't know.
Yeah.
But they can tell you what's wrong, and they can tell a pit crew ahead of time what's wrong from stateside.
Let's pause real quick there. I want to go up to the SCORE Journal Action Desk real quick with Wes. Wes, what you got?
Well, so I'm following the tracker here while we were watching this, and through race mile 290, we now have a new leader on adjusted time. Alan Impudia is ahead by 0.5 seconds through 290, and well, now he is 6 seconds ahead through 295. Looks like Alan just came through there right now. So we've got a new leader on adjusted.
Wow.
Paul's still out front physical,
Yeah.
but Impudia has him. But I mean, the thing is, if Paul is really stuck in 6th gear, which it sounded like he was bogging out of some of those corners there, when he gets into some of the more technical stuff, like it's fast where he's at right now, so it's not as big of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
But when he gets to like Urupan and has to cross over to Ojos, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
And
how much longer can that transmission take this?
yeah, I mean, like, why is it stuck in 6? You know, like what exactly is going on here?
Yeah.
But
And is there a sensor or a pit stop that could remedy it? Is it something small? Is it a 50-cent part?
yeah,
You know,
I mean,
'cause
I think
we
the
run
big
into this.
issue is if he's trying to win this race,
Yeah.
he's going to continue to lose time on Allen, and it's just going to get worse.
Yeah.
Another, you know, we saw Kevin Thompson pulled over there. I got word that the Concrete Motorsports truck has a broken A-arm, and that's why he pulled over. So it wasn't a flat tire; it was actually a broken A-arm. Yeah,
There
we
we
see
go.
him still parked there,
Oh.
and that if they got broken A-arm, that's pretty much catastrophic. So that's
Brutal.
disappointing because they had a really good run going. I think that team has shown some really good speed. They just haven't had they haven't had a clean run yet this year, but that's tough. So
Yeah.
I mean, that'll be a little bit of a tough retrieval. You're not gonna be able to get to that thing for a little while because they're down in that canyon in Las Politas Canyon.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the most accessible spot on the race course.
Tough break. Bummer. Back to Rob. Some in-car with Rob, and Kevin sits there as another vehicle passes by. Thompson truck
Yeah.
seems to be done for the Baja 400.
I think it might have been Rob actually that
Yeah,
passed
it just
him.
came by him.
Mm-hmm. So Rob's just, you know, chipping away at it.
Yeah. And
That's
you
all
know,
you can
he's
do.
always been so strong at that second half of every event, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
I mean, right now he's 8th physical on course. But he's got Gus in front of him, which I did get word that RJ had gotten out of the truck and Gus is now in. So that's where we saw the 1L stop. They were doing a pit and driver change.
Jason's co-driver is still using his hands, so he's not totally worn out yet.
Yeah.
It's not quite as much,
It's a
but
good arm workout, I guess. Left arm workout. Looks like Kevin's trying to push this. What's happening here? It's moving a little bit.
I have to try to limp that thing out of
Yeah.
there, or
Yeah.
maybe they were able to get it back together enough to where you might be able to limp it, but I don't know. The word that I had gotten was from Bryce Menzies' crew that he had a broken A-arm. And I'm assuming that Bryce saw that as he passed him. But
well, you know, he's not going very fast, so
yeah, I think they're just trying to get it out of that canyon
area
and get to somewhere where their crew can get to them.
makes sense. Sometimes it's tricky getting out of certain places.
Well, and you know, Robbie Gordon and Kevin Thompson are quite fortunate to have a vehicle that can run and get under its own power, so they can limp to a place that they can get their chase truck or get a trailer in.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite nice that they can do that, because
Yeah.
otherwise it's a long, long, long day.
Through race mile 300, Paul is now 7.5 seconds back. So Alan made a 1.5 seconds there, I think. And they are getting pretty close to dropping into San Vicente Wash and then heading into Heredera.
Yeah, if they can't resolve that shifting issue, it's definitely going to be a game changer when they hit Santa Tomas and head up towards Europan.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, sad for Paul Wheely.
Mm-hmm.
Toby. There's Jason.
Yeah, the
He's
camping.
having a great day so far.
Yeah, and he's had some issues, but he's running strong, super solid.
It's got to be so incredibly frustrating to be running such a fantastic race and then something like that where it just gets, it's out of your control.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like you necessarily did anything. It's a mechanical situation, and this is when Baja seems to get the best of you.
Yeah, I know. You're leading the race. You're 300 miles in.
You just had that experience in the Baja 500. Not again.
Yes.
Boom.
Well, and this is worse.
Yeah.
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 That was a flat tire. This is
way more detrimental.
This is significant.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing is you know, like I was saying, that they're in a fast section right now, so being stuck in 6th isn't
it's not so
horrible.
Bad. Yeah.
But when you start getting into really tight technical areas, or you got to go up a steep, silty uphill, that could be a problem. I mean, he's done an excellent job of hanging with them right now. This is, you can see they're in San Vicente Wash right here. You got some pretty big sand whoops. You kind of see from the steering wheel input he's giving right there. It's amazing that these trophy trucks make this look easy, because those are big whoops that, you know, if you were in like a Razor or a buggy or something, you'd
Class
be getting
11.
the crap beat out of you. We're getting real close to the cobblestones that I think is one of the cooler areas on the coast. So, like, they're really close to it at this point.
Right 5, left 4, little jump.
He should be coming through race mile 305 pretty quickly here, and that'll give us a good idea of what this time differential is looking like now.
This is such a game of emotions. You know, you get frustration, joy, anger, you know.
Full spectrum of emotion.
Everything happening right, any moments apart from each other.
Well, when you go from like, yeah, we're gonna win the race, like, you know, stay focused, to
Yep.
now all of a sudden, oh, you know, now I gotta manage a problem and try to salvage a finish, or, you know, like, you know, now it's like, okay, maybe we're not gonna win the race, but let's salvage points and stay in the hunt for the points championship.
Mm-hmm.
Although, if Impudia wins all 3 races, he's gonna have a gigantic lead going into the 1,000. Okay, so here we're out on the coast.
Yep. And managing all that is where what the key is, because it can come your way. It isn't over.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Managing that and not driving and getting all upset and getting wild and changing your driving habits. You got to drive accordingly. You drive what you get.
Right.
It's a deck of cards, and you never know what's in your hand.
Yeah.
Here's our leaders through the cobblestone.
That's a fun section.
That was great. Beautiful shot.
Look at those things flying. Boy, do they do damage.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say, Rich, is what's kind of crazy is those rocks, you know, I mean, some of them are the size of your fist, and they've just got a tendency of getting stuck in a wheel, shattering a wheel because it gets it goes around the brakes and then like locks in and breaks the inside bell of a wheel.
Gets the rotors, brake lines, just pits
You name it.
hits everything. That's why it's so loud in the car.
It's
What
like a
Heidi,
cannonball.
How you were saying earlier,
Yeah.
Heidi, how loud it is. All that is just hammers hitting the thing at full speed.
Yeah.
The velocity of those rocks
It's
is
loud.
amazing.
So Empudia is not very far back.
No way.
At
He
all.
is right there.
Looks like
There,
he's not
you
pushing
see
it
those
quite
things
as hard
spit?
as Paul did through that.
Yeah. There's a couple of them that just flew.
Yeah.
It's dangerous. Yeah.
Okay, so at 305, which is kind of where they just
look
came
at
through.
this.
Yeah,
Look
he's
at
got a
that.
little line out of the rocks.
Yeah. Says I've had enough. And I'm back on.
Well, it's faster and a little less risky.
Heck yeah.
But through 305, we're at a 6-second gap.
Okay.
Which that actually means Paul made a second there because he was 7.5.
Yeah.
Now he is 6. But like we're saying, I mean, the thing here is if he's stuck in 6th gear, then he's good to Santo Tomas, and then he's going to be screwed after that.
Agreed.
And he's thinking that. He knows what's coming.
And thanks to our broadcast at SCORE Baja 400 broadcast, Alan Ampudia knows exactly what's going on too, and his team.
Yeah, I think Alan's got to know that this is his race to lose at this point.
He's pitting.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, yeah, because he knows.
Okay,
Like,
well,
stop, dude.
well, I mean,
Get some
this
fuel.
is going to give Paul a little bit of a gap.
A little bit.
And there is a difference between their pit strategy now.
Yeah.
You know, so this is going to probably give Paul at least 30 seconds, I would think. Dumping some oil in. So sounds like they probably did rear tires, fuel, and then added a little oil there.
Vamos.
Okay, so the next check, so check 5. Okay, well, basically it was 30 seconds. Exactly what I was saying, as Empudia is 36 seconds down now.
What a game changer pits have been in the last few years.
Oh, it's unbelievable how fast they are.
Yeah, the fueling system and it just everything has just been such a game changer. The quality of the components, the tires, the shocks, 4-wheel drive. That's what you get when you get manufacturers involved. You get the highest competition and the best quality engineers, you know?
Yep.
And our type of racing is the recipient of it now.
Amen.
Yeah.
So Toby's in a speed zone.
As
here.
our leaders, they just
Paul.
came through Erendira, and we're going to have some more guys coming through that section. You see the shot of the coast here. We actually did a little piece there while I was out doing the course preview, so let's have a look at it right now.
At this point in the race, things should be playing out, and I think we'll have an established leader group. This is race mile 306, and this is the cobblestones right on the beach. After you go through San Vicente Wash, and then you've got the town of Erendira right here. This is a really cool section. You're on these cobble rocks for probably about a mile, and you literally have the ocean right here to your left. It's always an awesome time coming through here. I love this section. From here, you skirt the coastline, you go through Coyote Cows, there's a speed zone there, and then it really opens up. It's pretty fast all the way to like Punta Cabras, Rancho Tampico, and then you're gonna head east to Santo Tomas. And really, you know, at this point, I think you've got, it opens up a little bit on the coast, and then it's gonna be pretty quick to Urupan, but then from there to Ojos and the finish, it gets technical again. So the majority of this race course has been tight and technical. I think the key is gonna be being patient, taking what comes to you, and then when it does open up, if you have an opportunity to pounce, make some passes. Also, you know, the easiest way to make a pass is when somebody's in a pit or pulled over with a flat. So you want to have a clean race. Other than that, we'll see you guys at the finish line.
Back to race mile 307 inside with Justin Lofton.
He's dropping down the hill into San Vicente Wash right now. So he's got a couple miles down San Vicente Wash, and then he will be going into exactly where I was just standing. We've got Toby Price is through, Paul Wheel, Toby Price team, is through race mile 310. We should be getting an update any second on Empudia. So let's see, is Paul pulling away now, or is he closing in on Empudia?
1:16.
Yeah, this is a super fast section into Punta Cabras right here.
Yep.
You kind of go up this hill through these houses. And then once they get up this hill, the course goes off to the left into some dunes. And that's actually an area where if him being stuck in 6th gear, it's really sandy there, and there are some kind of hills. I don't know how well the truck's gonna get through that in 6th gear.
We're about to find out.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so he's gonna cut off to the left, right here in just a second. And then
it's pretty
and then it gets pretty soft and sandy over there.
I keep hoping there's some magic. They could just program it from the cloud.
Okay, so Empudia just came through 310, and he is 34.78 seconds back.
Made a couple seconds.
So, I mean, he made a little over a second on Paul.
Left 6 over. Straight go.
I haven't got keys to slow it down too, mate.
Right 4, what's that?
I haven't got any keys to help me to slow down. I haven't got brakes.
No, the brakes are no good.
Okay.
Okay. Straight out.
My brakes are tight, but...
Right line.
You heard what I heard?
Right at Y. Good. Arrows. Cross the rut. Right 2.
Oof. Could have been a brake line there.
G out.
Just gas it.
For a G.
G out.
Okay. Yeah, why not? Just hammer it. Oof.
Right 5, stay fast. Do it straight long. Left 2 at the end. Left 2 sweep. Right 3 long. Left 4, right 3 tightens. Right 3 sweep. Rock right. Left 2. Right 3. Right 3. tightens. Left 3. Right 3 tightens. Left 3. Right 3 sweep. Left 2 long.
Okay, so watching this, Paul is coming up on a shortcut that goes up a steep hill here.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious, he's coming up on it right now, of if he's going to stay on race course, which is a lot longer because you go out around a corner, or if he goes up this hill. But if he's stuck in 6th gear, that's going to be
You can't go low.
a problem.
It's yeah, he's gambling.
And I just confirmed with his team that he is stuck and can't downshift. So that is what's going on here, and we're seeing that on his dash as well. So I mean, can he go up this hill? This line is to the right here.
Here it is.
He's going up it.
Oh my gosh.
How can this truck go up this in 6th gear?
Oof.
Oh gosh.
Wow.
So
It doesn't even look like a hill.
Yeah, but it is.
It's a steep hill.
Yeah, that's a really steep hill.
It's really choppy and steep.
He made it.
The GoPro does that zero justice.
I am impressed that he made that hill.
Is that a testament to Paul's skill?
Why is Lofton stopped?
Lofton's in a pit.
Yeah, I think he's in a pit.
As we've seen tracker problems, do we have a actual for sure data that is not just a 6th gear marker, the marker's wrong, or is it actually not downshifting at all? 'Cause it doesn't sound off.
No, I'm speaking with his team right now, and they confirm that.
And I got some text too that said it, but it could be just from these videos too.
Yeah.
Because the video doesn't.
No, I'm talking to his team, and they're saying he can't downshift.
I guess it's just wishful thinking on my part there.
I mean, well, okay. So I was
didn't give you the
worried
pit
about
stop.
him having a hard time from Urupan to the finish.
Yeah.
But there's nothing harder than the hill he just went up.
Yes.
So maybe these trucks have more power and torque than I thought they do, and they can pull 6th gear way better than I thought they could. Because normally, if any other vehicle I'm in, if I was in 6th gear, you can't go up a hill like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, Wes. So let's just play this out. Let's say he can make it through European and he makes it all the way to Rancho Nelson. What happens when he has to stop at the finish?
Yeah. Gets into the city.
Yeah. Does he have to stop completely, or can he just keep kind of rolling?
Put it in neutral.
I mean, halfway seems to me like this truck could start in 6th gear. The fact that he just made it up that hill, I don't know.
Man, seems like it would really heat up that torque converter and cause some issues, you know?
Yep.
That gear ratio is so high.
Well, and that's, I kind of wonder, like, are trans temps going to be an issue here?
Right.
Like, maybe he's able to manage this right now, but does it create other problems that are going to end up biting him, as we get further into this? Because he's got a little ways to go, and it's not easy. Like, it's easy right now until he gets to Santo Tomas. This is actually one of the faster sections of the course, but then it really slows down again.
Yes, and he hit that hill that we talked about with a lot of momentum, right?
Yeah.
So he kept the wheel speed up, but when he gets into European and he's in the slower speeds, to get back up that wheel speed may be an issue.
Yep.
Because there could be a downhill and uphill all at once.
Yes.
And you do kind of you can't always hold your momentum high when you're doing downhill and uphill if it's steep down and steep up.
Correct, and that's why he was able to make that one possibly, and gonna hopefully not, but have future problems up here.
Maybe.
Well, yeah, in that section from European over like to Tres Hermanos, there's a couple big ravines that you go down into, and you got to make like beyond a 90 turn, so you're not going to carry momentum, and then you got a big hill to go up to get out of it. I mean, if he could do this, I guess I have a very strong new impression of what a trophy truck can do in 6th gear.
Yeah, absolutely. Christopher Polvardi moving along down the coast, heading into European.
Yep.
Still in the game.
No, he just went through the cobblestones, and
Yeah.
he's going into Erendira right now.
Herrera, yep. Excuse me. Yes.
Yeah, he's got a little ways to go before he gets to Urupan.
Where's he going? There he goes. Ding.
Here, make the left.
Ding, ding. There he goes. Beautiful overhead shot here.
So
all of a sudden
is
everything
that,
gets
is
quiet.
that Rob Mack? Or no, that's Polvardi, I think.
Whew.
Yeah, that's Polvardi. So he's I think not too far off of Lofton then.
Comes Mr. McMillan.
Paul's through 320, so I'm just waiting on an update here so we get an adjusted time on Impudia.
Okay, so
Impudia is 22 seconds back, so he's continuing to close. Every 5 miles, he's making about 5 seconds right now.
So I'm getting a text message from Josh Daniel, who used to race trophy trucks with Cameron, and he said those trucks do not have 6 gears. So I think we need to investigate a little bit more and figure out.
So maybe he's not in 6. I think they're a 5-speed. Is that what?
That's what Josh said. Yeah.
So what I was told is he can't downshift. So whatever gear he's stuck in, he can't downshift. So he maybe he's in 5th, but
it registers as 6.
It's still like 5th gear through some of this stuff is going to be a challenge, in my opinion.
Yeah. So it shows that 6 on his dash. Did you see that?
Yep. That's part of the glitch.
Yeah. But I'm really curious to know what gear he's in.
Probably 4th or 5th, huh?
You know, we know that this is going to probably cost him time if he's not able to downshift. That's the bottom line.
Absolutely. Definitely a game changer for him, and frustrating. Like I said, frustration is at an all-time peak now. Toby has a perfect run, hands him a great truck, and then the gremlins start.
Curious if Paul's ever been in a situation like this where he's been stuck and he can't downshift, or is this his teachable moment, for lack of a better...
Okay, so as we're talking, I'm getting some feedback here, and apparently some of those Masons do have 6 gears. So I'm thinking he is stuck in 6th gear. That's the intel that I'm getting.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, up until about a year ago, apparently only Bryce had the 6-speed X-Track gearbox. And originally the X-Track was a 5-speed, but now, let's see, it says now the Masons accept a very few 5-speed Masonmatics. So I think some have 5-speed Mesa-matics, and then some are running the that 6-speed X-Track gearbox. So sounds like Toby and Paul are running the 6-speed X-Trax gearbox in that, and he's stuck in 6th.
He'll have to text me. Yeah, hearing most of them have 5, but
Alan's got that dust.
Oh
in
yeah,
front of him.
there it is.
It's getting closer.
That's smell of victory there. Ugh.
It's closing in.
yeah, everyone's chiming in with me.
What are they saying?
50
You literally just had a phone call come in.
50-50, 6-speed, 50-50.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
All the armchair experts.
X-Track does make a gearbox with 6, but a lot of people think it's a 5-speed. So
A Mason-matic 5-speed.
yeah, so
It's too bad we can't Zoom with Toby right now and be like, hey Toby, what kind of truck you got? Can you clear something up for the entire community here?
Well, it's very unfortunate regardless.
Yeah.
How powerless is he feeling right now as he's watching this, trying to create some sense of empathy for what Paul's going through here, and the frustration again of getting him set in a fantastic position, and yet here we are. You got Ampudia breathing down your neck.
yeah, Toby's social says they're stuck in 6 and can't shift down. So
Okay. All right. Let's go with that.
go with the, yeah.
We'll go with that.
All clear, Brent. Keep never give up. Let's go. Right 5, left 5.
Never give up. Yep.
Got another update on timing here. So through 3:25, Alan is 12.5 seconds back.
Wow.
So he just made up like another 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he's coming.
Yes, he is.
And I mean, I think we all knew that. And then we knew it was going to be tight if this was 2 trucks that were at 100%.
Mm-hmm.
But with Paul,
he's limping
in a wounded truck.
Yep.
I mean, I think this is just a matter of time until Alan overtakes him.
Mm-hmm.
And like we said, this is one of the faster sections of the entire race course. So being stuck in 6th gear is not that big of a deal right here. You're not going to lose a ton of time. But when you get to the more technical stuff and you got to drop in some of those ravines and come up a steep hill where you can't carry momentum, hopefully he can make it through, and but there's no way he's going to be close to 100% through there as far as his pace.
7 truck into the coast here from race mile 307.
And they've got a pretty solid run going in that truck right there.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're just running a nice, consistent pace, but they're doing a good job.
Yeah, Alan's moving.
Left 3 tight.
You can see that.
This section they're in, going from the coast to Santo Tomas, is so fun. It's like a rally car course, and just like this corner right here is making this left-hander. He'll get that truck rotating, and then he's gonna pitch it back to the right. And like, I can just feel the truck sliding underneath me right there. Like, it's so fun going through that stuff. And a nice high-speed left-hander right there.
Yeah, that is fun.
Paul, right now, he's getting close to dropping down into Santo Tomas, and then he'll be in that paved speed zone on Highway 1. That's a 60-mile-an-hour speed zone, so it's a little faster than the 37 over by Valle de Trinidad. But that's unfortunately where I think this is going to get really interesting for him.
Take the cut over the hill so we don't have to turn. Okay. Right 5 long.
4 sweep. Right 5. Narrow.
Yeah,
Right
you can
3,
see that dust. He's just getting closer and closer, creeping up on him. But Alan's got to be careful that he doesn't make any mistakes. Not that he's prone to doing that, but
Yeah.
as he's so close, he can taste it. But at the same time, he's still got to be able to bring in a bit of maturity behind the wheel and not take any unnecessary risks at this point.
Yeah.
The thing is, I mean, he's gotten good at this.
Yeah.
You know, he's sat in second here and let the race come to him, and that's exactly what happened. And this is, I mean, we're literally watching a rerun of the 500 right now. Now it's just, instead of a flat, it's Paul's in a wounded truck that he can't downshift.
Alan has like the biggest smile. Do you think he smiles the whole time in his helmet?
I think he's got a huge grin right now.
Yeah, that's for sure. He definitely loves what he does.
Yeah.
You know, what was it, the 1,000 last year though, that he was having problems right towards the end of the race? And, you know, I mean, you can't cash those checks before you get the checkered flag, especially in Baja. But he's definitely got to be feeling pretty confident right now, because he's got a wounded truck in front of him that he's reeling in, and then he's got a pretty good gap behind him.
Yeah, no one's on his, breathing down his neck.
Yeah, Lofton, so at 3:20, Lofton was 6 minutes and 31 seconds back off the leaders. So he's got about a little over 6 minutes.
Yeah, and then there's that 6-minute gap between him and Christopher, right?
Yeah, I've got to go even further back. And I think Luke is actually ahead of Polvarde right now. So
Yeah.
I'm showing Luke about 14 minutes back, I'm sorry, at 3:10. But that's a pretty good gap there at that point. Yeah, it's almost 15 minutes. Yeah, so 3:15. Yeah, Luke hasn't come through 3:20 yet.
Well, Paul's got to be, he's like 6 miles from Highway 1. So he's getting close to Santo Tomas. We're going to be on the edge of our seat, I think, for the entire finish.
Well, Paul's just got to be mentally, emotionally at 11 right now, knowing what's at stake, and again, what can I do? He's just got to lean into all his Baja IQ and really just absolutely do everything he possibly can to get that truck to the finish line.
So Luke just went up that shortcut up the hill too.
Yep.
Right 5, all the way up. Right 2, right 2 sweep.
Okay, so through race mile 3:30, Alan Impudia is 1 second behind on adjusted time.
Wow.
So he's made up, you know, after his
20
pit, he was what, like 35 seconds back,
Yeah.
and now he is 1 second back. So I'm gonna say next one at 3:40, Alan's gonna probably be about 10 seconds ahead.
He's going to catch him soon.
Yeah. It's quite possible. Oh,
And
so rough.
the problem is this is in the fast section. So if he's making 10 seconds or, you know, every every 5 miles, what's going to happen when we're in tight technical.
Yep.
You know, you might be making 20, 30 seconds or something every 5 miles. That's if Paul can even make it through that in only 6th gear, which...
Yeah.
Come on, Paul.
Right.
We're rooting for him.
Well, one family we haven't kind of seen or heard a lot from has been the Herbst family, and we've got some in-car here with Thor. And seems to be doing all right here. But he's in some dust.
Another 3rd generation family.
Yeah, right. Yep, many Herbsts on the course today.
Yeah, and I think Tim's doing pretty good. He is in the 2-wheel drive class, and he's running about 3rd on the road right now.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And they build their own trucks.
Yeah.
That's amazing, right? I mean, the family doesn't, but they have quite a team of trucks and
fabricators and
quite
such.
Quite a big shop. They have a lot of trucks on order. But leading that class is that Tisco truck built right here in San Diego.
We're going to bounce from Thor over to Ricky Johnson here. Got an interview here.
Yeah,
Queued up.
Yeah, I think we've got Ricky Johnson here calling in.
Okay, on your cue, Wes, go for it. Looks like, there we go.
Okay. RJ, what's going on, man?
Well, I'm just trying to get my seatbelt fastened so I don't make much noise. It was good. I was in, hold on a second. I was in Robbie's dust and got a flat over the middle of it, exploded, so I dropped a bunch of positions to Kevin Thompson, Rob Mack, Grabowski, Mike Lawrence, aka Mike Lawrence, and Jeff Jones. So other than that, it was a great run. Grabowski flipped right in front of us. We saw that. He came to a stop right when we came by him. So track really challenging. I was in dust quite a bit, but got the truck to Gus in one piece and feeling good.
Yeah, Gus just came through. We saw a shot of him on the cobblestones in Erendira. A question I have for you. So we got a battle going on with the leaders. I don't know if you've been following this, but Paul Wheel is physically ahead of Alan and Pudia. What kind of transmission are you running? What we're hearing is that Paul is stuck in 6th gear, and he hasn't really been losing that much time. But I mean, how are you going to drive a trophy truck from Urupan to Ojos in only 6 gears? Is that even doable?
So I got stuck in 4th gear in San Felipe 2 years ago, and Gus was able to go through Potomac and stuff, but our converter was just through the moon hot. We're actually right in Santa Tomas, and I saw Empudia go by. He's about 30 seconds physically behind Paul, so he just needs to stay right there, and then Paul's going to have to just try to nurse that thing. But the biggest problem is he's going to get the converter hot. And I heard people talking about, those transmissions don't have 6-speed. Well, when I was at Team C, when we were on the X track, we did have a 6-speed. But now that I'm in with Villadosas, we have a 5-speed because the motor has so much torque. But as you know, Toby runs that Gibbs motor with a lot of high end, so there's having a shorter gear stack will help you keep you in the power band.
Right. But that's going to kind of now being stuck in 6th gear and in a motor that likes to run at a high RPM, and now trying to get from in that technical stuff from Urupan to Ojos, that's going to be a big disadvantage. Like, how are you even going to be able to do that in 6th gear?
A real technical term is he's screwed.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I just wanted to, you have way more experience in a trophy truck than I do, and I wanted to hear it from you. as an expert of what your thoughts were.
Right. So the other, like a lot of the guys that are running the Dugan big blocks and stuff, they have a better chance of getting through there. But the problem is, not that the motor can't pull it, but your converter, which is like slipping your clutch, is going to get so hot. Like when we did it, it was literally a blessing from God that we finished, because we saw temperatures that we've never seen before. And if Paul is stuck in sixth gear, or even fifth gear or fourth gear, going through Japan, Acámbaro all the way to San Tomas, that's going to be really, really tough.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Being stuck in sixth gear on the coast, that's not that big of a deal, because a lot of that's really fast. So, in the road into Santo Tomas, but now as soon as he hops in Urupan and hops into that technical stuff, that's where I think the converter temps is going to be a major issue for him. Would you agree?
I agree 100%, because there's a lot of uphills and downhills and really tight. Like you got to slow down, and what you would normally do is go to first gear for just a little bit to get the drive off the corner, and that's where you're seeing Alan really make time on it. Like you said, it doesn't hurt you as much on the beach, like you talked about, Wes. That's a very, very perfect analogy. But once you get past Europan and you get in that silty hills and stuff like that, there could be a chance of him even getting stuck. It sounds funny in a four-wheel drive, but the problem is it just lugs the motor so much, and you need wheel speed, and he's just not going to have it. So he's got his hands full.
Right. And then with the Gibbs motor, that compounds it, versus, like you were saying, if it was a Dugan's that had more torque, you might be able to kind of lug it and short shift it through there more. But the high revving Gibbs motor, that thing wants to be singing through there, and you're just not going to be able to do that.
Exactly. You're 100% right. So it's one of these things that he has to try to keep his truck going, and now change from win mode to survival mode, because we're not done yet. Anything can happen. We saw Robbie off to the side. I saw Rob back off to the side. Then he was running again. We saw Grabowski flip right in front of us. There's a lot of places that can get you after Europan to Santo Tomas. So if he keeps the truck rolling, he can get it there. He should still be on the podium.
Well, hey, thank you for calling in. Really appreciate it. Always great insight. Love talking with you. You guys have a good run. I don't want to just talk about other people. So you're, I think, sitting seventh physical and first in Trophy Legends. And this is going to be your 15th win if you guys pull this off, and you're looking good for it. So, congratulations to you guys. Thank you for calling in, and good luck with the rest of the race.
One more thing I'd like to say, and actually two more things, is that I called Jeremy Johnson and found out that Larry didn't break his back. He just injured an old injury, so he got a sticker or maybe compressed a vertebrae, so he's okay, which is great news to hear. And also, I just want to throw a shout out to Mike Walter, who his brother Rod is actually going to be driving for David Payne the last half of the race.
Yeah, thank you. All of us wish the best for him, and thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate it.
Take care, Wes. You guys doing a great job. Keep it up.
All right, thank you, man. Take care.
Awesome. Thank you, Ricky. Great stuff here. Back in car here with Thor Herbst. It's nice to hear another perspective of a vet like that, and just kind of, again, backing up a lot of the things that we were saying, but also he's had his own moments. Well, I was stuck in fourth gear, or this is how you deal it. But as he also said, well, in the most scientific terms, he's screwed.
Yes.
So, but we really do appreciate Ricky taking the time to check in with us, and really cool that we can do that. So awesome.
Well, that's some great insight.
Totally.
And he knows this as good as anybody. He's got the experience down here, and he knows the trophy trucks, and that's why I really want to kind of hear it from him.
Yeah.
So really appreciate him calling in. And
sure.
Yeah, I co-drove in a trophy truck, and we got stuck in third gear, and we had to go through this section. But third gear, you can kind of pull that off.
Yeah.
That's in the middle of the gearbox. So yeah, you're kind of lugging it through the tight stuff, and really revving it out on the fast. But man, being stuck in sixth, that's not a good place to be.
What vehicle were you driving when you were stuck in third?
It was I was co-driving.
Okay.
So I was actually calling all the notes and everything.
Yeah.
But It was a Jimco two-wheel drive trophy truck.
Got it.
It was actually Robbie Pierce's old truck.
Okay. All right, here we go. Coming down some hills. Paul navigating through that.
All clear down the hill. Right forward.
And the thing is this is still kind of some of the faster stuff. They're just off the highway here.
Yeah.
If he goes about 5 more miles, that's where it's going to start getting really interesting.
Yeah, so.
Well,
they both crossed race mile 412.
3:46.
Paul and Alan.
Right 4, yep.
So Rancho Nelson finish, is it at race mile 400 or do you know the
No.
exact?
It's probably because they just crossed through 412.
Right 4, sweep over.
You mean
Well, it
312?
depends. The tracking is not updating or not, but
Right 5 over.
So looks like Toby's at like 346-ish.
While we're watching this, I got another update on Rob Mack from the Jimco team. And so they're saying he has lost front wheel drive now.
Oh boy.
So he's going to be two-wheel drive. And that's not the end of the world. You can make it around, but you're not going to make up time on the guys that are in a fully functional all-wheel drive truck. So here we are in car with him. It looks like he decided to make some adjustments on the bodywork there too. Looks like he is in San Vicente Wash, if I had to guess. See if I go on the tracker here.
I thought I saw that piece flapping earlier. I don't know what caused
it was smaller, and I think it just has expanded.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that he clipped a tree or something with that. So where I think we're really gonna kind of, a make or break point for Paul here is gonna be about race mile 353 to 355.
He's getting close.
He's got to, they're getting pretty close to that area right now. They're closing in on 350, but there's a bunch of lines there. There's some uphills and downhills, some really rain-rutted stuff, and then that's where you start kind of getting into where you drop down a hill. There's one in particular I can think of that I think is going to be really tough for him, where you're winding down a hill, and then you make like a hard, almost 180 right, and there's a bunch of trees down in there, and then you got to climb up out of it, so you can't carry any momentum. And that's where, like Ricky was saying, the converter temps are gonna probably be through the roof in an area like that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, race mile 349. Here's Paul coming through. He's gonna have to hammer up a hill here. And then pretty steep going down.
Yeah.
And that's blind when you come over that, and you got that big rut to your driver right. And there's
those ruts there.
Those ruts, you can see that they're pretty big, but they're a lot bigger when you stand next to them.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
So I'm going to check our leaderboard here. So through 345, yeah, this isn't looking good for Paul. He's 38 seconds down on adjusted.
Yeah.
Which that means Impudia is 22 seconds physically behind him. So we're going to start seeing an Impudia in some of these shots here pretty soon.
Yep.
I mean, he's got to be like just outside his dust. Honestly, if I was Alan, you really might just want to sit right outside his dust, so you're not taking any chances or taking those risks of trying to close through the dust. Because if he did that and made a mistake and got a flat or something happened, I mean, you can see Paul in that shot right there.
Yep, there it is.
So, I mean, he is right there. But again, if you can just keep that pressure on Paul, push him hard enough to where he gets his converter temps up, you could possibly cause a DNF, or just make it to where Paul's just going to have to back down and let him by.
Yep.
But I would be really questioning if I wanted to try to push through his dust.
Yeah, is it worth it?
Yeah,
Right.
as long as no one's closing on his back door.
Yeah.
Well,
that's of course the case.
No one's pushing out.
Yeah, they've got a big gap on everybody, so that's not even a worry.
Yeah, he's so much smarter. He's doing so well. He's really got the race in his hand right now.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Well, it's fallen in his lap.
Yes, it is.
But through skill.
It's not over yet.
So this is a new
look at
line right
this.
here. Yeah, you can see, so he's taking the high line. I kind of looked at this. I don't know if it's faster or not, to be honest.
It doesn't feel like it is.
Because I felt like you got to go all the way up that hill.
Yeah.
And then it gives you like a better entry into this corner. But I think that one's really 6 one way, half dozen the other.
It seemed like he took it to get out of the dust.
I agree.
Yeah, it's very possible.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some dust coverage. Wonder if you can see Ampudia in this rear view from Paul's truck any minute now.
Yeah.
You can see it in the front of Alan's. You can see the dust he's going towards. And then, well, pretty hard to see Alan in that, but yeah, I think he just plays a smart race all the way out at this point. Safe, smart race.
I always felt like the dust in this area kind of lingers because
it's
pretty
horrible
silty.
in there.
It's pretty silty there.
Yeah.
I feel like there's never any wind, and it's usually like kind of late afternoon as you're coming through here, and that dust just sits. And
Yes.
especially like when they start getting into Los Encinos, which is that big oak grove area, that oak grove, there's never wind, and the dust just sits in there. I think you guys probably know what I'm talking about.
What amazing
So
coverage.
this is another area here.
Oh, he's so close.
The course is up to the left, up on that hill.
Yeah.
And then this new line goes down the valley and up and over. And then really the old course is on the other side of the hill. So this is an area that 3 lines have now developed, and it's been kind of fun to watch it keep moving over. And they're coming into another area. So they drop down here. I think Paul's already gone up this hill. So if we could go to in-car on Paul, I'd like to see what he does through here. Maybe do a split with him and Alan. We watch what both of them do. But the new preferred faster line, you're gonna go up here to the left, and then you drop down a hill, up one, and then drop down another, and it's a really steep uphill. I'm sure Alan will do it. Okay, so right here, it gets super rutted, and he should stay to the left. And then he's gonna go over this rise, drop down a hill, and then there's a kind of a G out and a really steep uphill. And I can't believe that this truck could do this in 6th gear, but what do I know? So this is exactly what I was talking about. This is a new line that's developed over the past few races through this section. And it looks to me like Alan's doing exactly what we said. He's just kind of hanging out there right at the edge of his dust.
Yeah.
Don't take any chances, and just.
There's no need at this point.
He's got to be thinking, there's no reason to throw it away.
No way. Nope. No need to.
If Paul's going to beat him, he's got his work cut out for him because he's got to make 45 seconds or something on him at this point, which I just don't see happening. Yeah, through 350, it's Ampudia is leading by 41 seconds. So, I mean, he's gaining like 10, 20 seconds every 5 miles right now.
Yeah.
Which is pretty much what we were saying would happen.
Yeah.
If he was making 5 seconds every 5 miles on the coast, now it's, like 10, 20 or more.
So wild to have 2 races back to back, same setup, and almost, same scenario. And potentially, we're not there yet, but could be winning again by adjusted time. Crazy.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, the other thing to kind of watch is how far back is Lofton, and can Lofton creep up onto, so at check 6, Lofton was 6 minutes and 45 seconds back. So that's a pretty big gap.
Yep, 3:46.
But, you know, if Paul's pushing that truck and say he does have converter temp issues and has to back it down, all of a sudden, you know, he might end up having Lofton be an issue here.
It's gotten a bit quiet inside the vehicle of Paul Wheel and his co-driver.
You know, we were talking about the Gibbs motor package versus like a Dugan's or a Croyer big block, and you know how the big blocks have more torque. I'm kind of hearing from some of the tuners I know that actually that Gibbs, even though it does run at a higher RPM, it still makes a fair amount of torque. So I mean, maybe it's not as big of a difference as we thought. I just think of like a Dugan's as running a little bit lower RPM, and it almost more like back to motorcycle days of like an XR650 versus a 450. You know, that 450, you got to ring it out a little bit more. You kind of get there at the same speed, but the XR650, you can kind of just short shift it and lug it through and use the torque. That's how my analogy with a Dugan's versus a Gibbs. But I am hearing that the Gibbs makes some pretty good torque. So, I mean, maybe that's allowing him to get through this.
That's a good analogy, Wes. That's exactly what my thoughts were on that. And they both sound so different, but so wonderful at the same time.
Yeah, I'd be happy to drive either one.
Yes.
There we go.
Left 4. Rock left. Rock both. Right 3 sweep. Left 3 tight. Tight. Rock. Right 5, left 3 tight. Cut straight up. Right 5 over. Good, right there. Left 3 sweep, left 3 joint.
Back to race mile 349.
So something that I was kind of watching that I was curious would happen is what our average pace is going to be. And like right now, they're averaging 48 to 47 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's going to be the pace, you know, really probably about to the finish here. So I think our average speeds are just going to be way down compared to some of the other races we run. I think the one that really surprised me was, I think it was Impudia that won with a 72 mile an hour average at San Felipe 2 years ago.
Yep.
That was fast.
Wow.
That's insane to me.
1:13 for 17 minutes.
You know, I was kind of predicting we'd be 55 to 60. I was thinking maybe like 58.
Right.
But we'll see where we end up here.
Yeah, in that particular race, I think he qualified first, so he had clean air
the whole time,
the entire time, and absolutely no issues.
Right.
I think, isn't that the one though that Toby was actually leading almost the whole race? I think Toby qualified first and Alan was second, And then something broke in the front end of Toby's truck, like in the last 20 miles, and it handed the win to Alan. I think that's what happened.
That happened one year for sure.
Yeah, I think that's the race, because that was like another heartbreaker for Toby and Paul.
Yeah.
They've had a few.
Too many.
Yeah, more than they would like to mention, I think.
Yep. I mean, going forward and just what they've been going through over these last two particular competitions, how do you prepare for the 1000? I mean, it's not necessarily, again, it's not a driver situation, it's a mechanical situation. What do they do? They run the analytics, they try to troubleshoot. How do they get out ahead so they're not in this position for a third time in a row?
Right? I mean, you have to forecast the possibility of a failure in any part of the vehicle, right? You have to change your crankshaft that might be a couple races old. You have to mileage out parts, change your components. It's the preparation. The details are everything. The details are so important. And then you have the Baja 1000 where it's, you got a minimum of, 8-10 hours of darkness. So that's going to play big into it. The Baja designs lights and just the best quality lights you can put on the vehicle, and then the wiring and the alternators to hold up to it all.
There's a lot that goes into the logistics too.
Sure.
So figuring out, pitting, where you're going to fuel, tire changes. If you're changing drivers, the best place to change drivers. So there's definitely a lot of planning that goes into it.
Certainly.
We've got another update here. So through race mile 350, Paul was 41 seconds back, and then we got an update from 355, and now he's 37 seconds back, which is crazy because that's the area that I was most concerned about him getting through, and he actually made some time. I'm not sure how that happened, and I'm still not sure how he's getting through this in 6th gear, but somehow he's pulling this thing off. And he's keeping it close. I still think he's got his work cut out for him, but I mean, like, if Alan has a flat tire or anything happens, this will go right back to Paul if he can keep holding this pace.
Interesting.
So I'm talking with Paul's crew from the helicopter that's flying over, and they were kind of agreeing with our thoughts on what Alan would do of just being smart and kind of hang back. And so I mean, I think that's what we're seeing here. And so probably that edge of his dust is around that 30-second mark, and that's probably what Alan is doing, is just like, hey, okay, if you want to go beat me, go open up 30 seconds on me, and he's just hanging right in the edge of his dust.
Yeah.
Looks like Polvarde tried to shed a little weight on that truck.
Yep. Saw that as well.
He said he was going to go for the finish, and he's just done a solid job of holding it together today.
Yep.
I mean, from what I heard, he had hit a cow right off the start.
Oh, wow.
I haven't heard absolute confirmation on that, but I'm pretty confident that that happened. So I think he's overcome some adversity today.
Yeah.
And this is, again, it's just Baja, like kind of well, it's not 101 for him. He's at least in the 200s or 300 classes now, I think.
Yeah.
But, it's getting that university degree down here and getting those miles under his belt, getting that experience. And, one of these days, it's just kind of all going to come together for him and click. And, I think he will start rattling off a bunch of wins. We're not going to see it today.
Yeah. Well, we did see a herd of cows earlier, so maybe they were one less.
Yes.
Who knows?
But that was later on in the race.
Oh,
that
yeah.
was right in the beginning.
Oh,
where
yeah,
he
yeah.
potentially hit one. I don't know.
Hopefully.
Yeah, what's kind of weird is I normally don't see a lot of cows in that area.
No.
But, okay, so Polvarde stayed down on the lower line here. This is where we saw Alan stay up high.
Yeah.
And Paul stayed to the left, the same line that, right there is where Amputia's line came back in.
And then he's coming up on the corner here that you were.
Yep.
He just, I think Alan really just wanted to get out of the dust.
Right.
Well, it's you do kind of drop down in there. It could be a touch faster, to be honest. But no matter what, if you can take something to get out of somebody's dust, I think you do it.
Yeah, and then also, Wes, you know, the ridge was a little more inviting than the canyon for the dust.
Correct. So they're coming through 360. We should be getting some updates from race mile 360 here any minute. I really like this new setup here where we're getting adjusted times every 5 miles. This is a kind of a game changer.
Yeah, it's exciting, and if it proves that we can use it for more classes at the Baja 1000, that's pretty cool.
This guy's no stranger to the podium. I'll tell you what.
The whole family.
Oh, man.
He's had a nice, consistent run today.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think, I mean, he was never really kind of on pace with Toby and Paul and Alan, but, you know, but he's been right in the mix there. I was just zooming out and kind of looking at where everyone's at. Our leaders are through race mile 360. They're right on top of each other. And then Lofton is almost to 355. Polvarde is just past 350. Luke is closing in on 350. He's probably about 348 or so right now. And then Bryce's truck is just hopping off the highway in Urupan, and he's not too far back either. It's pretty nice, consistent run for Bryce's team. All right, we should have some updates from 360. I'm showing Paul and Toby's truck coming through there. And okay, so it's 30 seconds right now, which is pretty much what we're talking about. I think that Paul's dust, the edge of his dust is where the comfortable spot where Alan can sit and not take risks is about 30 seconds back, and he's just kind of maintaining that distance. And you know, as long as he does that, he can just keep the pressure on Paul, but you know, he'll have the adjusted by 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm. So aside from, I mean, there's really nothing that Paul can do at this place, at this kind of point in the race right now, and he kind of knows the writing's on the wall a bit. Definitely he's got to finish, but you know, just try to keep that truck moving, and yeah, it's a really tough, challenging spot to be in. Luke's sending it there for a minute.
I think he would be incredibly happy to be at the finish line.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Under power.
Yeah.
That's definitely a bad position he's in. I think Luke's, 18, 20 minutes back? And seems like he's got a really clean truck and a really good run.
It's all put together. His hood's still on.
Yeah.
Nothing sticking out funny, or
right?
Yeah, looks
he
good.
Had a few issues, and he overcome that adversity and persevere, get through it.
While we're watching these guys come through here, I feel like our trophy trucks are kind of settled in. There is another really good battle that I want to talk about, and that's for the trophy spec win. You've got
McNeil.
Jason McNeil is physically leading right now. And then Justin Davis is right behind him. McNeil started a minute ahead, so they got to be neck and neck on adjusted time. The thing that I think is going to come into play here is Gus in the 1L is right ahead of McNeil. I think, I don't know if we have an in-car of McNeil, but I bet he is right in Gus's dust. And what would be huge here for McNeil is if he could make a pass right now on Gus and get Gus in between him and Justin Davis. And especially going, when you get off the highway, it gets really dusty through Europan and all of that area. So it would allow him an opportunity to open up a gap. If I was Jason, I would be doing everything I possibly could to get by Gus before I got to Santo Tomas to put him between me and Justin Davis.
Yep. We saw earlier in that package that we ran on Davis about this has not necessarily been his race. So to see that it's so close between him and McNeil right now, he's got to be pumped and excited. Yet maybe he understands the strategy Wes just described.
Yeah.
Well, here's McNeil now,
and they're both driving those Tisco trucks, so
I mean,
they are leading the field.
Something of interest here is we know who Gus's son is, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And and who is he driving with in the 1000?
Jason.
Yeah. So if you were going to have a little bit of team tactics, I think I would know what I would do. If Gus suddenly slows down and gets in between those two, he might be doing Jason a little favor.
Yeah.
And if I was Jason, I would be like on the radio, hey man, come on, you want to win the 1000 together, right?
For the team, right?
Throw me a bone.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, that is one particular driver that we're not seeing on that course today, is Tavo, obviously, and had some family responsibilities that he showed up for and things like that. But yeah, you're right.
And to that point, that's actually something that I wanted to talk about that, I think I lost track of as we're watching this. So Tavo put out a social media post earlier in the week saying that he wasn't going to race the 400, that he was going to withdraw his entry. And he just said for personal reasons. But I spoke with his co-driver Javi as well as his dad Gus at qualifying, and pretty much they told me what the lowdown was, because I think some people were worried that maybe there's something health-wise or what was going on with him, and everyone wanted to make sure he was okay. The lowdown is his middle daughter is going to a boarding school in Ireland, and so he flew with his daughter to go over there, get her set up at school. I think it's parents' weekend. And basically family came before racing for him, and that's what he's doing. And then he'll be back ready to go for the 1000.
Yeah. Yeah, those are moments you don't get back.
No.
So you better show up for him as a father.
And that's a wonderful family, and they would do that for all of each other. They're amazing.
There'll be other Baja 400s.
Oh yeah.
So.
They led by example. Gus is a great father and a good husband, and he's has a good family because of it.
I like that shot of Bryce's truck coming through that section. That did a little more justice to those ruts, the angle that drone had there. It's really deceptive, that blind rise you come over, and if you don't have the notes marked, there's a rut on the right-hand side, and you can definitely drop a wheel in there, and then if a wheel gets sucked in, it's going to pull you into that rut. And I mean, that can be a problem. With the trophy trucks with the bigger tires, it's not quite as big of a deal. But for some of the other classes, if you get sucked into that, it's going to take a corner off your car. Or if you're on a dirt bike and got into that, it'd be even worse.
Ooh. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy. All right, back to 307 here. Herbst.
Yeah, Troy.
19 truck.
Tim.
That's Tim. Kicking up those cobblestones. Still a gorgeous day on the coast. There's a beautiful shot of Tim from another angle from their heli.
Looks like Tim's third in position in the two-wheel drive
Two-wheel
class.
drive, yep.
Yeah,
That's a podium.
That's a good run for that 19 Industries truck. It looks like kind of just ahead of him is our first place Class 1, which is Cody Parkhouse. You know, I kind of wanted to see the Class 1s run up front a little bit more with the fact that they were able to qualify and have that potential to start further up.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's Class 1 dominated for so long. There's just a little part of me that would love to see one kind of go win a race or something at some point. I don't think that they can hang with the all-wheel drive trophy trucks, but you know, I think the right course, kind of everything falls in place. You know, I think you could see a Class 1 do pretty well overall.
Mm-hmm.
As we're watching them come through the coast, getting ready to do a pit, I am looking at our UTVs, and man, looks like Brock Hager is leading.
Yet again.
Nothing new there, right?
Yeah, that's not news.
That guy's just been killing it. It's funny, after the 500, yeah, because I used to race UTVs, and I had a lot of good battles with Brandon Sims. He was one of my teammates on the Polaris team, and I pretty much asked him, I was like, hey man, like, is Brock really that fast?
Yeah.
And he pretty much told me, like, dude, Brock throws it down, and he's like, I got to do everything I can to stay with him, and you basically have to have a perfect race to be able to stay with him, and you know, just nobody's been able to do it.
I was going to ask you, Wes. I mean, what is it about Brock that separates him from these drivers?
Well, you know, one of the things when I was talking with Brandon about it is Brock is on that factory program, and he just shows up and drives. So he doesn't have to wrench on the car. It's not money out of his pocket. So like what Brandon was saying is, and when I'm out there, and if I go tear up my car, I got to go drive home and I got to go work on it and fix it for the next race. For Brock, he's part of that factory program, you know. So if it breaks or after the race, it goes back to their shop and he goes home and relaxes. And then also, it's not on his dime.
Right.
So I think, you know, that allows him to drive it right at the ragged edge, as well as that program has 4 cars. So I think they're kind of under the instruction of, all of you guys go as fast as you can possibly go. One of you is not going to have a problem, and we're going to get the win. You know, so whether it's Brock, whether it's Caden, I mean, those are the 2 that have kind of dominated here.
Yeah.
You know, I thought Justin Morgan might have a little bit better run than he has today. I'm curious kind of what happened with him, because I don't see him up front, but he's had some strong runs in the UTV class, and you know, he won a lot of dirt bike races, so he has that dirt bike pedigree, but I don't see him with the leaders. I mean, right now it looks like Max Eddy's 3rd, so you got Factory Polaris 1, 2, 3.
Well, Max has that dirt bike experience.
Right. Exactly. And I mean, I think Brock even rode a little bit of dirt bikes.
Yeah. And Caden's only 30 seconds back from what my tracker's showing.
Right.
Yeah, they're close. So I think we got some
Close.
social media shots of Brock and Caden. So let's take a look at those. Yeah, it looks like that's right at the Mike's turnoff. And you can see Caden was right on that. It looks like that's a spec trophy truck.
Yeah.
It looks like he's drafting him.
It does. Yeah, it looks like they're attached.
The thing is like you get on those fast roads and the truck has that power to kind of pull away. With the Pro Rs, and especially with their high output motors, they can go probably 110, 115. So you're not down like you used to be, but he was probably right on him coming off the asphalt there, and you want to make that pass before he jackrabbits you and gaps you out.
Right.
So I mean that's what he's doing right there. Coming through race mile 365, got an update on our lead trophy trucks, and Paul Wheel has closed this to 18 seconds now.
Yep.
So he's pulled away a little bit on Allen. You can see Allen is really out of his dust right now. Allen's got to be a little careful that he doesn't get too comfortable.
Yeah.
And play this too safe. Mm-hmm. Or some way, somehow, Paul is driving this thing in 6th gear and through this tight stuff. I just don't see how this is doable, but he's doing it. And, I mean, he's hanging right there.
There's got to be communication on Imputia's team, kind of guiding him, keeping him updated at obviously what...
I mean, for sure. I would think there's a chance his co-driver's watching us right now.
Yeah.
Listening to what we're saying.
Yeah.
But I'm sure what we're saying is being relayed to them, as well as they're seeing all the data that we have.
Yeah.
And then they've got eyeballs out on that course everywhere.
Right.
So, I'm sure that they have a very good communication network, and they're able to relay splits with some pretty good accuracy to him and let him know what he needs to do to pull off this win.
Yep.
I do kind of think that Allen is just kind of playing it safe and not pushing too hard. But if he gets the word, hey man, you got to pick up the pace, I would picture Allen really throwing it down.
Yeah, I would too. I do think he's playing it safe, but if he has that opportunity, he's going to take it.
He's going to take it, yeah.
Yeah, no, he wants to win. And I mean, if you can come out of the gate this year and win the first 3 races, that gives him a commanding points lead going into the 1,000.
Yeah.
And the 1,000 is double points. So, it's having that cushion is huge.
Yep.
Okay, so Paul is through race mile 370. That means in about 40 seconds, we should have an update on Allen. We'll see where they're at through that next timing gate.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how he takes this drop here.
Yep, that's that blind.
Look at that rut.
Hill with the rut on that. Everyone's done a good job of staying out of it.
Right.
All right. Allen is through 370, and we're still at 11 seconds.
Huh.
Jason's still behind Gus.
Yeah.
But he's right there.
You could see him in the end of the dust cloud in that first shot.
And that's, like I said, if I was Jason, I'd be doing everything I could to try to put Gus between me and Justin Davis.
Yeah.
There are a couple spots up here where there are different lines. And so if McNeil can stay right on Gus, he might be able to make a move on him. So we'll see how this kind of plays out.
Yeah.
Like where we saw Allen stay up high and the other guys go low, that's kind of coming up, and we've got a few.
Yeah,
he's right there.
He's right there.
I don't know that he's close enough where he could use one of these lines to make a move.
Yeah.
But he really needs to make a pass if he's going to do it in this next little stretch. where there are a couple alternate lines, because after that it gets pretty single file, and he'd have to actually like close up onto Gus and probably give him a tap to make a pass.
Too bad Tavo's in a plane, or he could tell his dad to let his future co-driver
undulate.
Yeah.
Some team orders.
Well, there is a helicopter right there.
Yep. I mean, he's so close.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Okay, stay right, stay right, stay right. No,
Nope.
come on.
He goes chasing the dust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he wouldn't have made a pass, but it could have potentially let him gain some ground.
Yeah.
The problem is then it dumps you right into their heavy dust, and you end up letting off, and then they got back out on you right away.
Mm-hmm. Also, going up top like that on that line gives him a different perspective. Gets to see what's coming up. Maybe another
for sure.
opportunity. You know.
Yeah.
Good point.
Gosh,
I mean,
and it's so dusty. You don't, if you're Jason, you don't want to make a mistake right now either in that dust.
For sure. The problem is he started first, and like if he's being held up by Gus right now, and it allows Justin Davis to close on him, that's going to cost him the win in trophy spec.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're right up here. This is another area where there's some lines. He could potentially try something a little different here. It's just the problem is if Gus takes the good line, if he does anything different, he's probably actually going to lose time. Man, he's right there, and the problem is Gus has that helicopter, which is probably telling him, hey man, you got another vehicle right on you.
Right.
So it's not like he can sneak up on Gus. That helicopter's right there.
Right there. I mean, the helicopter.
Oh, he pulled over.
Oh, he did. He did.
No
okay.
way.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I wonder if that was team orders.
Yeah.
Wow.
They heard me.
They heard you.
So now,
here comes Justin.
Where's Davis? So we're getting our drone shot. He's a little ways back. This is going to be huge for McNeil, because now Davis, to actually catch up to McNeil, is going to have to make a pass on Gus.
Yeah.
Which that was the last little stretch right there where Gus pulled over, where I was talking about what line was Paul going to take going up that steep hill. You got multiple options there for lines, but after that it gets really single file, and Davis is not going to catch him before he gets to that area, so now it's going to be single file. It's going to be really difficult for him to make a pass. I mean, honestly, I think that just won the race for Jason McNeil.
Well, I just got a text that might counter that.
Okay.
And I don't think there's any team orders.
Do you want to name your source?
No,
you don't want to name the source?
Not naming anything.
I wouldn't name sources.
We'll let it play out here, but I think...
I mean, I think also, like, Gus knows he's winning the trophy legends, so why mess with the trophy specs?
Right.
And he knew he was closing. His helicopter's telling him he's closing. So, I mean, yeah, it's honestly, as a courteous racer and like proper driver etiquette, I think that he did the right thing no matter what. And that's probably what played out.
Yes, he let them both by, potentially, from what it shows here.
No, he didn't let Justin
Not
Davis
yet.
by. Because Justin Davis isn't to the area where where that happened.
Correct, but there's rumors.
There's rumors if
From a
Justin
good
gets
source.
close.
Rumors of what? That he's going to let Davis by when he
Yes,
catches
he
him?
he lets racers race.
Okay.
He's going to let racers race. He is that man with the etiquette, and he's a gentleman.
Okay.
So,
Well,
yeah.
I like that. I think Justin Davis's problem, though, is he's not close enough to even have him pull over.
Yeah,
I know.
right.
I know.
Yeah. Well, and then Justin will be far enough back. It'll be interesting to see who he thinks it is
Yeah.
at first.
Well,
He's just going to see dust at first.
we'll let
till he gets
Justin
close.
kind of try to figure that out. In the meantime, we're going to jump into some social that we have queued up. Let's take a look at that.
Whoa.
Maybe mute it.
I don't know what he's saying, but it's funny.
Send it, baby. All day.
You don't want to know what he's saying.
Yeah. Oh, man. I love that perspective there. That's got to feel so good.
Wow.
That's so fun.
That's Rancho Nelson.
Yeah. Uno más.
Oh,
Hold
okay.
on.
It's just
Are
frozen.
we frozen?
I think. Yeah. That
Says
scared me for a
45.
second.
Yeah, I had to check the speedometer there for a minute. Back to Polvardi. Still hanging in fourth.
So I'm hearing that Polvardi might be having some gearbox issues as well, and I believe he's stuck in fourth.
Wow.
But I would much rather be stuck in fourth than I would be sixth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so apparently he can downshift, so he's got first through fourth, but he can't get above fourth. But where he's at, you don't really need to go above fourth all the way to Rancho Nelson, in my opinion. Maybe one little stretch at the very end coming in. Actually, no, they don't go down that. So yeah, I doubt that he even probably rarely needs fourth, to be honest, in this. I think he'd be like second and third through most of this.
He's got about 45 miles to go to Rancho Nelson, so it's, yeah, it's pretty.
Okay, through 375, our adjusted time right now, Impudia first, Paul Wheel, Toby Price, 10 seconds back. So Paul's closing. How the hell he's doing this, I have no idea, but he's doing it. So Paul's got to be driving the wheels off that truck right now.
Yeah. Let's listen in.
Cutting straight, right. Left 4 speed. Rejoin. Right 4. Left 5. Stay left at Y. Left at Y. Right 5. Straight. Left 5. Narrows. Rip to rejoin. Right 4. Left 4. Right 3. Good. Left 3. Rock left into digger. Right 5. Left 3. Right 3. Left 5 over. Go. Left 5 over. Right 5. Left 3. Opens. Use it. Go. Right 3. Left 4. Digger. Up, up. Digger. Right 3 tight. Left 4.
plug in. Evan, plug in your headset. One side or both sides?
One side.
Okay, tell them. Right side, right?
Yeah.
Okay, tell them.
Driver side exhaust, white smoke only when Junior revs it. I'm sending a video to Chris Allen.
Try also doing a reset on the PDM. I mean, I know you're not getting any code, but were you guys using the pit limiter before? Like, do you think it's excess fuel? Or it's white, right?
Yeah, it's white smoke.
Yeah, it's a white bluish smoke.
Like it.
Clear, Brent. Bike on right, off course.
Right 5. Left 5. Narrows, left 4, then right 3 tightens over. Good. Right 3 tightens over. Digger into right 3 check. Left 3. Oh. Flat. Go do it over there.
Boom.
You can hear that pop. Wow.
He hit it
He's
hard.
on some
He did.
hard packed, but
He
I
did.
don't
You
know
hear it.
about starting out. He should have been going downhill, maybe.
Yeah. Ugh, boy. It rains, it pours. So Paul Wheel, the 46 truck off to the side, the flat. See how fast he can do it. God. You remember the 500?
He's got some friends to help.
You
Yeah.
don't want them. Sometimes you don't want help, especially when they're drinking.
There it
When they're
is.
drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there you go. So,
but
yet another flat
Yeah.
tire.
Oh.
And Alan squeezes.
The tough part is how is he going to get going from 6th gear?
From 6th gear. Yep.
I didn't see what did he hit? Did you guys see it?
No, well, we heard it. We didn't see it.
He knew he hit it immediately. He went.
We could hear it. Yeah, but we
I
could hear
heard
it.
him
Yeah.
yell.
Dang
but
it.
I was looking at something else on a tracker.
So was I. Yeah.
There's
The bike.
bikes coming by. Well, don't want Paul Wheel breathing
There he
down your
goes.
neck on a bike. All right.
Oh, he got going. That's good. I was worried
Just like
about
the 500.
I told you.
Unbelievable.
Told you.
The play out.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Unbelievable.
Almost to a T.
Yeah.
Right?
Crazy.
And you called
And-
it earlier.
right around the same kind of length almost. Mileage?
They have about 22 miles until the timing at the finish line.
Huh.
To Rancho Nelson, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much home stretch right now. You know, this is all just working your way. I think they have even turned off of the road to, they've turned off kind of the road that heads into Ojos. So now they're in that really kind of technical section that deviates from what they ran on the outbound, and you stay a little more westbound, and it's kind of fast through here, and then they're going to get into like some big boulders, and it gets kind of really tight.
Really silty too. It's kind of really dusty and yeah.
But
I'd imagine the Impudia smile is starting to creep out a little bit now.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling it here.
Feeling
Got
good.
some pretty good air out of that right there.
I think he'd like to see dust.
I think while we were taking a little break, they showed a social media shot of a Class 1 just sending it.
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty impressive, too.
Agreed.
That looked like it was earlier this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So while we're watching Alan, looking like he's going to win his third race of the year here and looking very good to keep that #1 plate, I've been watching some of these other classes, and we were looking at the trophy specs, and there was a good battle going on between Jason McNeil and Justin Davis, and we were talking about how critical it was going to be for McNeil to get by Gus in the 1L, and he did, and Gus is like pretty much holding pace with him, but I don't know if something happened with Justin Davis, but it looks like he got run down by Luke and passed by Luke. Although, Luke hasn't updated in 19 minutes, so Luke's probably like long gone, but there's a lot bigger gap now between where Justin
McNeil
Davis
and
is.
Justin.
I'm showing him at race mile 359 and Jason McNeil at 361. So that's a 2 mile gap, which, if they started a minute apart, McNeil's looking pretty good here. Then in the Pro UTV class, when is Brock Hager going to get beat? Because he's leading again, and he is right about to come into Erendira. So he's race mile 303, and he's got a pretty good little lead there. I want to refresh this because I think it hasn't updated in a minute.
It looks like on the tracker that Alan's ahead of Price, but I don't know if that's accurate.
Yeah, well, we saw the pass when he had the flat.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, Alan's physical first and adjusted first. I mean, this is his race to lose at this point. And, I think he knows Paul's in a wounded truck. Paul just got a flat trying to push in the wounded truck, and now they're, and now he's physically ahead of him. Watching them, it looks like they're kind of battling with the sun going into that. You saw Paul was using his hand to try to block the sun for his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Wes, do you have a solution for that?
I do. And it always kind of cracks me up when I watch these guys do this because, you could just put a visor on your shield and not have to do that. But, guys like Ricky Johnson, he's been running one for a long time. Harley Lettner runs one quite a bit. They've got those flip down visors, and they make them in opaque as well as translucent. Like, I always liked running a smoked one because you could still see through it.
See through it, yep.
With the opaque, you see like it's blocking so much of his vision. That's why he actually put it back up a little bit. But if you put him all the way down, you can barely see.
Can't see anything.
Mm-hmm.
And it just blocks too much of your vision.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't think that the flip down visors are the best solution either. So I just updated here. Let me see where. So, yeah, Brock Hager is through the cobblestones in Inandira at 310. And Caden McCachran, he hasn't dropped into San Vicente Wash. He's at 304. So Brock's got a pretty good lead on Caden. And then Max Eddy's quite a ways back. But it's looking like Brock's going to win another race. I mean, really, if we look at this year, our pro motos, the 7X team has won every race. It's looking like Empudia is going to win every race. Brock Hager is looking like he's going to win every race.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been some domination in all of our classes here.
Don't forget about Gus Vildosla and Ricky.
Well, yeah, but I mean, nothing against those guys, but there's not as heavy of competition versus, like, say, in the trophy truck in the other classes I just mentioned.
Yeah.
Right.
So one thing we were talking about this factory Polaris team, I stopped by after qualifying and was checking out their compound. So let's have a look at their whole program and what they got going on.
Things that has happened in SCORE off-road racing in the past few years is the introduction or reintroduction of factory race teams. So the Polaris factory team has come out, they've made these Pro Rs and they run a 4-team program. They also have made these vehicles available to the public. So you can buy a turnkey race car and actually come down here and compete against them and use the countless hours and dollars that they have put behind their R&D to your advantage because you're able to buy what they're racing. Now, this is Brock Hager's car right here behind me. You may recognize that name. Brock has been on a tear. He's been killing it. He's won a bunch of races, international as well as domestic. And in SCORE, this program is undefeated since its inception. Now, when they roll down here, not only do they have the 4 race cars, but they have over 75 people in their support crew and somewhere between 15 to 20 support vehicles. So you can imagine the amount of logistics and effort that goes into that. But they're down here doing their homework, they're pitting, their whole program. They have chase trucks all over the place, spare parts all over the place. It's a very formidable team.
Very nice piece, Wes. Thank you for that. Now,
It's
Justin Lofton.
pretty impressive when you stop by there and you look at that whole program. When you've got all those tents set up and just the amount of people that they have. Like I said in that piece, that like 75 people in their crew and somewhere between 15 and 20 chase vehicles. That's a program that's very hard to go out and beat, and I think that's why we're seeing them dominate so much.
Yeah.
So here's Lofton coming through.
Shortcut.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
Surprise.
I think that just takes you off that line, and there's a VCP out over here. I think that's kind of what's going on. I don't think that's a line he's on, but not 100% sure on that. Yeah, so our adjusted time through 390, Paul Wheel is now 2 minutes and 10 seconds behind Empudia.
Yeah.
So that flat definitely hurt.
Hurt him.
I mean,
up. Yeah.
Either way, I don't think there was no way that he was going to open up more than a minute on Empudia. Empudia was just sitting there, kind of keeping the pressure on him, being smart. That was a great job by Alan not to get too excited, don't make any stupid mistakes. Just be smart. Keep the pressure on Paul, and he forced Paul into getting a flat.
Yeah, poised
twice.
We've talked about that in the past in other races and different competitions and competitors that are in that similar situation where you can put pressure on people, and sure enough, it'll play to your advantage.
Well, and that's the thing is, don't take unnecessary chances.
Yeah.
And if he was going to push through his dust and try to go for like the hero pass or something,
not necessary.
which maybe he would have done in the past, but he's got that maturity now. He's got that championship. He's been winning a bunch of races, and I think we talk about things kind of all coming together and clicking for a driver. Like Alan Ampudia is that driver right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes, absolutely.
He's stepping into his moment.
Yeah.
And I mean, you talk about if he pulls off this win, there's going to be a big party in Ensenada, and the people at Baja they love the Ampudias.
Oh yeah.
You go down there, and I mean, everybody's wearing Ampudia gear, and they are very popular. So it looks like he's going to maybe take a splash. Or he's got flat.
Out.
He's got flat.
Oh.
Yeah, the tire out.
So I'm going to say passenger side front, like a right front. It looks like this is what they're doing here.
Yep.
Or are they checking the front and then changing the back? I'm not sure.
No.
They were jacking up the front.
No, they're jacking it up, yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, he's going to make it interesting, but the problem is this isn't going to take longer than 2 minutes. Yeah, that was a pretty quick stop.
Yep.
Oh, this guy needs to get out of the way.
Okay.
Yeah, that was fast.
That's
and
made
from
it
right
out
here, I mean,
Paul.
he's almost to where you cross Highway 3.
Yes.
You basically go through some boulders here, do a little zigzagging, and he's gonna drop down a hill, and then you cross Highway 3, and then from there, I mean, it's not very far. We're super close to the finish right here.
I'm not seeing Alan's dust in Toby's sight.
Yeah, he's not to that area yet. I think just from looking at that, he's a little ways out from getting to that field still.
But how fortunate is he to have, if he's going to have a flat, to have had it just before that crew?
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, that's just good fortune.
Fate.
I think it's his race at this point with that kind of luck.
Yep. Yeah, there's about a mile between them.
So I think Paul's pulling into that field right now. Yeah. So to give perspective, okay, so does he have a flat too? Or is he taking a splash? What is he got going here?
What are they doing?
I mean, it sounds like he got a flat too. I'm hearing an impact there, so it sounds like they're changing the tire.
Oh, looks like it's the driver rear.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to worry about racking a spare at this point, but. So both guys got a flat in that last little section there.
Interesting.
I wonder, sometimes you'll get a boulder that just lands in a rut. And we talked about sometimes you're in those slot car ruts and you can't get out of it. Maybe there's like a boulder or something that's gonna keep claiming more tires on people.
Yeah, but gotcha there. Well, Paul Wheel pushing that truck to its limit, doing everything he can. I love it. Still in it.
Yeah, it's a solid drive.
Yeah.
I mean, it just...
Under the circumstances? Come on.
It's just, I know those guys are down here to try to win, and it's just, disappointing to have such a strong run and then, end up the bridesmaid again.
Yep.
Okay, Alan's getting ready to cross the highway right here. He's gonna cross Highway 3, and then those hills in front of him, you kind of run through that area, go over by Ojos a little, and then it's just kind of like a home stretch heading in Rancho Nelson. Here's the highway right here. Looks like he's got some fans there.
Yeah, I was gonna say. The community is so pumped.
Got his lights on.
Yep. We're creeping up here on almost 6 p.m. here. 555, make a wish. Sure, Alan's making a wish to just finish this thing, and Paul's wishing just to get us across that line as well.
Cameron's guess was an 8-hour race. He's pretty close.
Pretty spot on.
How's he doing, by the way?
Yeah,
What's going on with that motor issue?
Not good.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's not looking good right now for them.
Fair enough.
Sorry to hear.
Yeah.
Well, better bad luck at this one than the next one.
True. You always got to find a silver lining,
You got to
right?
find the silver lining.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yet they are suspecting a broken ring. You guys
Well,
might.
They might be able to get it in.
I'm kind of looking at where our average speed is going to end up. And I mean, it's looking like
46.
I'm thinking low 50s is where this is going to be. So this is probably one of the slowest races that we've had in quite some time.
I agree. And
And
slowest for average speed with more technology than we've had in a long time.
Yeah,
too.
that's what I was going to say is
technology.
With the all-wheel drive Masons, like that really upped the average speed quite a bit. So if we would have had this course with the two-wheel drive trucks of say 10 years ago, I think the average speed would have been even lower. But yeah, I don't, like say if we end up in like the 52 range, that's the lowest I think we've seen in quite some time.
What was 1X's or 7X's time?
Yeah, let me see if I can find
If
that.
you could find that. And I know it's all unofficial at this time, but without checking all the GPS and all the waypoints. But
so 8:27:58, basically
8:27.
Basically 8:28 because it's 58 seconds.
Okay.
So 8:28 that's our mark for the overall win right now. So that'll be something to keep an eye on because you see where we're at right now. Through race mile 395, Impudia was at 7:51. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be real close.
Sure. Little whoop whoop in the background. Alan Impudia making his way to golden hour. It's your golden hour, Mr. Impudia.
Yeah.
Moments away from that podium. Just a phenomenal season so far. Really, really, really happy for him and his team.
Yeah, I'm a little superstitious. I almost don't want to say anything.
Don't want to say anything?
Right.
Okay, maybe I'll keep my mouth shut. Well, I did choose Toby and Paul at the top of the show, but I don't know. We'll see what happens, I guess. I think Alan's got it dialed in. I think it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking he would have a winning streak. So let's.
So far, it's coming to fruition. Yeah, he's about 401 right here, coming up on 402. Mile marker. Paul.
These guys have been out front all day.
Yeah. Yeah, it stings. No way around that.
It's Lofton on the podium too. It looks like he might make
third.
it.
Yeah,
Right? Yep. He's really had a good run, I'll tell you.
Doing great.
And he's made up a little time with those two both getting flat tires.
Yep.
True. 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30
but
seconds.
hey, it counts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now let's see what happens to him though. It's still got a little ways to go. But
listen in here for a minute. It's just blinding.
yeah,
That's just blinding.
all the
And
nerves.
it messes with you as you go again from these shaded to clear to shaded to clear to, I mean,
Oh, that last few miles, you start hearing noises you thought you never heard before, and what's going on?
Right.
It just messes with your head.
Yeah. It looks like his average for the race right now is 48.13. That's
for Alan,
incredibly low.
yeah.
It's crazy.
Wow.
It's usually Alan taking a trip to the grocery store or something, right?
He's probably faster than that to the grocery store. I mean, it's proven to be a super technical course, and I think that's the point here.
Yep. They have executed that. Well, 46 struck, still hanging in there. So far, transmission has not hit maximum temperature. Still playing with those visors. Jeez, as if you got enough to worry about. Flip these visors around. May have glares on his actual visor himself on his helmet.
We're not hearing any of the navigation.
Everything got real quiet.
Yeah.
Unless we're just hearing Alan and Putia's feed. But I don't see hand signals going on the left, so
they might have a switch. So they don't
Could
give
be
up.
internal.
They don't give up.
They might be
they
at a
don't give up
point.
their strategy.
Yeah, they might be at a
There's
point
some
where
stuff
there's
going
like,
on here.
Let's mute it.
Aha.
Let's mute it.
They've been called out before on some other things that have happened. So
I don't really know if they have any more tricks up their sleeve right now, but
right.
Just get it to the finish line. That's all they care about right now.
Yeah, this is.
Check. Left, right chicane.
It's bright for me on the television, and I'm not even
Yeah.
out there, right?
Yeah, it gets blinding.
Oh.
And Toby has to contend with the dust.
Yeah.
And the.
Forward, times 2.
Oh,
Digger. Digger.
He needs to slow down a little bit.
Yeah. Tigger.
Easy for me to say that from here.
Of course.
Without after leading all day.
You need to slow down a little bit.
Oh man.
Left 3.
They're just so close that,
Left
So much effort. But then again, you know, there's that much effort and 50% of the field doesn't even finish. So here we are.
Yep.
Here we go. Here's Alan.
Left 3.
So, you know, we were talking about overall and how the trucks were going to stack up with the dirt bikes, and you know, we said set or 828 was the bikes, I believe, and you know, through race mile 400, Allen's at 759. So I think he's looking pretty good to beat out the bikes on this one.
Okay.
Looking like a trophy truck's going to take the overall.
Straight long.
All clear, Brent.
Left 5, right 5. Narrows, check, 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 check. We're going left, right 2.
Hey Wes, do you have one of your visors that I could wear while I watch this?
Left 3.
Let's throw a helmet on you.
Fully sponsored, of course.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I got you covered, man.
Right on.
So let's take a look at, because we got some of the audio of when Paul got that flat, because that was kind of a crucial moment here. And then I think we got someone that's going to chime in here.
Here's your digger. Digger into right 3, check. Left 3. Flat.
Looks like he hit an embankment.
Good
to
dude
me.
over there.
Not sure if that's what happened there. So I believe we have Toby Price on here, who's Paul's co-driver. So I want to kind of hear from Toby and get the lowdown on what they got going on with that team, and hear from him before Alan comes in here. Hey Toby, what's up, man? Thank you for calling in.
Hey mate, how we doing? Yeah, it's been a long day.
Yeah, I can imagine. Looks like it's going to be another kind of gut-wrenching finish for you guys. I feel for you, man. So talk us through what happened.
Look, yeah, honestly, all the morning section went really well, and we built up about 2.5 minute lead, and then we got truck to Paul, and everything was good there, and I think about 20-30 miles into his section, we've been stuck in 6th gear the whole time. So, yeah, it was a little frustrating with that part of it. And then towards the end there, we've seen, I think he's got a couple of flats. So, we've led all day, and then, just have these troubles. It's just been a little bit frustrating. But motorsport racing's never easy.
Yeah, that's why it's called racing and not winning, right?
We're not seem to be doing too much winning lately. So, Alan's on a charge, and we're trying to keep him honest, and we're doing that. But, this one slipped away a little bit on us. But, all in all, for what we're doing, like I say, I've just finished driving for the day, so I've been chasing the boys with a tyre if they needed it, and it was on the other side they needed them. So, it wasn't my time to shine with the tyres.
Something that I wanted to ask you, because, I mean, you're one of the drivers of this truck that we've been talking about, is being stuck in 6th gear. How can you get through the tight technical sections? I mean, how did Paul get from Urupan to Ojos? There's some really steep uphills that you can't get a run at. Does that truck have enough torque to be able to pull 6th gear? I mean, can you come from a dead stop in 6th gear and go?
Well, look, honestly, he's shown that twice with 2 flat tires. So, it'll take off in 6th. Yeah, it's just we need to really monitor the converter temperature, and that's been our biggest hurdle. We've just been trying to get through a little bit. So, but look, honestly, the truck's got plenty of horsepower. That Joe Gibbs engine is absolutely amazing, and to be stuck in 6th gear for the last, I think, 140 miles, it's a big credit to the team and everyone at Joe Gibbs and the X-Track. So even though it's an X-Track problem at the moment, it seems to be more of a shifting issue. So yeah, it's holding together, and yeah, we'll just have to play bridesmaid, and yeah, just get ready for the 1,000.
Yeah, we were talking to Ricky Johnson earlier, and that's one of the concerns was through that section, what was going to happen with your converter temps, and was he going to be able to manage that and get it through? It looks like he did a great job, and you know, I mean, it's looking like you guys are going to bring it in second place. Alan got a flat as well, but I think you guys had 2 flats. But honestly, I don't think it really mattered because Alan was just sitting there keeping pressure on Paul, and was just riding in his dust. And I think being stuck in 6th gear, there's no way that Paul could gap him out enough to really win it anyways.
Yeah, that's right. It's yeah, since that 140, 60 mile mark, since we've been stuck in 6th, it's been difficult. But honestly, it's a big credit to the PWR coolers as well, to try and keep the converter temperatures and that down. And like I say, Paul's done an extremely good job to keep the truck running, and it was really tight and technical up in European. So, yeah, big credit to him. Unfortunately, just, wasn't meant to be for us. And, we just hopefully roll it in for a second and keep the championship there a little bit. But we need to have a good run at the 1,000 and see if we can get that one in our hands.
Well, hey, you were killing it. Thank you for calling in, man. You know, looks like you're going to get another second. And like you said, it keeps you in the hunt. We look forward to seeing you back for the 1,000. We've got Alan getting pretty close to coming into the finish here. So we're going to let you go. Thank you again for calling in. Thanks. And, you know, like I said, we'll see you at 1,000.
Legend. Sounds good. Congrats to Alan and everyone as well, all their crew and team. And big thank you to all our crew and team to make this happen. So, yeah, without them, it's impossible for us to do it. But we'll see you guys at the Baja 1000, and we'll be ready for it.
All right. Thanks, man.
Cheers, guys.
All right. So
seems
we're
like
on
Toby's
board
in
with
good spirits.
Yeah, we're on board with Alan. I'll let you handle it, Brandon. You can kind of talk us in here.
Yep. So here's Alan making his way here back to Rancho Nelson. We got, you know, he's sandwiched here with just fans and communities, probably just so incredibly proud. I know he's got to be feeling fantastic right now. And what a battle, considering what he just went through with the 500. What a season so far, just crushing it. Mad respect for Ampudia and his entire team, because it's not just Alan, right?
No.
We talked about that all race long. It's so many more people that have to come together perfectly to make him cross and get that podium. There we go.
And he's in Rancho Nelson right now, so I mean, he's minutes from crossing the finish line, taking this win. Super impressive to sweep all 3 races so far. And, you know, I know when I talked to him at San Felipe, he was like, man, I got this #1 plate on this truck. And he's like, we got a target on our back, but I want it. He's like, I want that pressure. And he's like, if someone wants to take this #1 plate away from me, they're going to have to rip it out of my hands. And, I mean, he's done a very good job right now. And, you know, I think he's come into his own.
There we go.
Yep.
Well, I don't know if...
he's got the checkers.
Here it is. It is official. Congratulations. #1 truck, Alan Ampudia, takes the Baja 400.
Yeah, and his co-driver is Kyle Kraft.
Yeah.
Kyle is the son of Mike Kraft, who is our race engineer for Trophy Truck 16. Just so cool that both father and son are out on course. And super cool that Kyle's been with them for all 3 wins.
For sure. Well, kind of going back to what Wes was saying about having a number on your back, I don't know if anybody had watched this year's U.S. Open, but a lot of times when these guys come out, and competitors, females as well, they'll face a plaque that says, "Pressure is a privilege." And it works in different ways, and how you adapt to pressure. And well, you're getting pressured because you're in a position of some pretty good outcomes, hopefully, right? But enough out of me. Let's go back to listen to Paul Wheel here for a moment.
Check up, jump. Left 3 over. Post on the left. Right 4. left at the bottom. Left that jumped and left 2. No cutting. Get to that VCP over there. All the way over, it's 40 foot. Yeah. Where we go? Right in here. Right 3, right 3. Grab that VCP. Now left. Now left. Straight. Got her.
Sorry, Mike.
No, that's all we had. That's all we had. This truck. So how do you like driving a Can-Am? This is a Mason UTV. 1 gear.
1 gear.
1 gear. Ay, ay, ay. That is incredible. PWR cooler, dude. It was, saw some big numbers, and then...
Well, he's saying all what we thought. You
Yeah.
know, like, how did you do it? How did this
Yeah.
happen?
Yeah.
With big numbers.
Oof. Man.
Those
Yeah, I think one of the
temperatures.
things that Toby talked about is, Paul owning the cooling company. They have some really cool cooling packages on that, and one of those was to keep converter temps down, and I think that really saved them in this race because he was able to drive 6 gear through all of that stuff, and it's seems like their converter temps never got out of control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Somehow, some way.
Impressive.
I am actually shocked. Wow. The more miles that clicked off, the more likely it was going to be a catastrophic failure,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Yeah.
This is quite impressive.
You having such knowledge too of these parts and these trucks,
Quite a testimony.
Your mind's got to be spinning.
Yeah.
A little bit there. So.
Wow.
Nice in-car, Justin.
Yeah, what a phenomenal job he's done.
Great race for him.
Absolutely.
And his team. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then Luke's right behind him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Paul had a lot of luck on his side. Unlucky to have that situation, but lucky to get it in the shape he did to the finish.
All those flats, all those mechanicals things, yeah, you're unlucky in that perspective, yet somehow luck still got him to the finish line, right?
Yeah.
A little bit more than that. It's again,
Skill
easy
and-
for us to say
yeah.
sitting right here, but yeah.
For sure, lots of skill, but you still have to have good luck.
The odds must be in your favor, as we say.
Yeah.
And they had just enough to get him across the line.
Yep.
This is a really good run for Lofton. If he can bring this in, which it looks like he will for 3rd, gets it on the podium. Yeah, I mean, he's
Points.
in Rancho Nelson, I think, now, so. Which, if he's in Rancho Nelson, he's not that far back.
What was the time on...
yeah, that's what I'm kind of watching here.
What was the time for the finish of Ampudia?
Okay, so, well...
8:12?
So what I'm showing was that Paul brought it in 3 minutes and 24 seconds back. Now Lofton was, I think, about 5 or 6 minutes back. So if Lofton was able to close some time, he could make this close with Paul. I think he's still going to end up 3rd, but yeah,
There's a bit of a
And then,
delta
and
there.
then again, this is all unofficial with all the VCPs and whatnot too.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
speed zones and just all those little 10-second
Still a lot.
penalties. There's more to come.
Generally these top guys don't make a lot of mistakes though.
Yeah, it's gotten better.
I think that's gotten cleaned up a lot from the past.
yeah.
Sometimes you would see huge swings after the race with penalties. I haven't really seen anything like that in a little while now.
I think they know the severity of it.
Well, and they know that it works, and people have been penalized, so it's come well, like we talked about earlier, it's just come a long way from you know, where desert racing in Baja 20, 30, 40 years ago was literally the Wild West. And you know, now it's a lot more refined and defined racing. He's getting pretty close to finishing right here.
So Wes, did Ampudia win the overall, or did the motorcycle win it? What did we end up with?
Did by 16 minutes.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll probably end up with the top dirt bike. He might be top 5 overall by the time we're all said and done here. You know, some of the things to watch here is, you know, we've been talking about like Brock Hager in that Razor, is where does he end up overall? Because he's pretty high on course. Okay, so Laughlin, oh man.
1 minute delta there.
Yeah, so basically Lofton got 3rd place by a minute and 10 seconds.
Yep.
Oh, that. I haven't seen them do that.
Yep, it's, you know, Paul was 324 back, and then Lofton was 435 back.
Yep.
Lofton has a busy steering wheel.
And gloves.
Yeah, he does. I was looking at that earlier. There's a lot going on there.
Back with Christopher Polvardi. He battles the sun.
You know, and you know, we talked about he's having gearbox issues as well.
Yep. Yep.
So I think he's got 1st through 4th, but through all the stuff he was going through, 1st through 4th is fine. So I don't think that really held him up much. You know, and this is, we talked about at the beginning, Christopher said getting a finish at the 400 was an accomplishment after the way the last few races have gone. So I think he got some very valuable race miles under his belt here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's like, okay, at least we got a finish. We overcame some adversity. You know, maybe comes back at the 1,000 and, you know, put it all together now.
Yep.
I mean, if I know it's unofficial, but 4th in trophy truck is really good.
Correct, and he's not that far back.
Yeah.
You know, it's for the issues that he had, he kind of stayed in the mix. So, you know, that's a good job on his part. I mean, he's still got a little ways to go, but
just for his morale, though,
it's
Wes.
a pretty.
Just for his morale.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Everything.
But you know, I mean, he's got a pretty good gap over Luke.
Yeah.
And honestly, they're kind of spread out. You know, you've got Polvarde, McMillan, and then Menzies' truck is next, and they're all kind of gapped out right now.
Yep.
You know, as we're kind of watching, our top 3 trophy trucks have come through, so I want to look at some of these other classes and get a look at what's going on with them. Trophy Legend, you know, it looks like Gus and RJ have that. That's going to be 15 wins in a row. That's super impressive. And to me, the level, I mean, nothing against the other guys in that class, but you know, RJ, I think, is just I mean, he's qualifying sometimes like in the top 5 and runs that truck up there. And Gus is a great driver too. So they're kind of on another level. But still, just to have that consistency and go out and win 15 in a row, you know, just, I mean, we saw how mechanical issues played out today. To have a program that's runs that polished of a program and you don't have any mechanical issues or things like that that take you out, that's a real testament to the Villa do Sola program.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's like they got Tavo's truck and there, so it's really a 2-truck team for the most part, even though Tavo didn't race this race.
Where are we at with McNeil?
That's what I'm looking at right now.
And Davis.
He's right behind Luke, just a little bit behind Luke.
Yeah.
Well, McNeil's just ahead of Gus.
Yep.
He's got a pretty good gap out to Luke. And then really Bryce is the closest vehicle to him. The one thing I'm trying to figure out is the tracker is showing like some UTVs on their course, and that doesn't make any sense to me because there's no reason they should be on there, but that's another matter. But basically, I mean, it's looking to me like McNeil is, Davis is keeping him honest, but McNeil is looking really good right now. He's got Gus between the two.
Yeah.
And he's kind of gapped out Justin Davis a little bit. And then third place is Jordan Dean, which this is a good run for Jordan. That's in, I believe that's Jack Olgas's truck. I'm not sure why Jack didn't drive it, but they're, that program is out of Vegas. Jordan, his whole family, and we talk about families that race. Patrick Signs is their whole program. They do the wraps for a bunch of the race cars in Vegas, and his dad has raced for quite some time. They've run a one car a bunch, and they've raced a lot of different classes.
Yeah, Pat used to race with Cameron. Pat Dean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Gus, Butch Dean was the one that started out with the Herbst, and so many people all through the 70s and 80s. Pat's dad, who just passed away and is in the Hall of Fame now.
And Butch's speed shop, right?
Butch's speed shop is now owned by
Justin Bean.
By Justin Bean. Yep. Absolutely.
So,
another BFG guy. Wonderful, wonderful guy.
Justin grew up down the street from us.
Yeah, that's right. He's a San Clemente grommet, isn't he?
He's kind of like a kid to me, but he's not.
Awesome.
Yeah, I love him.
He's a good man. He's awesome.
Rob Mack he's been hanging in there. We know he had a broken wheel, and then from what we're hearing, he lost front wheel drive. So he's really been in a two-wheel drive, I think, for a large portion of this race. He is in the trophy trucks. He's right behind Bryce. And then let's see here. RJ Stidham is leading our two-wheel drive trophy trucks. Then Cody Parkhouse is leading our class ones. And then, okay, so, we're talking about the pro UTVs and how are they going to do overall. Brock Hager, he is through Urupan and on his way through, over to Tres Hermanos and Ojos. So he's at 3:48. He's going to have a whole lot longer to go. I really want to see what his time is, because he started over an hour behind the lead trophy truck, and I don't think there's no way he's going to make it to the finish in less than an hour from where he's at, but he's going to finish pretty high overall, and he's got some clean air ahead of him. Something I do like to see here is that Concrete Motorsports truck that we said that had a broken A-arm. They got going again, and so they are just they're probably a little over 5 miles ahead of Brock Hager right now.
All these guys and gals are going to be battling the dark soon.
Right.
Yeah.
The sun's starting to go down.
And how we were talking about the dust hanging in that last section from Urupan to Ojos. I mean, I've won the first Baja 400, and I can remember getting in there, and I was behind 2 trophy specs, and the dust was so bad, and I had Mark Burnett, I knew was behind me, and I was just panicking because I kept having to slow down. I literally had to come to a dead stop sometimes in the dust because it was so bad. And I was just freaking out because I was like, oh man, I know Mark's catching me. But then everybody was having to deal with the dust. But yeah, as soon as the sun goes down and you got to drive by your lights, that makes driving in the dust even harder than it is in daylight.
Yeah, mixed blessing. You've been driving into the sun the whole time. It's giving you some light, but now that thing goes down and it gets dark.
Yeah, but
and then
you're getting close to that finish line, so it feels good.
It's that magnet that keeps pulling you closer, you know?
Those guys got to be getting close to the ceremonial finish.
I was going to say, the irony of Paul not being able to get something
what's
go
going on
sideways.
the helicopter there? Like, why did he make that huge U-turn?
It looked like someone went backwards on the course, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Maybe to get a VCP.
Yeah.
But not backwards on the course, but backwards.
Did a loop.
To get back to the course, yeah.
You know, I've been on Rancho Nelson multiple times, and you can get turned around. It's a little deceiving which way to go. If you don't have your tracker on, it pulls you another way.
So I'm hearing Polvarde is about out of gas.
Oh, jeez.
So this could get a little interesting here. He doesn't have very far to go.
Who's coming in here right now?
Okay, he's crossing the line. Yeah, he's crossing the line.
Okay, that's right.
But I can tell you his team was panicking because I'm talking to them. So,
yeah. Can he get to the ramp to celebrate?
So he made it. I'm going to say he was driving with a very light foot for probably that last section there.
Sure. Welcoming committee.
Yep.
Well, congratulations to Polvarde.
Yeah, buddy.
Optima truck, man, he made it.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Finally finished a race this season.
You know, like I've been saying, you got to get these miles under your belt, and this could be something that he can use as a catalyst now to, get it back on the podium or go win a race now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Such a kind kid and a kind family. I guess he's not a kid anymore, but he seems like it to me.
He's so young, and he's got such an incredible future ahead of him.
Well, and he's a fun watch on social media. They do a great job with that team.
Yeah.
He's always posting videos.
Have fun.
If, people want somebody to root for, I feel like Chris is a really easy person to root for and get behind, and he's definitely one of the young stars of the sport.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well said.
Another star of the sport, Luke McMillan here in the 83 truck.
Absolutely. Wow.
So I got an update from the Herbs / 19 Industries as to why Jack Algus wasn't in the truck and Jordan Dean was driving it. And apparently he started college. So, seems like school has taken a bunch of our drivers away from us here. We lost Tavo to take his daughter to boarding school, and we lost Jack Algus to go into college.
It's a different time, Wes. It's a different era. Back in my day, we just skipped school.
But he's been on rails. I'll tell you what. Jax has done a phenomenal job. He's going to be one of the rising stars for sure down here in Baja, I'll bet you soon.
Then another update that I got is for Rob Mack. Apparently, we were saying that he had lost front-wheel drive. I'm hearing he actually lost his rear-wheel drive. He's been driving in two-wheel drive since Mike's Sky Ranch, which I'm showing him getting fairly close to the finish. So if he was in front-wheel drive this entire time, that's a pretty impressive drive. But it is Rob Mack, so
no surprises there.
And then apparently he also lost his rear brakes.
Sure, that tracks.
If you don't have rear drive, why do you need rear brakes? Let's just go with the front end.
Oh, man.
Wow.
So I mean, that's an impressive run by him. And, you know, I think we're going to have our guys trickling in here. Looks like, you know, Luke's on a home stretch here. So we've got some leaderboards I want to kind of look at. We went through this a little bit, but through race mile 331, we had Cameron Steele and then Stidham and Herbst. We know that Steele dropped out. I think we were saying he had white smoke. A lot of times that's a blown head gasket with white smoke. I think you were hearing maybe it was a ring, Heidi.
Yeah, that's what Cameron said. Broken ring.
Okay. And then, you know, so Stidham is our leader there. And then our trophy spec is McNeil, Davis, Dean. That's still the same right now. It was a 2-minute, 23-second gap. I think McNeil's actually opened that up a little bit more. And then, well, through 331, we had Gus. I don't know who our next Legends is. It's quite a ways back. I'm looking at the tracker here, and I don't even...
Yeah, and I think Ricky and Gus were in that top 10 overall.
Yeah, they are, I believe.
Yeah.
The other thing that's pretty cool here is, so we've had 4 trophy trucks in. Luke's coming in, it's going to be 5. Bryce will be 7. And then McNeil. You know, so trophy spec looking like, and just the way things started, he actually might even have Bryce unadjusted. So you're going to be about 7th, 8th overall for a trophy spec. I think the fact that you're down horsepower, as well as that will be our first 2-wheel drive trophy truck. That's a really good run.
Yeah.
And he stayed true to his word, and he talked about the trophy spec just being able to drive it all out and not have to worry about wheel spin as much with less horsepower. So sometimes less is more, I guess, but you know, he's got a pretty substantial lead over RJ Stidham, who is our trophy truck 2-wheel drive leader at the moment.
Yeah, I think being on this technical course helped the specs a little bit.
For sure. I mean, when I talked to McNeil, that's what he was saying, is that this course was so tight that there weren't a whole lot of spots where they were just going to be throwing away time because they didn't have the top speed. And he kind of felt like that being able to drive the truck at 100%, and I mean, we saw him bombing down the goat trail, heading down into Simpsons. I mean, he was really wheeling that car. And, you know, versus he was saying, if you have, say, 1,000 to 1,200 horsepower, that you got to manage your power more. And I think it takes more throttle control and trying to keep it from breaking the tires loose and losing traction, especially in the tight technical terrain. So, you know, he almost felt like that was going to be a little bit of an advantage being down on horsepower, and it really looks like it played out that way. So we're in here with Parkhouse. He's leading the Class 1s, and I believe he was our fastest qualifier in Class 1 too. So he's having a strong run. I still would like to see a Class 1 a little higher up, but you know, maybe it just wasn't in the cards today.
You know, going back to McNeil for a minute, we haven't talked about this in a while, but I think Connor's actually been driving a good chunk of the second half.
Co-driving with his dad.
Oh, he's co-driving.
Yeah,
he's not driving.
Right.
Oh.
He got in at the Meadow, and he's co-driving with his dad.
co-driving. Okay.
Yeah. At least that's what I was told. You know, that's plan A, but there's B, C, and D, right?
Yeah.
No.
Well, it's probably not far out that he's.
Jason soloed it.
It's kind of funny watching the guys come into Rancho Nelson here. It seems like they're kind of struggling with one of these VCPs or something, because we've seen both Luke and Polvarde kind of slow down and look around. I mean, it looked like Polvarde actually went off course, flipped a U-turn. So I don't know. Maybe
Luke's
there's
got it back on track.
something that's kind of going on out there that's throwing these guys off, and they're almost missing VCPs. Because right where Luke just did that is where Pulvardi did.
Yeah.
But maybe like the other thing that can happen is like if Pulvardi lays down tracks, and then Luke's the next vehicle, you see those tracks ahead of you, and you have a tendency to follow them.
Sure.
You know, and he may have been kind of following Pulvardi's and be like, oh, whoa, wait, this isn't the way to go.
Right.
So,
right.
That's where it's nice to have a co-driver.
Well, I mean, to just come to that, get that close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and then make a mistake like that.
Well, yeah.
Crushing.
I mean, say if you miss a VCP and you get a 10-minute penalty.
Big penalty.
That could push you back.
Oh, for
quite
sure.
A bit.
Mm-hmm.
That's, oh man, that'll keep you up at night.
Yeah, you think when you're on a short course that it's real obvious. But when you get down there, you better be watching that GPS, because I've done the exact same thing in the exact same spot at way lower speeds than that.
Yeah.
So it's confusing right there.
Wild.
Something that kind of played out this race, the first 2 races of the year at San Felipe, the top 10 were a couple minutes apart from each other. You know, it was super, super close. And then the 500 was pretty close as well. This race kind of got a little more spread out.
Yeah.
You know, we had our 2 leaders were neck and neck, and then, but everybody else, I think the technical course kind of took its toll on some of these vehicles.
Sure
did. You saw more flats, you saw more kind of mechanical issues, you know, with the concrete car, broken A-arm, you know, McCachran, I guess, lost rear wheel drive as well as rear brakes. This course was tough on equipment.
Were some of those breakdowns happening in those challenging places, or was it happening at times when they were trying to make up time that we saw with Paul Wheel in one of those flats?
You know, I think it's a combination.
Yeah.
And you may, the other thing too is you may do the damage in one of those tight sections.
Yeah, you don't know
and then it doesn't actually break until you're in another area. You know, but
very true.
I think you know, we talked about the silt in the ruts and the yucca trees down in that Colon area.
Yeah.
And it looks like guys were having flats right and left.
Crazy.
You know, and Max Gordon was kind of telling us that he thought there would be a lot of flats there. And then, you know, in another mechanical deal, we haven't heard what happened with Robbie, but, you know, he dropped out before he even got it to Max.
Yeah, Max didn't even get it. Didn't even get to get in.
You know, so there was a lot of attrition and just kind of, so it was a race. I think you really had to be smart and take care of your equipment and, you know, not push too hard.
Even sweeter for Ampudia to take it, you know, and yet another demonstration of his skill and maturity.
Yeah, you know, and I mean, I think we all talked about he was known as a little bit of a wild man.
Right.
And I mean, nobody can say that anymore because he's driven some really smart races. And I feel like he's in the zone right now.
Yeah. He is.
Yeah.
Winning streak.
Yeah.
He does a really good job of keeping pressure on the drivers ahead of him and then pouncing on the opportunities that he gets. I think he's done a really excellent job of that.
Yeah, he's capitalizing on the mistakes, for sure.
Those guys have got to be at the Ensenada finish.
Yeah, and Jason's coming into Rancho Nelson right now.
The signal always seems to get a little choppy in this area, too.
Yeah.
Kind of breaks up in those trees. Coverage.
Yeah.
That's the little dip right where the rehab is. He's got the next turn goes right into.
Yeah. So the
Rancho
thing
Nelson.
to look at here is when he finishes. I mean, we should have Bryce's truck coming in, and then McNeil. What is his overall time here? I mean, it looks to me like he's going to end up 7th overall. And yeah, Justin Davis, he's pretty close. I think he's going to beat Davis by a couple minutes, but not much. And that's going to put our top 2 specs 7th and 8th overall. I think Bryce started 5 minutes ahead of McNeil. So there is some potential that McNeil
could overtake
him because he's not that far back.
Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, my page just refreshed. You got McNeil at 4:06.9, and then you've got Menzies at 4:07.5.
Oh, a dog. Ugh.
Yeah.
They're close. We'll see if there's some dust up there. We'll see how close McNeil really is.
Bryce finished.
He crossed, okay.
Yeah, so Bryce is 8 hours 38 minutes. It's only 2 minutes behind Luke. So let's see where McNeil
And that's another team that, excuse me, really needed that finish too, just like Boulevardy, is that Menzies team.
Yeah.
For morale and showing up.
I don't think, because Jason's not into Rancho Nelson yet.
No.
And he's got 5 minutes here. Unless we start seeing Rancho Nelson pretty soon, I don't think he'll have Bryce. But
he's got a few minutes to go.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I'm thinking. I just think by the time he does this, gets into Rancho Nelson, zigzags through Rancho Nelson, we're probably looking at over 5 minutes.
I think you're real close. Yep. But still, quite a celebration.
Well, I mean,
man,
looks like he's going to win the Trophy Spec class, and 7th overall is and first 2-wheel drive 4-wheel vehicle.
Yeah,
is very impressive.
And last year we saw some of these same performances from him. He's been super good. Once again, his father and uncle have been stars of the sport as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. The family lineage.
Absolutely.
Keep it in the family.
And if
Still got the hand signals going.
And if his son's riding with him, there's 3 generations there, like so many others in the sport, right?
Yeah. Oh, here we are at the ceremonial finish, back in Ensenada. Photographers, cameras coming out, and Pudia's moments away from taking the ramp. That's exciting.
Yeah, I bet he's really excited.
Oh yeah, what a feeling.
Yeah.
Hometown hero.
Hometown hero, right by him. Right behind him, you see Paul Wheel as well.
Looking forward to that ceremonial champagne
spray
everywhere.
Yep, exactly.
There's Rat.
Yeah. All right, well, we see Mr. Rat on the ramp. We'll take it down to Ensenada. Take it away, Rat.
6-minute gap if you you check the times on where they started. But we're going to let the team over there kind of get with them and congratulate them. I know they probably pouring beer all over them, and I'm sure it's that Papa's and beer. We'll bring them on up. And Toby Price, he was leading coming into Nelson Ranch, coming to the official finish line, and once again got a flat tire. So, man, it's just a shame for the Australian team of Toby Price and Paul Wheel. I believe Paul Wheel may be behind the wheel. I'm not sure if it's Toby or, and it looks like, yeah, Paul Wheel is behind the wheel. I saw him take his helmet off back there, so he's doing the finish duties. He brought this thing in, but we're going to talk to El Campeón Número Uno, Alan Ampudia, right now. As he makes his way up, he's got to get his factory hat on, support the sponsors and support him. But right now it's all about another win. And he is leading in points this year. So he's going for another SCORE World Desert Championship win. once again here, 2025. This is round number 3 of the SCORE World Desert Championship Series, the 6th annual Baja 400. As he comes on up, he's got that monster hat on. He is pumped. The crowd is going nuts. Bienvenido, chingón. Otro vez campeón. Que onda, Alan Empuria. Absolutely epic, bro. What a great day. Tell me about it. You got to be pumped for another win here and continuing your lead, going for another SCORE World Desert Championship win.
Sí, no, la verdad no sé qué decir. Estoy muy feliz. Obviamente fue un día muy difícil. Estábamos peleando todo el día contra Toby Paul. La verdad, muchas gracias a mi papá, a mi mamá. Ayer fue su cumpleaños, entonces esto es para mi papá. A toda mi familia, el equipo Team Papa, se la rifaron en los pits. Monster Toyo Tires, ninguna ponchada. También a todos los fans que siempre nos apoyan. Y es un fin de semana patio, entonces, ¡viva México, cabrones!
¡Ándale! ¿No tiene problema todo el día?
No, ningún problema. Estuvo bastante divertido peleando ahí por el primer lugar. I know everyone watching at home on the live stream doesn't understand me all the time, but yeah, it was super fun battling with the boys, Paul and Toby all day. And also shout out to the Coin family. Our hearts and our prayers are with them. And this one also is for Braden. Thank you guys for the support, and Viva Mexico, cabrones!
You know how to say you're definitely a crowd favorite. They've been going nuts for about a half hour since they knew you crossed the finish line officially in first place so a 5-minute gap coming across the finish line. Toby top qualified, so that's a 6-minute gap actually when you guys got here. And I know you always have a great solid race, and you don't miss VCPs. You're a smart racer, so I'm pretty guaranteed this is solid. Well, congratulations, Alan. You got to be stoked. And I know you got some people to thank.
Sí, muchísimas gracias. Como ya lo dije, a todo mi equipo, a mi familia, a mi copiloto también, Kyle, que se la rifó todo el día. Es mi terapeuta y todo. Pero muchas gracias también a todos los fans. Como ya lo dije, viva México, cabrones. Nos vemos al rato en el Papas.
Vámonos, Papa. Dice uno fiesta grande en Papas anoche. He's going to get out here. We'll let him get out. Congratulations once again. Uno puro mexicano loco, la piloto número 1, Alan Empuria, otra vez arriba. Please don't get it on the big screen. Don't get the big screen, please. Por favor. Oh, it's a champagne shower for the fans. They love it. Unbelievable, getting out that Mexican flag. Dice otra vez, puro mexicano loco, el chingón, Alan Empuria. Hey, Dale, will you take a picture? I got to get my photo with you, brother. You know I'm your biggest fan. Thanks, bro. Nice work, campeón. You're a legend. We got Rodrigo, su padre, up here. Maybe we'll talk to him for a second. See what he thinks about this. Looks like he's going to be hanging on to that number 1 plate. I'm not sure in points. if this is going to lock it in, but I hope it does. It's well earned, and he solos this race. Solo un piloto todo correr. Están bien. Coming up, number 46, Paul Wheel. He doesn't look too stoked. 6 mile an hour. What was that?
6 gear.
Oh, 6 gears. So yeah, we heard. Yeah, you got stuck in 6 gear. You had a flat, but hey, that's racing. But right now, unofficially second place. You guys came. You saw you kick some ass. But I know you were leading. You guys top qualified, but not where you want to be, but you guys gave it hell. There's nobody else out here for sure in any truck that could finish this high in the placing was in 6 gear. When did the 6 gear get stuck?
Unfortunately, about 20 miles into when I hopped in the car, and so we just had to deal with it. Well, we knew Alan would be able to run up on us, like he held with Toby, pretty much all the way through, the start, and that Toby's done a great job. And unfortunately, we just something went wrong with your gearbox, so we don't know. No, wouldn't change down. So, really disappointing for our team. But fortunately, it shows how good our PWR radiators and oil coolers are, because I don't think any other car would have made it through from mile 270 to the finish, and especially through European, and with all those hills and everything. So kudos to my mate next to me. Brett Bruman does an excellent job, and he nicely told me that I got the world's second dumbest flat today.
Yeah, you know that's right. But yeah, it's unreal. Like you said, being in that 6 gear, you had to drive it a little faster over stuff that you wouldn't be going so fast just to get through it. Like you said, from Yoderpan back those hills, and this thing got it done. So your truck came through, and a little transmission issue, but you want to be on that top spot again for sure. You guys know you could be there. We still have one more race in the season, and I know you're going to be back for the 1,000. So kudos to you, brother.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Alan and Kyle and the whole Ampudia family are doing a great job, obviously. Alan's on a roll at the moment, but we want to give this Red Bull number 46, up in winning. We want to win the 1,000. There's no doubt about that. And, we want to take that from him, and we will be dogfight the whole way. Has been every race with him this year. And, I just like to thank Red Bull, Quad, ROH Wheels, PWR, Fox, Alpine Stars, STG, Motec, and if there's anyone I've forgotten, K&M Filters, all our sponsors, all our guys from Australia who come over, our whole team. We put a really big effort in. We're a small team, and we punch above our weight. So I like to thank the Mexican fans who come out and support everyone around the track, around everywhere. You guys are fantastic. Thank you very much. And at home.
Absolute legend, mate. And I know where you're going to be. And like you said, the 1,000, you're going for the top of the box for sure. You guys crushed it, and shows your driving skill. Like in 6 gear, that's like, I don't even know how you did that. That I think that's harder than running a Class 11 through there.
Yeah, it probably is. So, we're just fortunate that we got a good cooling product in there. We've got great tyres with BFG, and it's hard to get and take it again. It really hurts, and we want to be on the number 1 box. But Tobe's done a great job. Got the car to us, done a great job in qualifying, laid down a flyer, and he hadn't had a winning qualifying for all year, so it was a bit of heat on him too. But at the end of the day, these guys in front of us have done a fantastic job. So we can't take anything away from Alan and Kyle.
Yeah, well, hell of a job. Congratulations, second place. I know you're not stoked because you were right there in the lead, but you got this. You got it to the finish line, and go suss this thing out. I'm sure the boys will tune this thing up. Your tranny will be dialed in, and we'll see you at the Baja 1000, mate.
Yeah, mate, we can't wait for the Baja 1000. It'll make it even sweeter if we win.
We'll be here waiting. I'm not even going to leave, man. I'm pumped. I'm ready for you to come back. Well, good luck, safe travels home, and we'll see you at the Baja 1000.
Beautiful. Thanks, Rat. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to everyone coming out and supporting us and coming out to watch. Thank you.
All right, Paul Wheel, ladies and gentlemen, second place.
Well, nice to see that he at least has a smile on his face, given all the challenges that they've been going through. He trying to find silver linings in it, and prepping for the 1,000. It's all you can do.
Him and Toby always have such a good attitude,
Yeah.
and anytime there's some disappointment, we're coming back after it next time.
What else can you do?
Yeah.
Right? So, well, in just a little bit, looks like Lofton's about to pull up here, followed by Polvardi. So we might jump back down to Ensenada in a second here. But again, yeah, what a battle today. What a battle.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see if Mr. Lofton
They are all
makes
very
his
fortunate to be there, though.
They are, yeah. It's got to feel good just to get. Never mind. Let's go back down to Rat.
And right now, the best finish of the year in third place. So Justin Lofton, we'll chat with him in just a moment as we bring him up to the top of the ramp here at this year's 6th running of the SCORE Baja 400.
So in just a little bit, we'll have Lofton up on the ramp. I'm guessing Polvardi's not too far away. When he was coming in there towards the end, we were talking about how his team was saying, Chris is really low on gas. I really hope that he didn't run out of gas from the Rancho Nelson to Ensenada.
Well, if there's a place to do it, it's after that finish line on the transit into Ensenada.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm sure there's a lot of fans to help him out.
He's probably somewhere at a gas station signing autographs. Sorry, guys, I got to go get back to the ramp. So.
And I think his pit crew could splash him without it being a problem too.
Sure. But yeah, a lot of these drivers really being pushed to the edge, to see what they're made of, see what they can do, and that's what Baja will do, no matter what, no matter your experience. Even seeing what Rob Mack was facing today, yet his experience and poise through all of these challenges, he still ran a great race regardless, I should say, of all of the mechanical issues that he faced.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He has great composure.
Yeah. Which is everything, right?
And I can see on the tracker that Christopher's moving, so he's
He
actually only
gas.
about 2
He's got
miles
gas.
to the finish. Yeah,
Okay.
he's close.
Cool.
That's good.
That's exciting. Nice turnout down there.
Yeah.
Always cool to see Amputia's fans supporting him, and it's such a special moment to celebrate in Ensenada.
It's so cool.
Yeah,
it
really
is
fun.
Such a big sport down there. It's unbelievable. It's just what it needs to be all over the world.
Yeah, well, it's
passionate
it's happening.
Yeah.
It's happening, and the word has gotten out. The exposure's getting out. We're getting a bigger reach now, and I'm really curious and very excited for. Oh, here's Christopher, taking his time through town. Maybe grabbed a quick taco. Not so glamorous right here, is it?
While we're watching him driving through town and waiting for Lofton, maybe we kind of talk about how these storylines that we were looking at ended up playing out in this race. So, first thing we were talking about is, can Alan stay undefeated? Well, he answered that with a resounding yes.
Yes.
Then the second one was, can Toby and Paul beat Alan this time? That's a big no. They gave it a valiant effort, but I think all things considered, they did a great job.
Mm-hmm.
Third was, how will Polvardi respond after the 500 and the 1,000? I think he dealt with some issues too. I do feel like he did a good job getting into the finish. I think he ended up 4th.
Yep.
So that's respectable, and just some very valuable seat time for him.
Yeah, agreed.
We asked, is Bryce back? Is he 100%? And can he make it 5 in a row? Well, no, he didn't. And I'm not 100% sure that he is 100% because, from the things we heard, he got out of the car, and so I hope that he's doing well, and I really want to see him have a strong run at the 1,000.
Yeah.
The other was, how would this start order affect things? It looks like we've got Jason McNeil at 7th overall. I think that's very respectable for a trophy spec. And so we've got Lofton at the ramp. Let's go ahead and throw it back to him.
And podium finish. You got to be stoked. You've been working hard for this.
Yeah, we definitely have, and it was a great race. It was a lot of fun. We were racing with Luke and Christopher, and things just kind of played out in our favor, and we were the one that were able to get around them. But it was a great day. My crew did a great job all day. Jason did a great job, and here we are.
Yeah, you just had a great qualifying. I think where were you? 5th, I believe, in qualifying. Great qualifying, and you said you kind of kept it mellow, trying to save the truck, but you came out and on the box. I mean, unbelievable. It's been a minute, but well deserved. You put so much heart to this all beef truck, so much work, your whole team, and it paid off this weekend.
Yeah, we sure been trying for this for a long time, and finally glad that we were able to put it up on the box for my crew and my sponsors and Fox Method, FK Rod Ends, Nacho Off-Road Lights, and just everyone else that helps out on the program. Especially, my son has reinvigorated my competitive spirit, and now we're trying to battle it out. And he got a podium not too long ago in his kart racing, so it's time for Dad to do it. And we're going racing next week with him, so hopefully get him all fired up, and we can put it on top of the box for him, and then I'll follow up in November.
Well, I love it. You're definitely fired up. It's so great to see you on the box and taking home some hardware this weekend unofficially. But I know you're there. You run clean races. You know where you got to be. And tell me about the other issues. Was it one of those days where everything just clicked and clacked and came together perfect?
It was one of those days that it just kind of came together. The course ended up being a lot of fun. When everyone was really skeptical at the beginning of pre-running with how tight it was up at the Pine Forest, but these big trucks like to go straight and have a way of straightening courses out, and they sure did. So we got there's a couple lines that we missed that the other guys had, but we'll just we know where we need to work at, and work at for next time, and we'll keep doing that. But other than that, we had one flat tire, but it was pretty. You never want to have one, but when you have one, there's a perfect spot for you to pull over, and we were down less than a minute, and then I smacked the right front really hard trying to push up. Just coming into like the Ojos area, and my steering wheel's clocked 45 degrees the wrong way. But hey, this really thankful that Mason and all those guys, they build a really, really good truck, and big thanks to Neil and Robert and all the crew. And this thing just kept on trucking, and we punished it, and here they are. There's 3 of them so far here.
Punished it to the finish for sure. So you hit something big. You know where you clocked it at? Is it a tire? I saw Navigator looking at the front end there, the right side.
I know exactly where I hit. I know exactly what the rock was. So it just I was between a rock and a hard spot, and I took the rock instead of the hard spot. So no, it was just one of those. You're taking chances, and I knew we were going to be close on time, and the guys on the radio were telling me to check my pace, and it was just one of those, maybe 2 miles an hour too fast.
But you got it done. You're here. Congrats. And I know you want to thank some people.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely got to thank Chris Muzio and the guys over at Danzio. They're building me one hell of a power plant, and a big thank you to them. Big thank you to my wife. We got another one on the way here in a month, so get a couple races in and have fun there. And my dad and my mom and all the guys that just come out and keep supporting us and making this thing go down the racetrack, and making it a good time.
Well, congratulations once again. Look forward to seeing you. Hopefully you'll stick around for the award ceremony.
Yeah, that's hopefully we got to make that plan. So
all right, we'll see you there. Congrats, and looking forward to the 1,000, man. You are on fire. Let's keep the streak going.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you, everyone.
Great job. Let's hear it. Make some noise for Justin Lofton otra vez.
Great attitude from Lofton, and love to see the smiles at the end. And I think he's gonna be a formidable contender for the 1,000. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they're gonna bring.
Yeah, it's a good way to finish today.
For sure.
For sure.
No doubt. Okay, back down to Rat.
Here's our Ford trophy truck crossing the ramp right here, number 94. The Optima Toyo Tires SCORE trophy truck, Christopher Polvordi. Christopher, congrats, dude. What a day you had out there. Tell me about it. I want to hear about the cow first. What happened with the cow? I heard you made some carne asada out there.
Yeah, long day, but yeah, coming into Ojos, I was excited just to make it to Ojos, and right when we came over our blind rise, there was a cow, smoked it, and that kind of set the mood for the rest of the day. It was just kind of rough from there on out, but yeah, luckily he didn't do much damage, but yeah, hitting the cows is never it's not good, but it was a tough day, really tough course. I just kind of struggled mentally all day, but Mike Kim kept me on the groove, and we fought some things at the end, but I'm just happy to be here. It's been a year since I finished a SCORE race, so I'm stoked.
Yeah, no, and I was going to say that it's been a tough season for you for sure. So, but coming back strong, I mean, prevailing and getting through it. That's Baja racing. Things happen, you just keep going. So, no other big issues out there, just the cow. That's kind of a big issue, though.
The cow, we lost the transmission, so I've been in third for a long time, last 100 miles or so. Tires here and there, but overall, I mean, yeah, we fought through it. Proud of the team. They were there every time we needed them today, and just shows that it takes an army to get up here.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it takes your crew and I mean, people don't realize you don't just come down here and drive around here. It's especially the people out on course helping you out, and you definitely have one of the best out there. We're staying at Corona. We're always hearing all the stories out there. And even pre-running, you're the first one to take the water coming on. I love that on social media. And then a cow. Heck, you're throwing a party after this for sure.
Yeah, it's been a long couple weeks, been a wild race. So, yeah, I'm just happy to be here, and it makes me proud to, feel so fortunate, supported by so many great people, Optima, Ford Performance, Toyo Tires, Fox Shocks, VP Racing Fuels. The list goes on and on. There's so many great supporters, and like you said, yeah, we got probably 60 guys down here, and a lot of time and effort into this 400. So I'm pretty happy, yeah, just to be here, and probably going to go have a beer.
Well, you definitely made him proud. You pushed through and got it done, and this is just one more step to getting going, and I know you got a little more for him at the 1,000.
Yeah, no, I think this was good. I've missed out on a lot of miles this year with, not making it to Ojos the past 2 races. So this was good to get back in my groove, kind of learn the truck again, learn what Baja, technical is all about. So, yeah, I think for the 1,000, this is going to be really good.
I know they know you're coming. Well, great job out there. Congrats again for pushing through and getting it done. Congrats to the whole team, and go have that cerveza, and we're looking forward to seeing you in November, buddy.
Thank you.
Wow, it's really nice to hear the maturity of Chris, like understanding the value in what he experienced today. It's been a year. He just said it's been a year, and yet he still is able to take everything that he learned and overcome his challenges. And boy, we'll see something in the 1,000, I'm sure.
It's especially impressive on such a technical race
right.
course too.
He spoke about that.
Yeah, so that's amazing. That's awesome.
Yeah, Wes.
Yeah, so I think the big thing that stands out to me from this race is we've got some really dominant teams. You've got the 7X of Tyler Lynn. They've won every race this year in Pro Moto. You got the 1 of Alan Impudia. He's won every race in Trophy Truck. The 1L of Gus Vildasola and Ricky Johnson. And they've won every race, and they've actually won 15 in a row. And then also, I'm watching Brock Hager. It looks like he's on his way to winning the Pro UTV class, and he will have won every race.
Yeah.
So there's, 4 of our biggest or most popular classes, you've got just straight up domination.
For sure.
Those. And, I don't feel like we've really seen something like that in quite some time, where you had just people sweeping the whole year so far in that many classes.
Yep. Yeah, very good point. Wild. Well, more will be revealed, obviously, in November. All great things must come to an end, folks. We are going to be wrapping it up for the 6th SCORE Baja 400, but though we sign off from here, you can continue all the coverage all night long. You just go to scoreinternational.com. There'll be a new link that'll come up so you can see all of the action happening down at the ramp. For Heidi Steele, Rich Minga, Wes Miller, the entire SCORE International crew, we want to thank you guys for tuning in. It has been a phenomenal day. We can't wait to see you again in November for the Baja 1000. Good night, everybody.
¡Viva México, cabrones! ¡Ándale! Oh, it's a champagne shower for the fans. They love it.
The best views are earned. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
this was a sound. You can change direction like that. Speeds not of this earth. I don't know a soul who has clearance on H2. But then again, I just drive the damn thing.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. The ride's really good. Crossing the road now. Copy that.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Dame una bomba de agua.
¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone, pásala segura.
Somewhere in the world, there's a place where every corner holds a new discovery. Want to find out? Here, comfort isn't measured by extravagance. It's measured by the purity of authenticity. What seems simple on these streets is a symphony of flavors at every turn, where history is served on a plate and the most revolutionary experiences are tasted one bite at a time. Like that first time standing before 12 volcanoes, feeling so unique. Or those giants in the middle of the desert who have waited thousands of years just to keep sharing their story with you. Here, vineyards stretching to the horizon are just part of everyday life. Dance, sail, run, and ride. That's a decision you can make at any moment of your trip. Let the wind guide you, the horizon inspire you, and the journey transform you. Here, what seems ordinary, like crossing a desert, enjoying the sea, and watching the sunset from a forest, is truly a treasure. This isn't just a place, it's a feeling. And what is just part of daily life for us? For you, it's an invitation to an unforgettable journey. Baja California, where the ordinary is extraordinary.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Max's tires, built for whatever you're chasing.